Hey, welcome, welcome. What's going on today? It's just going to be open panel, really. That's it. Hang on, let me happy Monday, happy week, happy beginning of week. Come on up and talk about yourself. What's going on in your life? You know what I've noticed? A lot of people are scared. They're looking at social media and they're seeing God knows what data point or story or propaganda or gossip, and they're telling themselves the ghost stories about it. It's fear. It's like the fear is first, and it's looking for something to attach itself to, and so they pull up social media and they find all these little things to attach it to. Elon Musk and the Treasury Department, the USAID. It's like really extreme stuff. Like this is a coup. This is the end of democracy. This is the collapse of America. That kind of stuff. I don't even know what any of it means or what's going on. I'm still trying to understand it. So before I could even have a fear reaction about it, I have to even know what it is I'm reacting to. So that's one thing I've noticed over the last few days. Uh, you know what? Speaking of news, why don't we look at it? Trump agrees to pause tariffs on Mexico for a month. U.S. stock market recovers some ground. See, the stock market's already coming back, and the tariffs are going away. Marco Rubio named acting administrator of this USAID department that Elon is saying that Trump wants to eliminate. This is all noise. This is just noise. It's if your mind is finding something to react to in all of this, it's because you have something pre-loaded in your imagination. I don't see the Elon Treasury stuff. It seems to have dropped lower. That was getting a lot of headlines for a while. Treasury Department gives Elon Musk team access to federal payment systems. I guess that's that Doge team. Department of Governmental Efficiency. So yeah, it's a lot of headlines and a lot of reaction to headlines and to stories and scenarios that are in people's heads. I've seen some over transgender healthcare, transgender kids in school. I've seen some over disability, people with disabilities. Um, I haven't seen anything yet that personally worries me or scares me or that I'm having an emotional reaction to. Maybe some of it's because I just don't. It's like above my pay grade. I don't understand a lot of it. Okay, and then let me check Twitter, which I haven't really been using hardly at all. Although I am thinking about doing a Spaces soon because I want to experiment with Spaces. Yeah, not much on Twitter. Okay, well, it's just me and you today then. Just open panel. Oh, see, I'm starting to. I finally got signed up for the Toastmasters website, and I'm starting to go through my They're called pathways. They give you these little projects and activities to do to build your speaking skills. And my very first one is to do what's called an icebreaker speech, and it's a 4 to 6 minute introduction about yourself that you give to the club, and you structure it a certain way. It has an opening, a body, a conclusion. You have to put a certain amount of talking points about yourself, and they count your ums. So all of the and the ahs and a bunch of other stuff they count. They can count it all they want. That doesn't mean I'm going to pay attention to it or care about it, because I think they're using standard American English, and that's not the English I grew up with. They count body movement. They pay attention to body movements. Um, so I'm just going to modify their norms to my own norms. And the feedback I find relevant, I will take. The feedback that I don't, that's coming from a certain norm outside my own, I'll just ignore. I think a lot of people, when they talk about oppression, the system, culture, things that hold them back, social things that hold them back socially, like other than their own self. I think so much of it seems to just come down to social norms. And social norms vary with each group or community that you're trying to integrate into. And you can either adapt to existing norms, or you can find places that your norms fit into, that you don't have to change your norms, because the group or community that you're trying to integrate into is elastic enough and expansive enough to absorb or tolerate your norms. But what I don't think helps is forcing on either side, or internalizing negative messages, or telling yourself negative stories about yourself because your norms don't match up to some existing group, social norms of some existing group. Unless you think there's something bad about your norms. I don't think there's anything bad or wrong about any of my norms. And just because middle class America or mainstream America, just because it's not their norm, I don't take that as a negative reflection on my norms. I just see it as a difference. But a lot of people will take that as a negative judgment on their own norms and internalize that because they can't meet up to somebody else's standard or expectation of what they should be. And self determining individuals like myself, we set the expectations or standards. We choose and determine that. We don't let other people set them for us.
I come as promised.
Yet there you are. You did not have an early night. It's
No, I
10 a.m.
didn't.
there.
Yes, yes, it is. And well, I don't have any school on Tuesdays, so
Oh,
I
you
don't
can.
have to sleep early, even though I should. I should, to establish a schedule and everything.
Are you
But
tired?
well, not now. But I will be on Wednesday when I have to wake up early again. But yeah, no. Maybe I'll tell you a story. Uh,
What's going on in Norway?
well, what
I
kind
read
of
something
story
about the
do you want?
Germanic spirit just this morning, actually. Yeah,
Uh,
they are subjective, but when you get enough people together that all have the same norms or all agree on a certain norm, then it becomes a gatekeeping device that are used against people that don't assimilate to those norms. And then it becomes somewhat objective or intersubjective.
Gatekeeping. I don't know if I like using that word. because it sounds inherently negative, like something more like border setting. You set the border for your group, and that sounds more neutral, at least in my mind.
Well, what's the difference between that and gatekeeping? Setting a border is setting some kind of method of entrance and egress of who gets to come in and who gets to stay outside. I mean, that's what a border is. What's this? Frederick Barth. He's an anthropologist. He has the concept of the ethnographic boundary. He calls it the
Mm.
ascriptive boundary because different groups, and it forms kind of this subjective border between groups and cultures, and it's based on tra- the observation of traits that they verbally ascribe qualities to either themselves. It can be self-ascription, or you can ascribe it to other groups. All the things you notice about other groups that are different from you, and all the things they notice about you that are different from them, and it starts to form over time this kind of it's immaterial. It's all subjective in your head, but a pretty constant boundary of verbal ascription.
Hmm. Does he define it as just your personal conception, or just sort of shared?
No, it's kind of built up over time. Like if you have Italians living together with a group of Anglo-Saxons in a neighborhood in America over time in the aggregate, the Italians are going to describe the Americans certain ways, the Americans are going to describe the Italians certain ways, and in contrast to each other. And the Italians are going to describe themselves in certain ways in contrast to the Americans and vice versa.
Hmm.
So over time, this, what he calls this ethnographic boundary forms, and you can identify it by looking at the different verbal ascriptions that each group is applying to themselves and each other. And so the identifying features of a culture is not the content of the culture itself, because that can change over time. It's this boundary that forms when one culture meets another culture, and over time they start to notice the contrast between them. So things like food and music and fashion can change, but
Hmm.
the qualities and traits that different cultures ascribe to each other tend to be more steady over time.
Hmm.
And so he uses that to as the marker between different groups or cultures. And I guess you could apply that to something like social norms and gatekeeping, in which you call it a border between groups.
Yeah. I mean, what is social norms if not, well, culture? That is, uh, well, it depends on if you define culture by, like, does it have to be at a large level? Like, if you have a friend group of 5 people and you have a common sort of vernacular nomenclature, like a unique vocabulary, you have some specific words and you have some specific practices, maybe a few norms. Like, is that a culture or just your social
I think it's a
distinction?
form of like a subculture. You know me, I like to start from the ground up
Yeah.
and move and not get too abstract. And so whatever you're talking about, whether you want to call it culture, social norms, whatever, um, I'm more interested in the phenomena itself. Of there's certain what are norms, but expectations. Maybe that's a better word than norms. It's certain expectations that you're evaluated by,
Yeah.
and if you meet those expectations, then you're treated one way, and if you don't meet them, then you're treated a different. You're treated as not of the group, and if you meet them, you're treated
Expectations.
as of the group.
Yeah, exactly. Uh,
Which means you're seen as the group, and then you're as a result you're treated as part of the group. So it's like pattern matching, I guess.
yeah. I mean, everything has a pattern in the end. Like, some may say that the universe itself is just patterns, a very mathematical view almost, but I don't, to some extent it is true.
That what is?
Everything has a pattern, uh, and that is perhaps the fundamental unit of existence. The patterns we see and experience and everything. Uh, that's a bit far-reaching, I suppose, but there is, like, culture, as you said, are just patterns. Norms are just patterns. Um, well,
And
just
patterns are they exist in the mind. They're not like out there. They're
Yeah,
things
we
that
are the
we
ones who find patterns
it's
out
the
there.
way we
But
organize the information in our mind.
exactly, like
There's
if in a culture they counted in the reverse, so they would count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That would be their pattern. Decreasing numbers means increasing quantity, but for us, increasing number means increasing quantity. That's our patterns. Wait, someone messaged me.
we have somebody in the back named Crucible Ghost. I need to see you on camera to make sure you're not one of our trolls, and then
Ah,
I need to figure out who you are. And
and then protective measures, so a clip will not be able to ruin my reputation.
you, oh, is that what you do? You're hiding behind the troll. Let's see. It's a
Yeah, no, I'm also looking for something
it's not a
for
new channel. They've been around
Joe.
for
So I
a few
just
months.
very annoyed I can't find anything.
He wants a troll
Yes.
story.
Oh, well, that's what I'm trying to find. I have a Norse Smith I wanted to share, but I don't trust myself remembering the
Okay,
details perfectly.
Crucible, just flash your camera in the back so I can see that you're not a troll. You don't have to keep it on when you come on stream. Just I need to see your face because we have trolls that try to come up and impersonate. Okay.
That must be such a good protection mechanism too. Just flash your face and we can trust you.
Well, what is it that Evmux that everyone hated so much has a
Huh?
green rule where you can talk to the people before they come on and verify them. Um,
I have no idea
let me
what
get my
you're
overlay
talking
on.
about.
All right, we're bringing on a newbie, Crucible Ghost. All right, Crucible, you're on.
Well, thanks for having me. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Um,
Yeah.
what
I
what's
just
up?
don't. I do like. Well, I don't like that I have to like show my face because I joined so many panels and everybody knows me. But I do understand why you guys are doing it because there are weirdos out here, and
Oh, there are. Yeah, you don't have to show
well,
your
yeah, they're
face on
weirdos.
stream, just as long as I can
Yeah, no,
verify you in the back.
yeah, yeah.
So you said
And
you
I just
hang
got in
out at.
a I just got in a debate with I'm not gonna say her name, but she's like, "Oh, I seen your face. I'm gonna show it." I'm like, "Well, go ahead and show it." Like, if you lost the debate, go ahead and show it. I guess. I mean, I don't know how that's gonna prove anything.
Right.
But yeah, they
You're
used
not going to
against me.
porn bomb me. You're not here to porn bomb or anything.
Oh no, sir. I joined a lot of panels.
Okay.
No, sir.
Yeah, you said you hang
I'm
out
not.
on
Listen, sir.
Andrew
I'm not a
Wilson and
degenerate.
Speakeasy. All right.
Exactly. I'm not a
Oh,
degenerate.
he's saying sir.
Now,
That
would you
that
like to see
that's
my butthole?
sophisticated.
No, I would not. This is fine. Just
You want
I'm
to see
sure
my
it'll come
feet?
out. No, you're good.
I got a good big toe, brother.
The People's Podcast, is that your channel?
Not at all. I don't join that. Fuck them.
Oh, okay.
Why do you have that as your subtext?
So
Sir, are you going to?
what's
Are you? Hey, are you going to? Just a real quick question before we start. Are you going to debate con?
me?
Yeah.
No, I didn't even know. Is that something the Crucible's doing?
No, but obviously he's going to be there. Obviously, it's February. I think it's like 15th and 16th. It's Saturday and Sunday.
No, I didn't even know about it.
Oh, are you not a big debate? Which is okay. You're not a debate channel.
I
Blood sport.
I did debate in high school, and I know it is formal debate, and it's very different from what the YouTube world calls debates and what happens here on YouTube.
I debated in high
It's
school
actually
too, but
more like
I also fist fought in high school. But then I grew up and actually realized there was like we can actually debate.
I think YouTube debate is more like fist fighting. That's why they call it blood sports and verbal combat. I think real actual debates would be
I,
quite
I
boring.
disagree, sir.
Well, the ones
I
I've
think
seen.
if you I don't want to disrespect you, and I'm not trying to like. But I think blood sport debate. It's not like we're actually like punch you in the face, getting blood. I think it's more like no, wait, you're not going to say that because this is what it is. This is the facts. I'm like we're going to hold you to it. It's like it's not even an argument. Like we're just like proving you wrong. I think that's what blood sport is. Like we're going to hold you to it.
Yeah, but they seem to prove
Yeah,
wrong. It's not logical proof. The way they prove people wrong is through
very
rhetorical.
logical. I
Uh,
don't think so.
well, we
Well,
uh,
logical and factual are two different things.
I don't.
I
Well,
don't watch the
to
debates,
a
so I don't.
degree. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. Oftentimes it's not even factual. But even leaving facts aside, they don't. It doesn't draw so much on formal logic as much as it does on rhetoric and sophistry,
But that's still
and
fun,
who
though.
can make the most persuasive argument and appeal. It's pathos over logos.
That's fun. You know,
Yeah, that's my point. Like real
yeah.
actual debate would be based more on dialectic. And I think it would be less
Well,
interesting. I think they tune in for
I
the energy and the conflict
mm,
and
yeah,
the
I
trying
think so. I
to
think well,
defeat their
I think
opponent.
people exactly. I think that's why that's why it's so popular. But I do like the logical, like, because it's not even logical. Like, oh, I'm gonna view. It's like watching like a UFC fight. Like sometimes your champion gets beat. You know what I'm saying? Um, but I do like the logical. I just got into the debate world like a couple
Oh,
months ago.
so you've gone on Crucible, Speakeasy.
No, I haven't gone on Crucible. That's Andrew. No, no, no. I have gone on Speakeasy though.
What do you like to debate?
Um, everything. It just depends. Like Bloodsport debate, like I'll take a defense against it. But if we're just sitting here shooting the shit, I'll debate anything.
Okay.
So you do it for the fun,
Mm.
not because you actually have any convictions. You just enjoy yourself.
Well, no. Well, I do have a lot of convictions, but I mean, I'm not gonna like.
But
I'm
that's not the
not.
primary purpose you're there. You're there for fun, and your convictions are secondary.
No, I'm actually there. If you want to make an argument, to make, not to make, but to like watch people like because they're fucking dum dums. I mean, let's be honest.
Well,
Like
I haven't met
they
any
don't
of them.
follow their argument all the way through, and they look dumb. And I think that's
Uh,
I mean that's my guilty pleasure. Just like UFC, when you watch people get punched in the face, blood flies out of their mouth. It's a
it is
guilty
enjoyable.
pleasure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I'm
enjoyable.
nothing
guilty
wrong
of
with
it too.
that.
You like to see stupid people get what's coming to them, or face the consequences
I
for their
wouldn't, I
stupidity.
no, sir, I wouldn't say that because I'm part of the debate world. And when you say stupid people get what coming from, you have to follow that all the way through. I wouldn't say that. I would like to say I think that overconfident people when they get, I like to see that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. All right. Are you
We probably should debate.
damn
Wait, it
it.
said secure. I thought it said insecure. So I was just laughing at
He's
the
secure in his
falsehood.
vanity.
Okay, well, not that isn't as funny. It's
No, no. Well, sir, if you look at that, it said I'm secure in my vanity. That was him, not me. But
yeah. I know, I know. I thought it said I'm insecure in my vanity. I just read
are you
wrong.
insecure, sir?
My eyes, they read Norwegian. You know, I can blame it on that.
I have a condition. I don't even know what it's called. I don't even know if it is a condition, but I read shit so fast that like I'll like it'll say like okay, for instance, Crucible, and I think it says like Crustable, like and I'll literally like, and it's like, actually like a really modern like a lot of people have it like where you read shit too fast,
Yeah,
but like you can read something that's misspelled, but you actually will read it correctly. Like it can be misspelled, but you read it correctly.
Yeah,
your brain
your
tries to
brain
complete it, but
Yeah, yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
it
yeah.
completes
corrects
wrong.
it.
Yeah.
Especially if the word that's actually there is pretty rare and not that common, then your brain will it's much more likely to just complete it as a more common word. Uh,
The pattern
like-
matching again.
yeah, exactly. Like, what does your brain expect to come next? If it follows the sentence, then it'll just fit right in.
Well,
But
what you just said, what if you expect this, what comes to follow? I like to do this with like logic and like people's worldviews and stuff, and I think I get a bad rep. Which what I get kicked out of a lot of panels. I don't know why. I mean, but I'm glad you guys had me up though.
is
That's
it
pretty cool.
that then it's the
Yep.
age-old question: is it your fault you're kicked off, or is it their fault?
Um, Well, can I give you two different? I know you're gonna burn me up. Can I give you two
Oh,
different answers?
sure,
Um,
sure. I'll critique,
back in
but
the
you say
day,
whatever you want.
it was my fault, but nowadays, but back in the day, it was their fault. But now, it's still their fault. But it's like they own like a channel, and like they'll mute you. They'll fucking mute you. They'll do anything like as long as it doesn't like go against them. And then here's my problem though. They say they're a debate channel. It's like, dude,
Hmm.
if you want to debate, like do not if you don't want to debate, do not put that debate in your channel name. Like open debate, open panel. It's like, I mean, come on. If you don't want it,
Strictly
don't ask
debate
for it,
channel.
right?
Have you been getting kicked off of panels? Is this what's happening?
You TikTok wise, yeah.
Oh, maybe it's just the wrong channels. Or maybe,
Bunch of
what are you
liberals.
doing to get kicked off?
Yeah.
Well, after we go for a couple hours, I'm like, even not even then, I call them dum dums, and then I get kicked off. Listen,
Oh.
this is what I tell them: if you're too fucking stupid to have the conversation, we shouldn't even have the conversation. And they get really mad at
Sometimes
me.
you don't know how stupid
I'm
someone is
a
until you
woman.
start having the conversation, though. You need to have the conversation to
Yeah,
know that you
once
shouldn't be having
we
it.
get into it, we get into it. But I tell them is like, hey, if you're, I'm not gonna repeat it, but if you're too dumb to have the conversation, don't even have it. Don't say you're a debate channel because I'm a debate channel. But when somebody comes here to debate
What
you,
channel? What
all of a
channel
sudden,
is did this? Which channel is masquerading as a debate channel?
well, a lot of them like to do that. Like, and then when you get there, like, even if it's not like the open debate, like when you go there and challenge them, like, oh yeah, I'll challenge you. And then like when you fucking sit there and
No,
burn
we
them
want the
up,
gossip. We want the gossip.
Yeah, we want all the
Which
dirt.
debate
Are you
channels
talking
can
about
we talk bad
speakeasies?
about?
Verbal combat?
I think Speakeasy would burn every one of you up. No, I'm not talking about
He didn't
him.
burn me.
I
he
know he
burned
did, and he would.
himself.
Well, also he's
He-
okay. Did you see when him and Andrew just did the co debate?
no.
So what's your problem with Speakeasy then?
Oh, I don't have a problem with speakeasy. He has a problem with me. So
Okay,
we just leave each
Why?
other alone, stay out of each other's way.
Why? What have you
well
done
I
to
that's the
don't
him?
way to
Or
live.
he,
what does he think you have done?
I'm not sure. He came on one day. It's when I started doing the vertical streams, and to confront
I
me
can tell
about
you what he did.
something, and it was in the middle of a conversation I was having with somebody else, and I told him I didn't want to talk about that right now because I want to talk about this
I'll,
other thing, and he said, "Well, I'm not coming."
I'll tell you
So then he went
exactly.
in the chat and he started like attacking me from the chat, and I blocked him, and he said, "I'm not coming back here anymore." I
No,
said, "That's fine with
what
me."
happened? I can tell you what happened though. He literally just attacked you logically because I know Speakeasy. He literally attacked you logically. You didn't like it, so like your little they all like blocked him and stuff. But he was just going about it logical.
No, that's not what happened at all. It wasn't even about logic because we didn't even get into a specific discussion. But I don't find Speakeasy or
What was the
Andrew Wilson
discussion?
very strong in logic because they can't seem to put their arguments into a logical form in the first place. And when they do,
Mm-hmm.
and they can't seem to
Do
address
you
the
know,
logical points of somebody
you're
else
talking
when they're
about
making a
Andrew
logical
Wilson? He
argument.
doesn't know how to do it logically.
Yeah,
You're
I
breaking
find
up.
them both similar when it comes to logic.
You're breaking up. By the way, go ahead.
I find them both similar when it comes to logic. The conversations that I've tried to have with Easy,
Mm-hmm.
he seemed to not understand my logical points and not be able to make logical points of his own in response to mine.
Logical
Well,
in the sense
Like
of
I can
sir,
talk
if
to
in
Dobez all day
your
long
maybe it
and we can
wasn't,
break down the
maybe
logic of
just
an argument.
saying. I'm just saying.
And I can't seem to do that with Easy. He
Maybe
wait,
doesn't
you
seem
both
to
spoke over
understand
each
what
other.
I'm saying when I try to do the same thing I can do with Dobez.
like I said, if you're too, I'm not gonna say it again, but if you're too, dumb to have the conversation, maybe we shouldn't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I'm definitely not too dumb to have the conversation, so it's not on my
What
end.
was the conversation? May I
I don't
join
even
in?
know. It like I said, this was months and months ago.
I do remember
Months and months ago.
one stream that I don't know if it was the last time, but at least the only time I've spoken to the Andrew guy. That's the Crucible guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was on this stream talking about assumptions and or something, and he brought up Humes and stuff. Do you remember that? Like,
Andrew's never come on this stream.
hasn't he?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, he
Andrew's
don't.
Has he?
also
He don't.
undefeated.
He doesn't like me at all.
No,
I
but
don't think
are
he
you
would ever be
sure?
seen in this part of YouTube.
I don't know. Maybe it's not Andrew, but it's. How do I even find his
The
face?
guy that
Speakeasy,
smokes,
maybe.
I
drinks.
need to wait, because I'm pretty sure he. I remember very distinctly
Is that a
being
Are you
in.
wait?
talking
Is
about
that a
P.F.
problem that
Young?
Andrew smokes
No,
and
no, no, not
drinks?
Jung, of course.
I don't. It's his body. He could smoke and drink all he wants. I'm just saying that's how a lot of people know him. The dude with the cigarette and the glasses
No.
Well,
guys with the
a
beard.
lot of no, sir. You're not going to make that claim. A lot of people know him
Well,
because he smokes and
you can
drinks. Or do
verify the
you?
claim by pulling up almost any one of his videos and watch him sit there and
Yes,
smoke and have a drink in front
I
of him.
think
It's
he's
not
been
hard to
on there,
verify.
Jeff. I think he's been
If
on
I
you're
there.
gonna,
will.
if you're
He
coming on
does.
here to try to
He does
convince me
smoke
that
them.
Andrew does not smoke and drink on stream, that's absurd.
No,
You're gonna lose
I'm
that
sitting
one.
here trying to convince you. You shouldn't open your fucking mouth about it
Oh well,
because you're
this
never
is
going
my
to defeat
panel. I'm
him.
gonna
I
say
mean,
whatever I want on my own panel. I know you're not here to tell me what
we'll
I
say
can talk
whatever you
about on
want.
my own show. That's certainly
No, it
not
was.
what's happening.
That's certainly not what's happening.
So Andrew does not need you to white knight for him. I assure you.
I'm not a white knight. Hey, don't make. Okay, sir. You want to go that route? Really?
Well, don't try to set me up as instigating this. I'm going the route that you seem to
Well,
be
let us
taking or something.
assume. Well, what? No, I'm not. Let us assume that I'm a 100 times a bigger creator than you. Well, let us assume that I'm not actually. Let's assume that I'm like nobody, which I am. Could you sit here and talk about me when I'm not here to defend myself?
Probably, yeah, that would probably happen. I'll talk about everybody. But it's all on
Hmm.
stream, so it's not behind anybody's back. Anybody can see it. I'm doing it
When
openly.
they're not here to defend themselves, yeah.
Well,
I
what
don't know
else
who's
is he going to
watching at
talk
any given
about?
time, and they're always free to watch it on their own time. So I can assume that
Hmm.
uh,
And
they're always here at any given
you'd be
point.
praying for Andrew to join because you know what happens when Andrew
Andrew's
joins.
welcome to join, but
Yeah, 6,000
channel
people
has
that
been fine
come.
without him.
6,000.
I don't need him to join.
But it would be a gift if he didn't.
I don't know what kind of gift it would be.
Well, you'd get some followers. There's like
I don't
6,000
I don't think
people
about Andrew.
coming in.
I can get followers on my own. I've been on Andrew's channel
And
before.
then,
I've been on Easy's. Easy's been here. I, I don't need them for
okay.
followers. I'm looking for a certain type of follower. They usually don't come from that crowd in any way. We have a lot of people from the
Well,
Crucible that are part of this community.
don't say I'm white knighting then, because I did take a little bit of
Well,
steps
you
on that
tried to
one. I'm
tell
not
me to
white
not talk
knighting.
about Andrew, so he can fight his own battles. I'm sure he doesn't need you to come in and
Well, I'm
defend
sure he
people
can.
talking
He's
defend
undefeated.
him when
So,
people are talking about him. That seemed like white knighting to me. That's why I said that.
well, okay,
So
all right, that's fair enough.
This was the most
Are you going to
intense
debate
conversation
con,
without
sir?
any substance.
I
What did you
don't know how
say?
to say your name. Are you going to debate con?
No. I prefer to stay
No.
either in the real life, and the only times I am on panels is here with Jeff. And I don't even know. Like in the beginning, I just joined there for fun, but then I stuck around. But I'm not planning on stepping outside of this little channel. At least not until I have my own
Yeah,
presence. For that, I need motivation and
he's
some
not going to
discipline
get
to actually
sucked
make
into the
stuff.
pedalverse.
that's all right. I was just asking if you're going to debate con.
Where is DebateCon anyway?
I don't know what it is. So you explain to me.
New
Where is it and when?
New
And
Jersey,
where?
Oh, okay, yeah.
February
No,
14th, February 15th and 16th.
nope, not going. Who's involved? Andrew, Easy.
Hey, list. Well, duh. Do you think? Here's my question though. Do you think Dean and Parker is going to go to debate con?
I don't even know them.
Well, the chat might know.
Let's see. DebateCon February 15th. Here it is.
15th and 16th. Yes.
Andrew Wilson versus Craig FTFE. David Wood. Jasmine Jafar. Brianna Wu.
Oh God,
Alex Stein versus Andrew Wilson.
Alex. Well, they're kind of friends though.
Not so erudite. Oh, I didn't care for her.
Jesus Christ. How many debates does Andrew have? Goddamn.
That's his hobby. I think he was on Piers
Goddamn.
Morgan a few weeks ago. I saw
He
people
was.
talking about
He
it.
was, sir. He was, sir.
And he's done some, what do you call it, the channel? Jubilee, I think. The channel that does like
Yeah,
25 woke people against one conservative or something.
And the
Listen,
what is it? The
I don't.
Whatever podcast.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch those videos because they are annoying. But I have gotten them recommended, which was very funny because I didn't know he was actually that big. I thought it was like a small channel, like 1,000 subs max, and then he's there, and then he's on Piers Morgan, and
Well,
maybe he's a bit.
what do you
bigger than
mean?
I
Whatever or the Crucible? Which one wasn't that big?
Andrew. Yeah, no, he's pretty
Crucible.
big.
Yeah.
The algorithm. Come on now, dude. He did make it.
Did I say something?
You know
All
what?
right.
We have Denmark Andy in the back wants to come on.
Come on,
Let's get
Andy.
that.
Denmark.
Hello.
Hey Andy, what's up?
Hello. I don't know. Have I been
Hey,
here before?
Denmark. Show your feet.
Hello.
You're on.
Yeah, okay.
And you
I got
don't
my
need to
pants
show your
on.
face if you don't want to.
What are you
Just
doing? Why are
fingers.
you showing me your feet? Hang on, you're getting weird. I'm taking yours.
My bad.
All right.
No, that was my bad.
Yeah, well, that's what Danish people do. They are a bit strange.
I did say show your feet. I was my bad.
Okay. If he's Danish.
Join again.
I don't know. He only spoke for like 10 seconds, and I didn't hear if he was actually Danish or not.
Well,
Andy,
shit.
type in the back and tell me, like, if you have a channel, put your channel and let me know what you're up here for and want to talk about, because you're new, and kind of weird. So I need to feel safe about letting you on.
He's weird, but look at this, Jeff. Even though he's weird, you let him on. Like that is.
Well, because he looked normal.
mm,
He looked normal until he started showing me his feet.
Judging the book.
He
by
might
its
be
cover.
Crucible Groom. You weirdo.
Jeff Wilbett.
Listen, I typed
Hey, why
something
did
in
I
the
see-
private chat. Do not show your feet, bro. We don't want to see it.
All right, Andy,
Well,
I'll
you
give you
did
one more
ask.
chance. All right, Andy, what's up?
I did ask. I don't
Hey,
want to see it.
no.
What up, Andy?
Anybody Danish in here?
We have a
No,
Norwegian.
but Norwegian.
Okay.
Well, we have
Okay,
one.
snakker du norsk?
Yeah.
Snakker du norsk?
Ja,
Du
snakker gjerne
snakker norsk.
norsk.
Ok. Hei, jeg har fått Danmark, ok?
Ja,
I don't
helt,
even
helt
understand
greit
this.
det.
Let him
Kan du
join.
si det? Fordi jeg kan snakke norsk, jeg kan snakke med deg, jeg kan hytte. Okay, I don't know. It
Alhamdulillah.
goes to Sweden, to Norwegian, to Danish, you know what I mean? But I speak your lounges and let me in. I'm good.
Let him join.
He's on.
Yeah,
I'm
please.
still not sure what he's about.
I'm good.
You joined, dum dum. Go ahead and talk.
What's up, Andy? What are you here to talk about?
What's your argument?
I
Or
don't know what you guys were talking about. I'm just here to say hello and support. It's
Well,
not my
hello.
stream. It's not my shit show. But if you want me to make some content, I'm gonna make you content, okay?
to make it.
Yeah,
I'm
contribute to the
available for you.
conversation.
But it's having fun, you know what I mean? So where you guys from?
I'm in the U.S.
In the US.
And I'm obviously in Norway, as we som vi snakket om.
I see. Yeah.
And I have no idea where Crucible is from, or not
Yeah, I don't
Crucible.
either.
That's probably wrong to use as the name because that's someone else. But our resident ghost.
Are you in Denmark? Is that Denmark?
Yes, it's Denmark, man. You sound more Danish than me.
I
Wait,
do
me
not.
or Jeff?
For real,
Lopez
you
does.
know, Dolbez,
Yeah.
like tell him. He sounds more Danish than me.
Do you know any Germanic troll stories?
What is that? Troll
I
stories
spoke,
from
I
what?
spoke to
Story.
Ziggy.
I got weed, but yeah, I'm smoking a cigarette.
Lopez, you're right. The Danes are weird.
Would you like to make an argument?
The potato, was it the potato language?
Yes, the too much consumption of potato makes you a bit loony, a bit
Fucking Lord
distant.
of the Rings.
You
I'm
know,
not weird
actually,
because of the potatoes. Oh, sound.
Gandalf
But
the
the
Smoker.
thing is,
What?
I'm a will person, and you may be
Mhm.
trying to not be will. Look at
Will
me.
or real?
Your
Real
mic is
or
coming in
will?
very low.
I'm on my phone. Yeah.
Well, brother, one
But
starts
I'll
with the
take.
R, one starts with the W. Pick one.
well, okay, the Danish have difficulties with all the blö consonant, with all the wet consonants, which is very funny. How actually a very funny thing. One of my professors is
Listen to
Danish,
yourself, bro.
and he says
Swedish people have
wet
the big
instead of
tongue.
I'm not
soft.
gonna lie. I don't understand the fucking word he says. I'm gonna be real. I don't understand.
Even I am
What's a
struggling.
You
wet
don't
consonant?
understand.
Do we have those in
Let him talk
America?
real. Wait, I don't
Hello.
think we do.
I
Let
am
him talk.
I'm from Denmark. Hello.
He's
I
talking.
don't
We just
understand the
can't hear
fucking
him.
word he's saying, brother.
No, he's too low.
Say it.
It's on my phone. But hello, I'm from Denmark.
Yeah, now we can hear you, but I guess you have to get up
Yeah,
really
but
I have to
close.
speak like
English,
yeah.
brother.
Right.
He's trying. Come on.
Don't you
He's-
stars to biblioteca?
I've been to Norway one time, and
Oh,
in
where?
with
Chernobyl.
my school we were up in
Chernobyl?
the mountains. We were gonna skiing, but then I got sick just when I got outside the bus. It was so fucking cold, man, in Norway. I never go back to Norway. It was so cold,
What does that have to do
and
with
I got hit
anything?
by this cold, and I got sick in
Skiing.
2 weeks.
Okay.
The cold is nice.
You got sick when
The
you
cold
you got
makes you
sick
feel
when you were
alive.
skiing.
You just gotta
The
appreciate
fuck?
it.
That
It was
has
cold
nothing to
over
do with
here.
what we're talking about, dum dum.
That's
I don't
fucking
know what
retard.
we're talking. I don't
I
think we're
got.
talking about anything. I'm still trying to find out what a
I
wet
think we
yeah.
consonant
are.
What you talking about? What are you talking about,
Wet
bro?
consonant, Jeff.
Well, right now, sir. If you're gonna call me out, I'm talking about. We don't understand what the fuck you're saying. That's what I'm talking
No,
about.
because I'm
Yeah,
the
he
shit. You're
went.
dog
He
maybe-
shit.
tried to
You're
go
talking
skiing in
shit.
Go
Norway
ahead.
and he
I'm
got sick.
talking dick, dog shit. Okay.
No, that's not okay. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. What?
I don't know
You
what
said
the fuck
okay,
you're
I
saying,
know
bro.
that.
You said fuck.
Well, I understood that one.
What are you saying? What are
You
you
don't understand
saying?
what the fuck I'm
What are
saying?
you saying?
Are you
Tell me.
feeling out of place, Crucible?
Tell me what you're saying. What are you saying?
No, sir. I'm right in my this. Hey, this is just my game.
Hang on. We have more important things to talk about. What, Dobez? What's a wet consonant you're about to tell us?
It's wait, which there's a set of consonants that are wet in the sense. Well, okay, that it's a very Scandinavian linguistic thing, but that's a main difference between Danish and Norwegian is that, well, among others, is the Danes and the most southern dialects of Norway that pronounce some consonants as wet. So R instead, you know, like I don't remember which one.
Nor.
Hey,
Let's
he
see.
just
Can I
called you
find a
the new
list?
guy in the chat. He just called you the new guy.
You're the new guy,
The
technically.
N-word. He just say N.
Listen, sir. If you don't, if we can't understand you, you should fuck off, sir.
You are the. What the fuck?
I understood him. He was.
Would you like to make an argument against it?
He
I'm
told
down.
a story
You don't
about a
have to
ski
debate
trip.
about everything, bro. Ooh. Wait. Let me see. Is that a? I haven't seen that note
Is that
before.
my super
I've
chat?
never seen Danish cash. Show me. I want to see the
You
design.
wanna see some will?
Yeah, show it.
This is the will.
Show it.
Is that a Danish super
I
chat?
don't want to see
What-
your shoes,
My
man.
God! Wait,
I
hang
wanna
on.
see-
How
I'm
many
I'm
shoes?
dizzy.
Why do you have so many shoes?
I play
A Scandinavian
fucking
hustler,
basketball.
man.
I'm a tall boy. Okay. I don't give a fuck, bro. We got all this.
You're a
shit.
tall
Are
boy?
you just on? Is
We got all this
you live
shit.
in a clothing store? Are you just on
Yeah,
YouTube?
Do
what
to-
are
not
you
throw
for-
up gang
What
signs
white
here,
PC?
sir.
bro?
We
What are
don't
you
believe
living
in
here
that,
saying
sir.
I can't talk? You don't talk shit. I'm the shit. You're a dog shit. You want to play stupid? I make you retarded, okay, boy?
I don't even
Bro,
know
you
what
speak
you're
like you have dog shit in your mouth.
That's the
Just be
potato.
quiet.
Like that's
Okay,
the. He's Danish.
No, it's dog shit.
potato is
He has
not the
potato
dog.
mouth.
Yeah, you got the
It's
dog
like,
shit,
well,
bro.
yeah,
You're
but
the shit.
I'll talk like you.
I'm the
Why are you
shit.
so hostile?
Whoop,
Why
whoop,
do you
whoop,
have to be
whoop, whoop,
so?
whoop.
I want a fucking
Yeah,
debate.
why you have to be
We
Yeah,
racist?
but
can't hear you. I think Crucible's gonna win every
Put the
time. Just
camera
don't
on, you
volume.
fucking shy boy. Come on, shy boy.
Go ahead.
Come on, shy boy.
So,
Put the camera
would you
on.
just
Come on.
go ahead and
All right.
I gotta repeat. I gotta ask you to repeat yourself. You don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
hey, don't show your passport. Come on, you should.
Oh
you should
shit,
hope
Louis
to
Show
say.
my
Vuitton.
passport. Why not?
Louis Vuitton.
Why not? I'm from
Uh,
Denmark.
What's your
I will
social
say though,
security
I
number?
love the Danish.
No, don't show any of that.
Danish
I
shield.
can
Show
show
it.
my
Show it.
passport. Who fucking cares, man? You wanna see our 100
You
crowns?
cunt.
You have a butt plug.
I actually
You
want
have
to
a
see
butt
because I
plug.
haven't seen
Look,
them.
I want to hear
you
about
have a
those shoes.
butt
Why
plug.
do you have so many shoes?
Look,
That's
look,
not.
butt plug.
That's a
They have.
bear
That ain't
head,
your
probably?
social security number, sir.
This
It's a butt
does
Please
not
plug.
show it.
help the Danish
You
reputation.
have a butt plug. Butt plug
Is
on
this a
100.
typical
What?
Dane? Am I getting? The
Are you
only
saying
I
butt
just know
plug?
Hamlet. That's the only Dane I know.
This
Fucking
is
Are you saying butt plug? Just shut
Yeah,
up. We
they
can't
they
understand you,
put butt
brother.
plugs on their money.
Look at our fucking money.
You like to get pegged, brother?
no,
It's
Oh,
shiny. It
oh,
looks
only a
really
little
shiny.
one.
Looks
Only
like chocolate
shiny.
candy.
Shiny butt plug.
can you please stop?
Can you please stop? You fucking know it. Hey, Yax.
Okay, all right. We've had our fun. I don't know what this
Okay.
guy's
Okay.
about. He has way too many
All
shoes
right.
for me.
Well, okay, that's actually funny because that's very stereotypically of a certain category of Scandinavians. There seems to be like a certain, I don't know, archetype of Scandinavians who just are shoe hustlers and flex their money and play basketball, but are like that is, I know actually
there's
multiple
more of him?
people. Oh yeah, for sure. I
Oh my
had a
God.
lot of them in middle
What?
school that were trading shoes and like stocks. You know, they would buy the shoes and then sell it for higher prices. And there was a whole underground market selling these fancy, like not Adidas, but like fancy shoes. Kanye West, he made that industry go boom with his like Yeezys or whatever he calls it. Like that.
So it's a status thing?
Yes,
Oh.
it's like shoes are the biggest status symbol in
It's way
at
out
least
of my
Norway.
league. I'm not in the shoe league.
Yeah, well, you don't know any people to buy from. I'll supply you with some premium shoes.
Oh, that was the dumbass thing to say.
Why?
Are
Why?
Norwegians' shoes higher status?
Because you don't know
than
who
Danish
you
shoes?
don't know who to buy from.
It's
That's kind of dumb.
He
it's
sounds
a-
like he knows more about it than any of us.
I know enough to know
Listen.
that I interact with those people
Okay.
in middle school and high school.
Listen, sir.
Yes.
Well, I'm just, I'm here to. So I'm tired of you guys just talking dumb shit.
Well,
If you're gonna make a claim,
maybe there's another panel that's talking about what you want to talk about, or you can offer a
no,
non-dumb topic.
I'm here now, sir.
Okay, we'll smarten it up. Otherwise, Dobez and I could take it from here.
Well, then take it from here, dumb.
Okay.
It's your panel.
Well, then quit cutting in and interrupting us. Then. So go ahead about the shoe thing.
Keep rocking back and forth.
Or tell your troll story.
Keep
Oh
rocking back
right,
and
I was
forth.
supposed to do that.
Dumb.
That requires the script because I had we had a task in like 2 or 3 years ago in high school. We were supposed to memorize a Norse myth, and then we went out to a I don't want to say the name, but the facts I'm gonna say kind of dox me, but at the same time I don't care. We went out to this the largest Viking grave in the world, like a big massive
Was it
mound,
Thor?
like no of a
Or
king,
Loki?
a king in the 500s, and apparently it was a memorial mound. Like they didn't have the body, but they built sort of a ceremonial grave for him, and it I think it is like originally it was over 20 meters, which
What's your point?
Let him tell his story. You get
not
to it.
Fuck,
everything
I
has
don't
to be a
care.
debate.
You
Not
went there and
every debate has to be
celebrated.
arguments. This is a story, and I'm just rambling
Oh,
and
sorry.
having fun. I speak whatever I want to speak, and that it doesn't have to have a point. Not everything has to be like that. Either way,
Well, if it's kind of boring, we
about
don't really
60
want to
feet.
hear it.
It's not boring me. If it's boring you, then go find another panel. This
Yeah.
is the content for today.
So about a 60 feet high mound originally, but after
31
archaeological
viewers.
excavations and such, closer to what would that be? 50, 45 feet. Either way, we went there, had a nice campfire, and just felt like kindergarten children again because we just stood around the campfire telling stories.
That's what y'all
It
did in
was
kindergarten.
You
yeah,
shouldn't
yeah.
have a
'Cause the last
campfire
time
on the
I'd been
body.
there,
That's really bad.
the last time I had been there was actually in kindergarten, like a decade prior, more than a decade. Yeah, like more than a decade before. That was the last time I'd been at that burial or ceremonial burial. But then when we went there, like we did the exact same thing: had a campfire, told some stories, or then
You
back then
went
in
there.
kindergarten.
You're telling me you went there 10 years later and you had a memorial bear.
Well, what was
burn?
one of the stories? Is there a troll in any of them?
Yes. Well, okay. There are
Dum
Norse
dum.
stories, and the concept of troll is medieval Scandinavian. It's not before because troll evolves out of the Scandinavian Jotuns, the Scandinavian giants. But they are, if you look back,
No,
they
that's
are
not what's
trolls,
called.
even though they're called Jotuns. And so the story I was made to memorize, it was the story of Utgarsloke, which is like translates to
The story
outcast
of Chris.
Loki.
The story
Can
of
you?
McGregor.
Crucible, I'm gonna have to take you off if you don't let him get through his story.
All right, well, let him get through his stupid ass story.
It's gonna be interesting, or at least if I find it fun, then that's enough. Because Jeff keeps you on his panel.
Dobez
so
and I
that's
have
an
already
issue.
established our rapport, so I know how to sit here and listen to his stories and have conversation with him. We're gonna add Ricardo to the mix.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff.
Either way,
Hi, Dolbo.
either way.
Hi,
So,
everyone.
just on a random day, a random nice day, Thor and Loki are just wandering, as they do. This is before Loki betrayed Asgard and was punished. So this was like pre-hate Loki when he was sort of the because Loki has. I know I'm diverging, but this panel
We're talking Norse
Yes.
mythology.
Yes, we are.
Awesome.
So
Let's go.
anyway, Loki, he's an
Love it.
interesting character because he
He also disguised himself and raped a snake. So
Yes,
I don't
he
think
has
we should be talking about Loki.
No, I think we should because he's an interesting character because before
Okay.
his betrayal of Asgard, he was.
Is
sort
it
of
okay
seen-
for him to disguise himself and like grape a snake? That's okay.
I don't care, man.
It's just a story.
In
Well,
fact,
you're the one bringing it
interesting-
up, dum dum.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's
There's no dum-dum here,
difficult to
man.
keep a smile.
Now we know why he gets removed from panels.
Yeah, exactly. Either way.
What the
So
hell?
I'll just keep diverging and try to get back to the original story. But now I want to talk about Loki. So Loki is almost an Odysseus-like figure before the betrayal, where every time any of the gods have a problem, they always go to Loki because he's the one who fixes it. So, for example, the time when Thor lost his hammer to summon the Jotuns, so trolls, giants, Loki, he had a brilliant idea. Why not dress Thor up as a lady and arrange a marriage? And so when they are at the marriage, Thor can burst out of his dress and steal the hammer and smash the skull in of the Jotun. And that happens, And that's
Kind of like a Trojan horse.
Yeah,
type
exactly.
Trojan
Thor
dragon.
comes in
Yeah,
full burl, scary, and has a deep voice, and like they have to argue to the Jotun that has bad eyesight that no, this is a woman, she's a Asgardian, she's strong. And then as Thor, he's a reveler, he eats and drinks as much. They have like, why does this woman drink so much? Is that really wife material? And then has a big appetite. And then Loki and the others have to constantly try to justify that this is indeed a woman until finally the marriage happens. And so the dowry, the payment for the girl, that is Mjolnir. That's the hammer. And so he hands it over, and then Thor just grabs it, rips off the dress, smashes in the head of the Jotun, and happily ever after. So that's sort of the stereotypical Norse story pre-Loki betrayal. Loki hatches this devious Odysseus-like plan.
He was the trickster figure.
Yes, exactly. He was the trickster. He had all these plans. Another one, another famous one, is that I don't actually remember the prelude, but the Asgardians, like Odin, Thor, the people in Asgard, they want a wall. For some reason, they want to build a wall around Asgard to protect it, and so they hire, they ask Loki to fix it. They hire this Jotun who has a workhorse, and the Jotun and the workhorse, they are given a deadline. You have to complete it before this time. If you don't, we won't pay you, and we'll steal, we'll just, betray you. You have this deadline. If you don't finish before, we don't pay you. And they don't really want to pay. And they see that the Jotun is actually really efficient. The Jotun is gonna finish before the deadline, and they don't want that. So they go to Loki to fix the problem. This guy, he's too efficient. Can you just fuck him up so we don't have to pay? And so Loki, the trickster, he transforms himself into a horse and seduces the workhorse of the giant, which distracts the giant, or the troll, I suppose, making sure he doesn't finish in time. But as a consequence, Loki, disguised as a mare, I think that's a female horse, he gets pregnant and gives birth to Sleipnir, which is the 8-legged horse of Odin. So that's sort of the Odin's horse comes from that. And I don't remember what happens to the Jotun afterwards. I think he just loses his money and is sent away.
That was a good story.
Yeah. But then the story about Utgardsloke, which is back to the original Thor and Loki just walking along, having fun when they are approached by their 2 servants. So each had a servant each. And they're like, we want to go on an adventure. And so, sure, let's go on an adventure. And they all wander out in the woods, and they encounter a big troll or big Jotun. I'm going to, when I say giant, Jotun, and troll, they're just the same word. But I switch it because it doesn't feel right to use the same word 3 times in a single sentence. But they mean the same. It's just different time scales. Jotun and giant are synonyms, and troll is sort of the evolved concept of Jotun, but it's basically the same. Either way, they see this troll, and Thor tries to fight it, but the troll is so big that Thor is barely taller than the big, like the toes, the big toe of the troll. So nothing happens, and they go to sleep, but they wake up in the middle of the night because the earth shakes, like earthquakes. But no, it's just the giant snoring.
Snoring.
Yes, the giant is snoring and earthquakes happens. So that's one explanation of why earthquakes happens, are giants snoring. But that's not the primary one. The primary one is involved with Loki after the betrayal.
There's just an example of how, a powerful example of how much power the gods have.
Yes, exactly.
When God cries, then it's like raining.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, this story is a really good example of that, because this whole story revolves around the absolute power and might of the gods and the Jotuns. So either way, and the god, the sleeping giant, eventually stops snoring or whatever, and so they go to sleep, and they wake up. The troll is gone, but they want to. They heard about this other Jotun, this wizard king, or not wizard. It's actually interesting because the word for magic in Norwegian is trolldom, which means the judgment of the troll. That's the word for magic, the judgment of the troll, because the troll judges you. This creature judges you, and that is sort of magic. It binds you to a contract.
The troll
or to
does?
a curse. Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
the troll
Trolls.
does
Like
the
it's got
judging.
super powers of you know, judgment and
Yes.
all-seeing eye or something.
Yeah, like they
It's
judge, and
fucking
that by
scary,
that they
man.
sort of shift the laws of the universe. Either way, they heard about
Mm.
this wizard king, and so they want to meet him. They want to
Wizard King.
meet him in his halls, and so they find the mountain king, which that is a very prominent theme in
Yeah, Greg.
Norse.
Mm.
Yes, Grieg made
King of
that
the
for
Mountain.
a story by Henrik
Ibsen.
Ibsen, Peer Gynt. But that sort of theme of a mountain king, a king in the mountain, that is
Mm-hmm.
very Norwegian, and I think very Norse. So anyway, they eventually find this king,
I like
but
it.
they are they want to dine with the king, but he gives some challenges like you have to complete a few tests before you can dine with me and before I release you. Which, of
Mm.
course, every troll has a sort of a contract. You can't get anything for free. Like there is a sacrifice to gain something, and
Yeah.
if you unintentionally you must still do the sacrifice. They just walk in there with no idea of what's going to happen, and suddenly they are bound now to follow up on the challenges of the Mountain King, or else they're
Okay.
doomed, cursed, whatever. So
How difficult are the challenges? Are they like super
that's what I'm getting
super
to.
difficult?
I don't remember all of them. Some of them are just like they are all about trickery, because again, that's what the trolls do. They are tricksters. They trick
Yeah.
people. They twist fate. So one of the stories,
Deceivers.
or one of the challenges, is
Mm.
they come in hand. Thor this drinking horn. So a horn you drink ale and mead from, and they say, drink this up. Just finish it, and that's one task. And so Thor
With the
tries and
poison
tries
bird.
and tries and tries and tries, but there's no end in sight. And so after he's given up, he asks the Utgardsloke, the Mountain King, like, how is this possible? And then it reveals that horn is connected to the sea, to the ocean, and Thor lowered the ocean level so much by drinking. And that's another explanation for why you see that sort of white border on cliffs close to the ocean, where the ocean once was and is now lower. So they integrated all these explanations for the reality together with the sort of psychological reality of the stories, which is typical mythology, but really fascinating. Another
It is.
challenge was to try to wrestle this really old this really old tiny lady, or Jotun lady. And so Thor tries and tries and tries, but he fails. He can't bring himself to wrestle this lady, and eventually he is put down. But he doesn't last long, and that lady is in fact aging. She's the physical manifestation of aging itself, showing that even the gods are vulnerable to age and to the
Yes.
decay and entropy of time.
Yes.
And then the third challenge of Thor is trying to lift up this cat. And he tries, and of course, he doesn't manage, but he managed to lift one paw. And that is extremely impressive, because that cat was, in fact, Jormungandr, the world's
The
serpent.
serpent.
Yes. And so he was tricked into lifting that. And so Loki also did some challenges and their servants, but I don't remember those. But the host was so impressed that he allowed them to leave and get on their way, and they had a feast and everything, and they sort of celebrated. But that sort of goes to show how strong they believed Thor was, but also how weak. He could drink an insane amount, but he could never outdrink the ocean. He could wrestle with age, but he could never defeat it. He could lift the heaviest object in existence, but not completely. Like there was strict limits to the actual capacity he had. Like there was limits to strength, even though it was immense.
What do they do about their trolls? How do Norwegians handle trolls?
Well,
I
depends
don't
which
think they see them
in
quite the
which
Or
same
time.
way.
Scandinavians in general, I guess.
In modern times, we just draw them nicely, and we make little statues of them, and we
Oh
joke about
no,
it.
that's not about to happen here.
You just sort of make fun of
No.
them.
Yeah, but actually, though,
Yeah.
in medieval
Cool.
times, troll the modern conception of troll comes about in the 1800s not the 1800s, the 1900s, like 1850s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. That's when the modern conception of a troll is born out of Scandinavian romanticism, because the way Scandinavians began drawing these trolls impacted the way we view them in the further stories. So trolls didn't always have to be these big, ugly, birdy creatures with big noses and warts and everything. They are just
Like gargoyles.
magical beings.
You ever seen? Do you know what a gargoyle is? You ever
Oh
seen
yeah,
it
yeah,
on
yeah,
Uh-huh.
a building?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah,
statue.
kind of
Yeah,
like they're usually ugly trolls. To be fair,
yeah, yeah, for
I
sure.
don't think all trolls can't be ugly though. I bet some of them are, pretty
Well, they
as
have ugly ways.
peaches.
Yeah, and I mean,
Mm.
even the Norse equivalent of sirens,
Ugly personalities, maybe.
Yeah.
Nakken. I think Nakken or Huldra. One of those two is an equivalent of the siren. They are in lakes, and they are beautiful women, beautiful naked women,
Oh, the
lush and everything.
sirens. Yeah.
And they
Oh my god.
troll. They troll you in. They cast troll and dom. They cast the judgment of the trolls on you, and
Well, they
that
weave
lures you
a
into
magic.
the
They weave a
lake.
magic spell on people, don't they?
Yes,
They
exactly.
lure you in with their beautiful music.
But they are
everything.
beautiful, and they are
And then
trolls. Like
they
the
eat
word,
you
yeah, the
and
word
fucking
troll.
spit you out.
Yeah, the word
Yeah.
troll is just a broad category of
Yeah.
non-divine, non-human mythical beings. That's
True.
basically what a troll is. But in the modern
It's a
times, a
very
troll
old.
is a
It's a
very
very old
specific
term
being.
as well. I don't know how far it goes back. Probably back to Old English or whatever.
Trolls
Yeah.
are ancient. I mean, well, troll
Interesting.
as a word, and the more recent conception, that's medieval Scandinavia.
Yeah.
But as I said, they come from Jotuns, which come from
Jotuns.
Proto-Indo-European giants, and so you can
Yeah.
sort of trace the idea of trolls back at least 5,000 years before Christ. Like you can trace them back a long time, but beyond that, we have no records. We don't know, but we know that they
Well,
are direct inheritors of the
I've got a
giants.
question then for you, which springs to mind, Dolbez. I wonder if you could answer it for me. Are trolls in your culture necessarily negative and bad, or can they be seen as positive influences as well?
Um,
Because they get
that's a
a
good
bad name
question.
these days.
Yeah.
In the
They're always
In
bad
the
here.
past,
internet times.
during Viking times,
Yeah.
trolls could be positive and negative. But
Oh,
during the Middle Ages, the
both or
positive
either.
aspects are split into their own creatures. So you
Hmm.
have, I don't know, is it close to hobgoblin? Like goblins and all,
Goblin.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all of these like tiny creatures that
Crazy.
could be good or whatever. Like for example, a nisse, they tiny like dwarf-like beings who live in farms and help farmers. That evolved out of trolls or out of Jotuns, but they are positive. But the closer you come to the modern day, the more uniquely negative, or at least trickstery, trolls
So there
become.
are trolls that help people? Or there used to
Yes,
be?
but for a price.
Oh.
You have
Hmm.
to sacrifice something. That you can
I
get
think
what you wish.
trolls have largely been demonized by modern society,
They
maybe from
demonize themselves.
Puritanism or whatever, and
No,
then
they did it to themselves.
always just get a bad name. But they're often trying to
Don't defend
pretend that they shouldn't have a bad name. No, I'm okay. I'm cool. I'm okay. I'm good. Like, oh, let's go and pawn
That's
bomb
all
someone
part of
or
the troll.
threaten someone's children or something, and it's like, what the hell are you doing? But yeah, mythology is really interesting to compare, ancient Norse mythology with modern times, and also, like UK mythology, which I'm vaguely familiar with,
Yeah.
but is largely being whitewashed from the education system.
Yeah. Well,
What? They're wait, what do you mean? They're getting rid of, or is
Is
it
that a
like
controversial statement?
When you
they
say
don't
whitewashing, is the mythology being
they don't like their own
like a
culture.
Disney movie? Is it being diversified, or are they
Oh, probably cleansed. Yeah, definitely. Like, talking about
Oh,
like? Do they
Disney.
have
actually, that's really
black
funny.
leprechauns and
Uh,
black fairies now? Is that
Jeff, you know that story
Mhm.
I told earlier about Thor
Multicolored
being dressed up
uniforms.
in a wedding gown?
yeah?
Yeah, that was a comedy in Norse time and meant for the folly of trying to pretend to be outside a category and how that only tricksters will do it. Thor only did it to trick and punish and hurt the Jotun. Like in that story, they both are good because being tricksters and smart, that is a moral good, but the Jotun is also sort of a good person. They're betrayed. They were trusting. They were too trusting. You shouldn't be too
Hmm.
trusting. And
Yeah.
like in modern times, a lot of people are talking about that as if this story was, oh look, you can be whatever you want, but it was a comedy. They made fun of this. Thor,
Mhm.
he was in the wrong. Like that, it wasn't an endorsement. The Norse had archetypes for women who fit into the male category and males who fit into the female category. And in fact, females who fit into the male category, that was seen as very positive. But the sort of the male
The
magician
manly women.
archetype, that was very bad. That was it. It was very bad for a man to be womanly. It's very
Mm.
okay for a woman to be womanly and a man to be manly, but it's also okay for a woman to be manly. You know, shield maidens, like a slight percentage of fighting men in Scandinavia, or fighting people in Scandinavia, were women. They were, if they were competent enough, if they were actually capable, they could gladly join the raids. They
Like
would,
boss babes.
exactly, and even
Yeah,
Odin's chief
I've known a few of those.
armies, the Valkyries, are a troop of female soldiers who would fly down to the battlefields and pick up the dead and bring them to Valhalla. Like that was the
Just like fly down with their magic wings, 100
yeah.
miles an hour.
Uh,
Amazing. So
yes,
I've got a
exactly.
question. Can I just stop you, Dolbez? I've got a question for you, for you that has been on my mind for a few minutes. So Odin was Odin Thor's father, or the other way around?
No, not the other way around. I believe it differs a bit in the myths, like the exact parentage of Thor. But I do think he's in most myths he's the son of Odin, and he's the son of, I think, Earth, like Jord, like Gaia, like the god of the Earth or something.
Wow. So Odin was the top god or the top mod,
Yes.
and
Well, this is the thing.
Gaia was his
Unlike
female
in
partner.
Greek mythology, the original sort of sky father
Mm.
archetype
Hmm.
that was in Proto-Indo-European myths. In
Sky
Greek
Daddy.
mythology, that was inherited almost perfectly by Zeus. He kept the sky domain. He was still king, lord of justice and truth. Well, not truth, that's Apollo, but like he kept all of those archetypes. But in Norse mythology, that's splintered. You know, Odin
Right.
is the all father. He's the father of all, the
Yeah.
Deus Pater, heavenly father, which is
Hmm.
the name of Zeus. Um, but he is not sort of
Chief.
the lightning man, the man of thunder. They split that warrior aspect of him out into Thor, and so
Mm.
Thor kept the sort of parentage. For example, you can see that Kronos, the Titans in Greek mythology, they are the children of the union of heaven and earth, of
Hmm.
Uranus and Gaia, heaven and earth. And you see that
Right.
sort of mirrored in this Sky Father, or at least part of that archetype in Thor, the son of the All Father, the Heavenly Father, and Earth. And
Mm.
that is a very classic European archetype, that
Mm.
union of heaven and earth into a mythic hero. The heaven
Yeah.
descends and the earth rises, and where they meet, a hero is born. And
Makes a lot of sense to me. I
yeah,
just love love mythology. Yeah, the more
exactly.
ancient, the better. It's
Yeah.
so fascinating.
Sadly, though, Norse isn't the most ancient one,
Mhm.
but it's it's in the same developmental stage as
Do you believe?
Greek
Do you,
mythology.
yeah. Do you believe everyone came from like the Rift Valley in Africa, and we just kind of spread out from there, north, east, south, and west? Because some people believe that.
I believe that the Homo species did in fact originate out of Africa. Homo erectus did spread across the world. Homo
Mm-hmm.
sapiens did originate in Africa.
Mm.
However, there were multiple periods of migration, and and there were multiple species evolved from the original Homo erectus across the land. So Neanderthals in
True.
Europe and Asia, Denisovans in Southern Asia, that did intermix with these Homo species migrations, and that only the last migration actually persisted into us today. But there's heavy intermixing with the previous populations that had merged with Neanderthals and the Denisovans.
Yeah.
So, like,
You
I
haven't
do
been there as
believe,
you guys haven't been up there as long as you know, maybe an ancient Egyptian, but
yeah.
quite
Well,
a few good few thousand years anyway.
Actually though, the ancient Egyptians were their genetics are of Neolithic farmers mostly, which
Right.
they were not original people in Egypt. They spread out of the Levant, and so
Mhm.
and then the current genetics of Egypt, well, that's the Arabs, and they were even later. I mean, it's actually really funny.
Arabs.
Some archaeologists did some genetic testing on the remains of the pharaohs, and well, they are more closely related to the Spaniards and the English and the French and the Italians than
Oh,
they are to the native Egyptians. Like
is that
that's the
the
level of
Faroe Islands?
no, the pharaohs of Egypt, the
Oh,
god
the
kings.
pharaohs.
Yes,
Yes, I've got you now. The
yeah,
mummies and stuff. Yeah.
yes, more closely
Cool.
related
The
to
Faroe Islands.
what
So
Spaniards are
Look
actually
at the Faroe
Spanish
Islands.
people are the population that are the most related genetically to the
That's really
pharaohs.
interesting.
Yes,
Mm.
and that speaks to the amount of ethnic and genetic replacement
Mm.
you've seen since then. I mean, Rome did its well. First, Alexander and the Greeks did their fair share of importation of Greeks and more generally European populations. Rome did it too, especially slaves. Like Rome as a nation had an immense impact on the genetics of Europe because, like,
Yeah.
in fact, I think Cato the Younger, perhaps, I don't remember which, but a Roman politician in his memoirs sort of lamented and talked about how it's so wrong, morally wrong, for there to be Spanish and Greek and German slaves working Italian countrysides. Like that, it should be Italian slaves, not German slaves. It should be Italian slaves, and that is a sign of the sort of decadence of Rome is that they import slaves into Italy, and in
Hmm.
fact, up to 30% of the Italian
Spaniards,
population
they're called.
was foreign slaves.
You want to know?
Called what?
Bloody Spaniards.
I,
That's a
I know.
Spanish person. You got
I
it.
know. I've said Spaniards.
Awesome.
Either way,
I've got here.
so,
I've got. It could be me. I'm sorry. I've got a hearing problem. Excuse me.
that's
I've
fine.
I've
Don't worry.
I've got an ear infection.
Yeah, don't you worry yourself. But
It's all good.
yeah, so the Romans did an insane amount of ethnic replacement, especially in well, everywhere really. The biggest areas, various strongest hits are probably Italy and France. So like France, Julius Caesar just genocided the Gauls. Like 5-6 million Gauls just dead. Like 80% of the local population just gone, and the Latins moved in, and so they were just that's why France isn't Celtic, because Julius Caesar he genocided them all. He didn't want any Gaulish rebellions, and so you exterminate them. There's no people to have rebellions then. Problem solved. And like you can see like the areas where most Celts survived, that's in Brittany, which is why they are sometimes considered part of sort of old Celtic lands, even though the Celts were all the way down to central Anatolia. In fact,
I have
Gala-
Celtic in me.
yeah, well, the Galatians were a Celtic tribe that moved into Anatolia in like the 3rd century BC,
I
and
remember Asterix.
yeah, Asterix and Obelix, that was some good stuff.
I have no
But
idea how I even know that, but I remember them.
yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about now, so I'll just, instead of continuing
What do you
rambling,
mean you don't? When did you stop knowing what you were talking about? You sounded very authoritative on all of
no. The
this.
thing is, Jeff, I
Are
can
you
speak.
this? That was kind of trollish of you.
I can speak on a lot of topics, but I don't. I've lost my my red thread.
Oh,
Wait, do you?
where
You
did
don't
it
even say
go?
red, do you? You just say thread.
I was following something.
Yeah, but exactly. I forgot like where I was going. I know I was talking about
You
ethnic
were talking about the
replacement or something.
slaves in Italy. They should be Italian slaves and not Germanic
Oh
and
yeah.
Spanish and
Um,
like German slaves. And then you were talking about the influence of the Roman Empire on some of the
on genetics.
mythology of Western Europe.
Yeah, exactly. So in
And he
fact, that
tranced
might
himself too.
exactly. But actually to Mike, our local, I don't like calling him Italian, but that's because I'm a European
He's
purist.
Sicilian. He's not. He will tell you
Sicily
he's
is
not
part of
Italian. He's
Italy.
part Moor
Yeah, no, well,
Moorish.
or Mo.
that's his opinion, and I can have my opinion. I'm European. My
Very
definition of
Moorish.
nationality is different. He's, in my mind, he's American Italian, American Sicilian, whatever he wants to. But
Sicilian
Italians
American.
are people in Italy,
Oh.
or that's.
Well, he makes pizza and spaghetti sauce
I
and
make
stuff.
pizza. I make spaghetti. I make a really good carbonara.
You don't make.
Like that doesn't make me
Wow.
Italian. Although I do have an Italian friend who actually speaks
I'd love to.
Italian.
Do you know what? I would love some pizza right now, especially homemade. That would be just awesome.
Homemade pizza is glorious. Is really glorious.
I don't know if I can make it myself.
It takes time. But for real
Maybe I
though,
could learn.
like, I'm just ribbing at you. I don't know if it's actually here to listen, but I'm just being a bit mean. I won't retract my statement. No, it's not Italian hate. It's American pretender hate.
Yeah,
No,
he's
it means the
he's
name.
calling
Like
you
the difference.
because you're American. You're not Italian.
Yeah, I have 2% blood of the forest Finns up in the north. I don't pretend to call myself that because I'm not. I'm Norwegian and
You're
Swedish.
2% of that. You are that.
Yeah, well, I am 2% genetically that, but there's no cultural influence of that. And so,
But where does heritage, ancestry end and culture begin?
Subjective.
Like when does someone stop becoming Italian and start becoming American?
subjective, and I suppose it depends on their own integration. But especially if, actually, a good example is I won't talk about Italians because I don't know enough, but I will talk about Norwegian Americans to make it more familiar. So there was actually like a decently big cultural debate in Norway. Like, are these Norwegian Americans who have tried to keep the Norwegian language, Norwegian customs, are they actually Norwegian? Because their customs and language and accent and everything is stuck like 200 years in the past. Like, are they still Norwegians? Like, they are not. They are closer to 1850s Norwegian culture than modern Norwegian culture. Are they still Norwegian, or are they their own? Like, there's a people in Sons of Norway, people who try to uphold the Norwegian culture in America. They are they truly Norwegian, or are they their own sort of Norwegian Americans, their own ethnic group? Because the Norwegian culture
like
has moved on
those
from
people
them.
up here, the
Yes.
Nor
In the
Norglodge or
Dakotas
whatever.
and Minnesota, especially those. I think, is it Minnesota? I don't know if it's Minnesota, which is
Customs and culture. That's what we were talking about earlier.
yes. Yeah. Exactly, Mike. Your mom was a descendant of German slaves to the Romans.
You had a slave mom and a Moorish daddy.
Exactly. No, but for reals, Italy is a fascinating country. A really nice country, I will say. Although I've only ever been in the north, so and my friend is also in the north, so I have nothing. Why are you staring at the camera like that? and I have nothing against Italians in the south, other than they're lazy. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They are a fascinating historical thing, and another thing to talk about is this is more in support of Mike's statement, actually, of being Sicilian and not Italian, which it pains me to support his statements, but I came up with a good argument and I want to tell it, even if it hurts my own standpoint. And that's that the vast majority of migrations to America were from the South. Like, the people in the South, they were suffering. And so they first migrated north, of course, but the North didn't have infinite capacity. And so anyone who couldn't get to the north of Italy, they moved to America. And so the vast majority of American Italians are from the South. And so there is a point we made that they are not Italians because they moved right in the beginning when sort of the Italian culture
before
merged with
it became
community.
a state, like just when it was becoming a
Well,
a
yeah,
state.
around the time, a bit after. And so you can make a point that since they come from the South before it became a more culturally unified with the North, and the Italian Americans are almost, not purely, but like 80-90% from the South, then that might give some credence to Mike's statement of being Sicilian. So
So he's not Italian then. But his argument is Sicilian is its own people. That they're not. He's not
well,
Italian.
my argument for that is that Yankees and Dixies are still both American.
Yeah, but they're also Yankees and Dixies.
Exactly. Like, you can make subdivisions, and
Was
Italy is
muted.
actually okay.
Because nobody
Uh,
seems to know what American is. That's part of
no,
our problem is we don't have a really cohesive national
well,
character.
there's one thing that characterizes over 50% of you that like 50,
Our
60% of you
guns,
share
our big mouth.
obesity. Like, that is it.
What? 50%? Hang on.
I
You
know.
fat bastards.
So is
You
that the
fat
American
bastards.
spirit
Okay,
being fat?
legit though. If I'm an archaeologist and I look back at, like, say, ancient Sumerian civilization,
But obesity is not a cultural feature. Like that's not
the food.
a
If you were an
character trait.
archaeologist,
41.9, not over 50%.
That's the hell.
And it's high. Listen to this. It's highest among Black and Latino adults.
Yeah. But
It's
okay.
it's
Jeff, listen to this.
they
You are
need
an
to wokeify
archaeologist.
obesity.
You're an archaeologist, and you're working on some excavation sites from a specific civilization, and you see that half of them are morbidly obese. You will write that down as one of their key characteristics, and key
But half of
characteristics
them are
of a
not
culture.
morbidly obese.
Yeah, but there's very little
41%
that
of them
everyone
are,
shares.
and the majority of those are Black and Latino. So it's not like they're gonna dig up a bunch of Americans and say, "Oh, look at all these fat people."
I
They're gonna
would.
say, "Why is this group fat? Why is this little group fat? Look at the little group of fat people over here."
But they would even look at the large picture. Okay, sure, certain
I think you have
subgroups
a
of
bias,
population.
American bias, and I think part of it is
Oh yeah,
from
for sure,
jealousy and envy,
for sure.
just like not loss.
I'm just being I'm
A
just
troll.
being a bit sharp around around the edges
I know what
to
you are.
what the heck? God damn.
Wait, is that your ceiling? Hang on, we got.
Look at that. You should check that out. That isn't
Oh my God! Yeah, do you have a?
that does not look good to breathe in.
Does your
You-
landlord know that's
I
there?
think you've got mold. Yeah. It's not good, is it?
No.
No, very
It
not good.
wasn't there. When I first moved in a few years
It
ago, it
looks like
wasn't there.
something out
But
of
now,
that video game.
no, it seems to be spreading, but it doesn't smell or anything.
No,
So it's not.
Is it moist?
I don't think it's actually affecting my breathing. I hope not, anyway. Because maybe if it does, and it makes me really ill, then I could sue the landlord for lots of
I know
money,
we might
couldn't
be
I?
watching you die on stream in front of our
well,
eyes.
Private
my,
court.
my father said this as I moved out. If
Call
I
it
see any
private
mold in the
prosecution.
ceilings, move out, come back home. Like, he would rather just pay me like that month's rent and everything and have me move back home than live in a room with mold. Because like maybe it's completely safe. That's the most likely chance. But some molds are horrific.
Yeah, at
You know?
least have it looked at.
Yeah. Or tell your landlord if it's their duty, isn't it? Like the
Yeah,
contract
it looks
stipulates
like
that
it.
they
Do you
should.
have you have a unit above you?
No, I'm at the top, so there's no
Oh, so it's coming in through the
roof above
roof.
me.
Yeah, that's at least in America. That would be their responsibility to take care of.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
you should contact about that. Definitely, because that's
I'll get
concerning
on it. Thanks.
for your
Thanks for your
safety's
concern.
sake.
Appreciate your concern, mate.
Wouldn't be nice to have you die on us. That would be very
No,
not
not on.
nice.
That's not on stream. That's not the kind of content I'm trying to grow off of. There's probably other channels that would jump at the chance.
Oh, don't that. Yeah. Make sure if you're gonna die, make sure to join the right panel.
Maybe
Just-
I could paint over it.
I,
Problem.
just have them fix it. Like that'd be the
That-
best
that's
thing.
like-
Because
that's
you don't
like
know what's
putting a
under there,
Band-Aid.
and if you paint over it,
Take
the
photos
problem
of it.
is still in there.
Over it. That's like putting a band-aid on an amputation. Like it's not gonna bring your arm back. You're still gonna be without an arm. It's just
Mhm.
What's that poster?
Wait. Oh, I was going to show you my ice cream. Never mind that. I'm going to have that in a minute, but that's by the by. That's one of my favorite rappers from the '90s, Public Enemy.
Yeah, I was
Chuck
about to
D.
say that's Chuck D, huh?
That poster is very old, but I've had it for probably over 20 years.
God
So it's
damn.
kind of, yeah. But I love hip hop. I used to love Public Enemy and Ice-T and Run DMC and
Yeah, I
all kinds
remember Beastie
LL
Boys.
Cool J. And
Yeah.
I love hip hop today. Modern hip hop is great.
Who are the modern groups?
Teaches me so much about like life and the universe and everything. The modern stuff, I'd say, homegrown stuff, I'd say you want either Flip Tricks, and he's from London. He's got his own record label called High Focus Records, and he's probably the best in the country.
Flick,
And then
What did you
from
say
Wales,
it's called?
Flip Tricks, FLIPTRIX.
Searching me up on
Flip
Spotify.
Tricks. He's produced 9 albums, and like he owns his own record label, and he moved to Portugal recently, and there was an interview I was watching on YouTube where he's bought his own patch of land in Portugal, and obviously growing his
he's a
own
little white boy.
produce. Yep, he's from London, South London. He's very, very, very poetic and deep. His lyrics are just fucking amazing. So check that one out. And also on the other end, you got from Wales. I can't go without mentioning this. You got Mr. Traumatic, and he's just, I don't know, like the most spiritual, advanced rapper I've ever heard.
What's his name?
He's also a vegan, so that's interesting.
They sound like hippies. What happened?
Mr. Traumatic with a K
Mr.
at
Traumatic.
the end. Definitely want to check that one out. Very spiritual.
Traumatic with a K.
Anything you like.
Another white boy. Do
He's
they have black
probably done
rappers
more
in
than
England
9
now?
albums himself. Probably 11 at least. Goes back a long way. No, that's what I call hip hop. They're both underground as well. You won't hear any of them played in the mainstream or on the radio or on the TV or anything. So that's why.
Sorry,
That's
I'm
why
not
I've got
listening exactly what you're saying because I'm listening to a song of his.
Who, Flip Tricks or Mr. Traumatic?
Traumatic. I didn't find Flip Tricks on Spotify, so I switched to YouTube and found Traumatic.
Ricardo,
they-
do you rap?
I used to a little bit. I can
Ooh.
still
Show
do a little
us your
bit, but
flow. Give us your flow.
I haven't really got anything prepared at the moment, so I'm just going.
Come on.
Oh, that
Just going
reminds me,
like
Jeff. We
Yeah,
did
bust it
that.
out.
We did that for our the one
Do the
podcast episode.
locomotion with me. Do the locomotion.
Come
Yep.
on, baby. Now. Come on, baby. Ooh, I might get copyrighted for that.
Do the locomotion.
That was in the David Lynch movie we just watched. Vanilla
Yeah.
Ice. So stop collaborating and listen.
I used when I was 12, I think, or 13. I actually bought that Vanilla Ice album. I just thought it looked cool, and I thought, because I'd heard the song on the radio, and I thought it was kind of cool. Ice, ice, baby. Doom,
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 doom.
doom, doom. The one
Ice,
he
ice,
took from
baby.
David Bowie and Queen's Pressure song.
I didn't know it was a David Bowie knockoff. I'd never heard.
It's
I'd
Queen,
never
I think.
really heard any
Bowie and
David
Queen.
Bowie, but he is. I've discovered he is somewhat of a musical genius.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And,
okay, he all right. Vanilla
cool.
Ice was on one of the seasons of The Surreal Life, so I got to know him kind of as a person. He's not the
You think
easiest person to live with.
No.
He had
You
some
think you
issues.
think he's fake, or
No,
you think he's more?
he seemed troubled, like poor coping skills, high stress.
Yeah. Well, Eminem ripped him to shreds a couple of times.
Oh, I love
Saying,
Eminem's.
like he couldn't rap for shit and stuff. But nobody
Some
can
people
hold a
say that
candle
about
to
Eminem.
Eminem. He's just done so much freestyling and everything.
Do they have any Norwegian rappers? They have that. They had that one. That Scandinavian rapper? What country was he from? Lean, Little Lean,
Bro, don't ask me.
Cloud Rap.
I am not the man
Not
to
a hip hop head.
answer that modern music. I
Not either. I don't even know how I know that one.
the sort of like just earlier today when I'm walking to school, I just listened to like 80s music mix because I was going sick and tired of
Good
like
taste.
2000s music, but I almost never listened to anything
MC Heron.
after like 2010.
After 2010, yeah, no, that's good. You have good taste, Dobes.
Yeah,
It's the classics.
So like I
There's
do
not
listen
really
to,
anything after 2010 to listen to.
yeah,
Do you
so
like any?
mainly,
Do you like any hip hop, Dolbez?
the hip hop that means rappers, right? That
Yeah.
they are included there.
It's
Oh, yeah,
okay to
well,
say the
Like,
Beastie Boys.
it's like a different art. It's like rapping instead of singing. A lot of them
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
sing. Some of them do sing. Eminem learnt to sing about halfway through his career, and he was actually not a bad singer, but he obviously had training.
I don't know. I like both. Out of rappers, I do like some of them. I do like the only ones I actually like multiple songs are Kanye West and Eminem.
Oh yeah, Kanye West is awesome too.
I don't even
Yeah.
think I could recognize a Kanye West
Amazing
song if I
song.
heard it.
Some of them.
I couldn't name a single one of his songs.
But,
You want? What was that?
Stronger
What's his
Runaway.
most famous
Yeah,
song?
yeah.
Like the
Runaway,
song
mate.
that everybody across the world would know.
Watch Runaway. Okay, there's 3 different versions of it on
Never
YouTube.
heard of it.
A short one, a medium-sized one, and a really long one that's about 20 minutes long.
I'm not
It's the
watching
whole.
that.
It's got a whole film and story behind it. It's pretty amazing. But yeah, Runaway. That's the one I recommend. It's got a really simple but haunting piano hook that goes right the way through it. Kind of go. Can I hum it? Would that be okay?
Yeah, you could. Well, you could try.
goes,
I mean, don't get my channel shut down. But
Dun, dun, dun,
yeah, I think we're safe.
dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun,
I wouldn't.
kind of like that. It's really good.
I
If this
think
was
you'll have
named
heard
that
it at
tune, I
least
would
once.
lose.
Maybe listen to it in your own time, because we don't
Yeah.
want to mess with like
The YouTube gods.
Right.
We don't want them
YouTube
to strike us.
algorithm
What, so
gods,
what?
crazy motherfuckers.
What is the breakdancing story? Tell. I don't want to.
Anyway,
That's not a thread I could easily leave
Wait,
lying
did
there.
you say me?
Yeah.
breakdancing.
Oh, right. No, it's quite simple. Honestly, it's just that
You're
my
a
sister
championship
used to do it.
breakdancer from in
No,
high
my
school.
sister used to do it, and a friend of mine in high school used to do it, and that's the only connection. But as I said, that's more connected than the average person.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what I said.
Did
That's
you
my only claim.
learn any moves to bust?
No, not at all.
No.
Fun fact though, that friend of mine, the breakdancer, he is the most. Is eclectic the right word? Like, I'll give a brief description and you'll say if eclectic or eccentric is the right word. He's a
Yeah, good word.
He did breakdancing in his free time. He's a farmer. He grew up on a farm, like plows fields and throws manure. His main interest is physics, specifically quantum physics, and he's now doing the honors program in Oslo, in the biggest university for physics. So, like, physics guy, quantum physics specifically. He's a farmer, and he's a breakdancer, and he's also a socialist. Like,
Why?
very, very.
Is
very
that the
unique-
future?
I don't know, but he's a very unique guy, and we disagreed on lots. But he's a great friend. Yeah, I got a lot from him.
Until the revolution comes.
No, he'll be the ones we keep to have an actual opposition that's intelligent. We just purged the unintelligent opposition. He can stay. He's good. Like, I would trust. I wouldn't want him in government. He's a socialist. I don't like that. However, if I had to pick any socialist, I would rather it be him, who's actually efficient, smart, intelligent, capable, than some other guys. So it's, yeah. He's a good man.
Cool. I'm just eating some ice cream.
A good
Why do I look
socialist.
like an Olympic swimmer? You don't even see my body. You just see my face. How is my face? He's probably just messing
You'd
with
look
me.
good in the swim cap, I guess, is what they're saying.
You can try to emulate it, like trying to squeeze out. Wait,
Squeeze all your hair into the cup.
it's a bit difficult because I don't know. I can't pull it further back than this, and you can still see. Doesn't look good though.
You've got lovely hair, Dolbez. It's beautiful.
I don't know, it looks a bit sickly in this lighting. Wait,
Not
that's
cool.
it.
Isn't it? You're naturally blonde, though, aren't you?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not
I don't do any.
Oh,
well,
yeah,
okay.
Norwegians don't either.
That's
They
awesome.
don't fake their blonde.
Well, a lot of women do.
Oh.
Because no, but why does
I
it
know.
do that?
I know women
Why
who
does
do.
it darken?
Trust me.
Either way, what I'm trying to say was it's blonde in the summer. In the winter, it's like sandy brown.
Mine's similar because the sun bleaches it
Yeah,
naturally,
exactly. So mine
but
is
it's only temporary, and
basically-
then when the sun
Yeah.
goes, it goes dark again.
But well,
Darker.
I like to keep my hair for as long as possible after the summer, so I keep the blondness into the winter.
Into the next season. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm.
And then I
Mhm.
because I like my blonde hair. I don't have any insecurities about my dark hair. I do like my hair as it is now, because for me, I don't know. I think I look good enough with either color, as long as I have the correct length and I actually care about it, which I don't do now. Like this, doesn't exactly.
Would your partner have to be blonde as well? Would they like?
No. All
You take anything.
colors for both hair and eyes can work.
Yeah.
Notice which is excluded, but that the hair color and eye color, I don't care. All are beautiful, to me at least. My personal preference.
That's really cool.
I mean, for sure, I do enjoy my own blue better than a lot of other colors, and you can't really see that it's blue right now. Maybe.
I didn't
But
really notice the color of your eyes, but now you've
yeah,
shown me.
yeah,
I can see they are
well,
beautiful blue. Yeah,
there we go. That's
What is this
this
channel
is a good
becoming?
view.
just the second most sought after and rare eye color after green.
I should
So-
just keep the camera like this, Jeff.
That would make a good album cover for when you do
It's
your
like
hip
horror.
hop
It's
I
like a
can't
horror
stop
movie.
smiling
Now.
though.
album.
It's a bit difficult to keep me myself.
Just say, just grit.
Keep 'em from-
All you got to do now is grin, like a maniac, and say, "Here's Johnny."
I don't think I'll go that far.
Sorry,
You look like what's her fate? Climate Oprah,
Kidding.
Helga.
have you seen
What's
that?
her Greta Thunberg? Her
Don't
demeanor. You have that Scandinavia, like you know how she's real serious about the earth and stuff.
Mm.
don't compare me to her. She's
Sullen.
a disappointment. I'm not a disappointment yet. That's the big difference.
There's always time.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't had enough time
It's
to
inevitable.
disappoint. But now I think it's a bit too much
That
focus
is-
on my face.
That is the
So
arc
just
of us all.
focus on something else. Too much on my face.
False
my
hope to bitter disappointment.
Hmm. So Jeff, are you playing that game anymore?
No, I'm done. I'm finished. I solved it.
Done.
I am done. I put it out. I'm going to therapy to clear my head of it.
It's so fun. I've never seen anything so quite
Neither have
It's
I.
quite
I
so
don't need to
deep.
see anything like it again.
psychologically and everything. It was like all the the details of the conversations and the observated
It
observations.
was made by a
of those
communist
And fucking hell,
from Estonia.
and get so political as well, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
They were trying to convert you to. You could tell
They
were
were
trying to
Estonian.
indoctrinate
It was
people.
written by.
It said I was a
couple of Estonians,
fascist
was
at
it?
the end. It
Hmm.
it gave a diagnosis of me, and it said I had become a fascist.
Wow. So it
I don't
analyzes
know.
the player.
But
The
if
players
I'm a
based on their-
fascist, if I'm
based on their
fascist, y'all don't have
choices.
anything to worry about.
So
I
if
think
I
I'm one of
if
the
I played
most
it,
chilled,
I played
laid
it,
back,
yeah.
laissez-faire fascist.
it'd be a different.
What?
Story.
Why didn't my comment manage to post?
Uh-oh. What words were in it? YouTube was eating it. It does that to me sometimes.
I
No, I
I'll
haven't read
only
the chat
become
for
a
about an
cannibal
hour.
once the Danes
So
are
liberating.
cooked. That's right.
Cannibal? That might be
Yeah.
it.
Don't ask. Not all started it.
Try cannibal with a K.
Hannibal,
Okay.
Hannibal.
Well,
Hannibal the cannibal. Some kind of
that was
animal.
from my heart to yours. That wasn't
I
a
think.
Oh,
But yeah, somehow that game had pegged me as a fascist. When I deliberately, I remember the
Which is untrue,
conversation
right?
that was trying to convert me to fascism, and I deliberately sidestepped it in the dialogue tree, and I still came out fascist somehow. I think it's because I don't like women. It said I was a woman hater, a fascist that hates women. So I think it was
Really?
the hate women part
oh my
that the
God.
algorithm associates with fascism in that.
You
particular
don't
game.
actually, but you don't actually hate women, do you, Jeff?
No, I don't hate. Not all of them. No, there's a few
You talked to
that
my
I could tolerate,
you talked to my ex-girlfriend a couple of
and that
times,
could
didn't you?
tolerate me.
You remember Tatiana?
Yeah, she's been on here. She's been on the stream.
Yeah, she could be listening now. I don't know. I'll probably get a text in a minute if she is. Like, don't say anything. Don't talk about me. But it's cool. We're still friends. You know, we're still close.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
good.
I didn't like Kim, so it's why does he get to determine?
Things
Like,
could have turned
how does he
nasty
have
for a
so much
while, but
influence
I
on
was
it?
like, no, I'm not. I'm too good a person to be nasty, so I'm not. I'm just not having things go that way, and that's exactly what's happened. So I'm happy.
I guess that's the noble choice.
Yeah. I try. But you know, you get emotional sometimes. I get really emotional about, especially people that I love. So like, it's like, it's everything. I can't, you know, people say, oh, why don't you just walk away? Like when things get a bit dicey or hairy, but I just can't. I can't just walk away. You know, I'm there I'm there to sort things out and to face things and to deal with things and, you know, do the best thing that I possibly can. And sometimes that's not even good enough. It's not enough. So it's fucking, yeah, it's really difficult sometimes. But we had in 2 years probably we had so much happiness and so many good times. So I can't really complain. There's no point being negative about it all.
A good mindset.
So yeah,
Yeah, we're not in control of our heart.
no. They say you
What it
can't
wants.
choose. You can't choose who
Can't.
you love.
You're
Maybe
you're not
that's
free
true.
to choose who you're free to love.
And also, love is blind. Love sees no color or
I think it sees its own
class or
truth
creed.
because it makes
Mm.
sense. Like the things my heart is drawn to have a certain sense to them. It's just a very fucked up, unhealthy
But then when
sense.
you can apply your own logic to the situation and the emotional things that come through. But not everybody agrees with my logic, so I can only try.
Well, I mean, if it's true logic, they can just evaluate it using Boolean algebra. But
I don't
it's
think
either
that's
Most
sound
people
or
I know aren't that
valid.
smart.
Jeff. Now I'm a bit worried that you're like a mental health counselor. Like he's saying, you know, life is horrible. Just do some Boolean algebra. Just
Well,
do
I
some
mean,
math.
it helps you to get a realistic perspective. Like sometimes it helps with distortions, like cognitive distortions, and getting a healthy perspective. Like keeping things grounded in fact and logic and
Sounds
reason
good to
can
me.
be helpful to some people. Hey, Zad.
Sounds very fucking sensible.
Hello.
How are
Hi,
you?
Zado.
What's up?
Zatuichi. How's it
Yes,
going, man?
sir. All right. How are you?
Good to see you in purple there, man. That's fucking
What's
awesome.
new in your world?
Indigo, kind of.
Browns, come up. Are you able to come up yet? Or are you still on your janky
Indigo
device?
background.
I change up every couple minutes.
You're in purple today.
I will
Well,
say I prefer this over when it's just constantly flashing. You know, a bit of a slow fade. Much better
that's
vibe.
cool.
I need to
people
get a
I've
hate
got.
rainbow
light.
mic.
I have a light like that.
You should get something like
How much?
that.
How good is the quality? What is that?
Rainbow color changer.
It's a cherry something. It was just like
Aurora.
between $100 and $200. Not that much.
That's
And
quite an upgrade.
I mean, this is horrible. Actually, let me switch and show you how horrible this is.
Okay.
Actually, I have 3 levels. I can show you this, of course, which you have now. This, and then the built-in laptop. Wait, how do I do this?
Oh no. Am I breaking? Is my voice okay? Am I breaking up, Jeff?
No, you're good today. You're
Perfect. Yeah.
a
Is
lot
it
better
okay?
than you usually are.
Cool. I cleared my desk on my fucking phone a bit, so you sort it out.
That's the rainbow mic.
I'm gonna turn my camera around and show you my light.
Oh, that's yeah.
That's
That one's horrible.
crazy
You were using the rainbow mic
overdone.
before.
Too much,
Yeah,
man.
I'm trying the difference, but
Yeah,
the
that
worst.
one's terrible.
Yeah,
Turn the game.
You
Turn the
sound
game
like
down.
that video game.
Oh, fuck, duck, 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 duck. Sorry, dude. Fuck up, duck.
There's not any secret to it. You just don't shave.
It needs to grow. I need more. I need help.
Do you shave at all?
Yes.
Oh.
Because
Drink
it looks.
whiskey.
Because it's in the. I can get it to the mid stage where it's enough to look really bad. But not
Mine's the same way. I can't get it to.
Well, the difference
Just
is
drink a lot of
people-
whiskey. That's
not.
all. You know, get some Jack Daniels or something and just slam that shit. It's hair tonic.
Costs money, my guy. Money
Yeah,
I don't have.
So do razor blades. So I guess you're better off.
Just nah. So far, I'm just using machine. Like, why would I? I don't need a
Yeah.
blade yet, or at all. Technology.
Yeah. It's going to be the ruin of us all.
Or holy shit, why does my arm look so unnatural?
Because it's 6 times longer than the other one.
I know, but like it's a comfortable way to rest my hand, but I don't. It doesn't look good at all on the screen. So now I'm like having a dilemma: should I sit in a way that's comfortable or in a way that
Oh
looks
Lord,
good?
you are Ricardo? Is it you that's securing your vanity? Help him out.
No, Jeff, this is about your quality. I am.
I don't have those kind of high standards.
I'm
This is
guaranteed.
supposed to be the place people can come and chill and relax and not
Jeff,
stress out
this
over all
is
that.
me chilling. This is the
Oh.
level of care. Like, I'm very unorganized myself, but I'm still a Norwegian person. Still,
Neurotic.
things have to be prim and proper. Like, you don't see me wearing sweatpants. I have jeans and I have a good sweater. I even have my sort of amulet thing,
Yeah.
and I fixed my hair slightly.
Just to get on YouTube. What would happen if you wore sweatpants?
I would feel bad.
Oh.
I have
That's
never.
that bougie
Yeah, exactly.
social norms you were raised with. That
Yeah,
bougie
exactly. And
sensibility.
I've never I haven't gone to school or in public with sweatpants in at least like 5 years because if I even approach the door in sweatpants and I'm not gonna exercise, if I do that, I feel disgust, literally feel disgust at myself, and I force myself to go back and switch clothes into something better.
No
Jeans.
offense to everyone out there sitting around in sweatpants, but no, I
Well,
get it.
no,
I have standards too, believe it
yeah,
or not. There's
you can have
certain
your own
outfits I just
standards.
will not go to the grocery store in.
I used
Those are
to feel
mine.
weird wearing sweatpants at the gym, and it was like you were supposed to, but like it just felt strange.
Yeah. Well, at the gym, I can have. I can make an exception for that. It's okay. But for actually just being out in public, yeah, no, I have to be well dressed or dressed well
Here's a
enough.
solution.
So why don't you do this to overcome that? You can just put on pajama pants one day and go to the grocery
Get
store
you
and
some
have
track pants.
Because
a
this
suit
isn't.
jacket on.
I use these lounge pants. They're not sweatpants, but I also would not go to the grocery store in them.
Well, boys. The difference is, I don't. I like this. I like feeling actually well dressed. I don't. Need to have the extra comfort. I feel more psychological comfort from this than a
But
potential
sitting around
physical
your
comfort.
house?
Well, that's more because I'm lazy.
Oh.
Uh,
I understand being in public. Yeah, I would feel that way too. But to dress up just to sit around my house to psychologically feel a certain way, I guess makes sense. I'm just too lazy to do it.
if I'm going on a panel, I need to.
'Cause that's like a whole garment I have to dirty for a day that I don't need. I could keep it clean and save it for when I actually need to leave the house.
I am outside walking every single day, and so it's not an extra garment. It's just the same one I'm already using.
See, wearing a suit causes me psychological distress. I hate dress clothes. I can't even.
I love it.
No, I hate it.
Why?
I can't even because it's not fighting clothes. If something were
Because
to
that's
happen,
not who you are. You're not.
Okay,
yeah,
I see
it's
that
like
point.
you wear those shoes, you're gonna slip all over the freaking place and fall, and it's just it's not a practical outfit. It's not proof against the cold. It makes you hot in the summer. It's just a stupid outfit.
Have they improved at all?
What?
Well, they look cool.
Like
And
you
you
would think in the
feel like
modern
you
world they'd have suits that were
Oh,
more
actually, that
practical.
was something my friends and I did in high school.
suits.
My friends, we decided that we just out of the blue got together and decided that we this specific Friday we will have a formal Friday. We will come with suits to school for no specific reason. And we all did. Like 10 of us just went to school in full suits.
That's so hipster.
It was amazing. It was glorious.
See, I should explain maybe. I just realized why I'm probably so averse to it, because I had to go to a Catholic high school where we had to tie our ties every morning and wear suit jackets, and I hated that shit.
Oh yeah.
I understand that. I am very glad I have never had any dress codes. I can dress well. I would have benefited from it in middle school, because my clothes were very not good looking, very dark, very monotonous, very boring. In high school, I think my fashion was good enough, and I haven't changed since then. Like, I wouldn't feel bad about going out in public like this, but looking back at the way I dressed in middle school, I looked like an emo without the sort of black lips and black hair. Like, well, not to that level, but everything was dark. Dark sweater, dark pants, dark shoes, dark jackets, hands in pockets. You aren't even seeing the skin. Like,
Everything I own is either black or gray, in some fashion. Those are my colors.
who's talking to me?
I am.
No, I'm seeing in the chat. I know you're talking to me, and I appreciate that. But I see. Maybe this is cynical, but Norway has such a little impact on the world, and we're already among the greenest nations on earth. I don't care that me thinking about my clothes pollutes the world more. That is fine by me. I simply don't care. What I do care about is
no.
humanitarian issue.
I think what they meant is if you wear like something that's inappropriate for the weather just to be fashionable, even though you're going to suffer from the weather.
We're not in a
but
climate
that would be
emergency,
stupid. He's saying
thankfully.
an asshole, which I would assume that means that when he's talking about climate emergency, I assume he means climate change.
I thought he meant that like if you care more about fashion than your own personal comfort, then you're being stubborn or something.
That may be, actually. Ask us, which one of us were correct? Okay, well, so I should carry your dead weight. I assume that means that
they're trying to guilt you into caring about the environment because they believe we're in a climate emergency and not a moral panic.
The funny thing is, I do care about the climate. I took a whole class on climate science in high school. I have over probably 100 hours worth of lectures and studying on climate. It's not as if I don't believe in climate change.
Well, see, I'm a villain of sorts, and I've been trying to poison the air with cigarettes one at a time, putting carbon monoxide into the air very slowly, but eventually I will reach my goal and I will destroy all life on Earth. I'm kidding, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Don't paint me as a villain now.
Oh, you are? You're quite the villain lately, from what I hear.
Why? What have you heard?
I don't know. Around the panelverse.
What have you heard?
I don't know. Your name keeps coming up.
Really? Yeah. I wish it wouldn't.
Yeah, you know how they are.
Yeah.
That means you're arriving.
Yeah, I'm doing something right. Well, hey, I don't care. Let them say what they want to say.
I'm definitely not worried about climate. There is nobody less fashionable than me. My fashion conscience is clean.
Yeah, I used to be like that. I used to not care about my clothes at all. And then when I got over my, there's multiple things, but it's the catalyst of suddenly beginning to care about. Actually, well, when I switched to high school from middle school, suddenly I actually had opportunities for friendships because the people in middle school in my class, none of them were in any way, shape, or form potential friends for me. But in high school it was, and so I began caring more about that. And of course, my socialist phase ended, and so I actually cared about how I look and how I present myself and sort of the aesthetic quality of the world. That began actually matching to me.
I think I cared more in that video game I just played than I ever have in real life because you got certain powers depending on what outfits you put on. So you had to be very conscious of what you were wearing.
But Jeff, you do get certain powers in real life. When there was Veterans Day, you went in your camo stuff. Yeah. Okay.
What power did I get?
Stolen valor.
I'll take it.
No, don't take it, Jeff, please.
But I don't want people to I don't want to gain an advantage just because how I look. Like I don't want that to be the reason people find me valuable because I dress or look a certain way.
Of course.
Yeah, but they do. That's how
Style over
people
substance.
judge you.
It's the fact of the
I
world.
know, but those are not the people I'm trying to. I'm trying to deprioritize those people.
Like
But
I can't
I mean,
believe how guys I used to
I care
work
about
with
how people
noticed
look.
what shoes I was wearing. They're like, "Oh, where'd you get those shoes?" I was gonna get something like that, and I'm like, I got these shoes because I needed new shoes. The old ones had holes in them. I mean, I don't know. I
We're
don't know
not on
what
a sinking pirate ship, so I'm fine. I'm not worried.
I don't know what
But
brand they
you wouldn't
are.
judge me if I like for what I look like. You can dress how you want, but you wouldn't like not be my friend or like pretend like
Yeah,
you didn't
sure.
know me in public
Yeah,
I
just
would
sure.
because
see
I
that
was dressed
satanic
down.
shirt, and I would probably ask you and be like, "Hey, cool shirt, man. You know, what's up with that?" And when we'd probably have a conversation about it, you know. But like, I wouldn't
No,
judge you because of
just
what
because you
you
say
think
we
of
are
it.
doesn't mean that we are, dude. That's
Jeff,
let's see
let's
what
just
Ziggy has to
ignore
say
this
about all
climate
this.
discussion and just continue with fashion.
He's a climate moralist.
Oh,
Yeah, hence why
dude,
I
this
just
is like
Hey, Bart.
this is cutting out like hardcore
I don't have a
positivity
water
from everyone.
shortage. In fact, I'm going to get some more
Oh,
right now out
really?
of the tap. I have plenty of water where I live on the water. There's no water shortage. You can prove that there's a water shortage where I live.
there are shortages in areas which have more people than it
Nothing to
should
do
be
with
allowed
me
to
or my
sustain.
fashion.
Like the biggest issue
He's
today.
trying to climate guilt me.
Yeah, I know, but the biggest issue today, if you want to look at from that sort of lens, is the fact that yeah, we have too many people, but not overall. We have too many people in specific locations that are, in all honesty, unsuitable to that amount of people. You know, some areas which are fully relying on outside trade or on outside aid, you know, they have way more people than they can sustain. Like the absolute amount of wealth and prosperity that capitalism has generated to this modern world has allowed basically it to fund um, people living where there should not be people living, or not that many. Like in the past, if you had too many people on a land, they died or they migrated. Those Malthusian pressures were universal. Like the reason Norwegians or Irish people or Italians moved to America wasn't because they wanted to, it's because they couldn't fucking live where they did because medicinal technologies advanced faster than agricultural technologies. Um, but right now we have basically the same issue that medicinal
I'm
technologies.
not going to control your mic. I don't fool with people's mic on here. I've never touched. Sometimes I turn people up or down when they're too loud, and
Jeff is telepathically controlling my hand
I
to
don't
just
play. I don't. It's not a debate. It's just a discussion. But anyway, yeah, you're not going to climate guilt me. Besides, that's just your opinion. Just that you're trying to pass off as dogma. Just because you say we're in a climate emergency and you think we're on a pirate ship doesn't mean it doesn't make it true for everybody else. I mean, you can live in whatever little fear porn doom spiral you want to in your head, but that doesn't. You don't have the power to make other people live as though your reality is true.
you could try to convince us, and that's your right.
Right, through logical argument. And he
Yeah,
did
but
say that he. Well, it's not short where I live, and I lived in Vegas. I watched the water line on Lake Mead drop over the years, and it's even worse today. So I know in Vegas, Lake Mead is having a crisis, but I'm not in Vegas right now. So there's plenty of water where I am here. So that's not something I have to worry about. In Vegas, they had water restrictions. We could only water our lawn certain days using certain amounts, etc. So for the context of that area of the country, the water shortage was an issue, and it made sense to adapt our habits to that reality. But that's not true everywhere. So I think the climate issues that you're trying to inflame are local and require local solutions. And where I live, there's not a pressing climate issue that I have to worry about. So I can wear what I want, I can eat and drink what I want,
yeah, and I
and I'm
mean,
fine. I have a clean
It's
conscience, as clean as the air and the water up here.
and I mean, it's fine to want to help the sort of global climate. You want to reduce your CO2 emissions. Completely fine, and that should be a goal, but not at the cost of economy or the welfare of citizens. That
What those 8.2 billion people's fate should not depend on me. If their life depends on me as a person, then they're not doing
suddenly the world's most powerful man. He has the
right.
fate of all of humanity in his grasp. Just reach
This is a
out,
guilt
Jeff.
trip. He's just trying to guilt.
Yeah, Jeff, just reach out and push the button. Just end it all. Come on, throw a hurricane at him.
I'm pro-human. I want to see humans thrive.
Well,
Agreed.
let AI take over, and they'll get rid of some of us, but they'll make us thrive in the long run.
I don't want no rogue servitors.
They need to improve. They need to get better. I'm not impressed with their. I mean,
I am scared of them getting better. I'm very happy
getting
if they
better.
remain as
Oh
they are
no, I
now.
can't wait for them to get better.
Getting better as we speak on an exponential level.
Well, okay, that's like, I very dearly hope that the improvements stop being exponential, because I don't like the idea of AI consciousness being possible. I don't like the idea that we can create life like that and what that will mean.
It's not life. What is AI consciousness? It's not life.
But well, how do you define it once it becomes sentient? Like
Exactly.
how do you define life?
It's a whole.
No, it's an observation. I'm not making an argument. I'm describing an action.
Describe the facts.
Look, you're
and
the
allow
one that
people
said
to
you didn't
make
want to
up
come on
opinion.
panel. I'm not avoiding anything. Quit projecting and shifting all this onto me. And there's not really a conversation for me to have, because I'm not doing anything to the environment, and the environment where I live is fine. There's nothing really to do here. So if you want to talk to people in Vegas about their water use habits, that would make way more sense than trying to harass me about climate.
What if you could fix your habits and redirect all the excess
I don't
water
have any
down to
habits
Vegas?
that need fixing.
But you can shower.
I use almost no
one
carbon
time
in my
less.
day-to-day life at all.
Jeff, just shower a bit less. Save the climate. Shower a bit less. Smell a bit more. Save the climate. Save the climate.
Yeah, there's people from all over that watch this. So if you're talking directly to people in Vegas and what they should do about the water crisis, and I know that it affects Arizona, California, and I think there's another state, because they have that water sharing agreement.
Do you have a dominant air, Jeff? This is very random, but I heard a sound, so I wanted to check it, and so I took off one ear. But the funny thing is, the sound was from that side, but I opened this side. Like, do you have a dominant air? Is there one air you prefer to hear from?
I don't know. How do you determine that?
No, I just noticed my natural reaction, so I wanted to hear a sound from that direction, but I still decided to remove on this side instead of this side. Like, this is clearly logically the superior option, but instead I took the right there. Like, random
the water
thought.
shortages, whatever water shortages there are, have nothing to do with me. That is my point. So,
but answer me, Jeff.
There's no water shortage where I am.
Jeff.
Anybody appears contributing to.
Ignore the climate. Ignore the climate guy. Answer me. Okay, so just imagine there's a sound behind you. Which ear do you lift to?
I don't know. I'd have to
Just
test
do
it.
Come on.
Because I'm not conscious of it. So now that I'm conscious of it, I'd have to test it.
That's actually, that is something I didn't think about. I didn't know you could have a dominant air. And maybe the science doesn't talk about this, but the fact that I clearly sort of uncovered the most detrimental side shows that there's at least
it says okay, this is from Miracle Ear, the hearing aid website, but it says to define the dominant ear, Simply pay attention to how you approach the people who are speaking to you. If you turn the left cheek, the dominant ear will be on the left. In many cases, the dominant ear is on the right, because that's the one directly connected to the left hemisphere of the brain.
Mine was the right side. And I don't know. I turn my head however I want to. I don't know. Is it normal to just, when you talk to someone, you just, is that normal? Because I tend to do that. I just, you know,
I don't pay much attention.
you should pay attention. It's very fascinating. So Zach, what do you do if you talk to someone?
I can't pay attention. I have a
would you
limited
just-
bandwidth. I can't pay attention to every single thing that happens in my environment. I have to be selective.
I suppose yes, I do agree. But actually, so just think about it in the future. Which what is your dominant ear? Have it on your mind. Just
I'll try to notice if what side, like how I turn when I'm talking to people.
yeah.
I think I turn. A lot of it depends on how I'm positioned in relation to the person. But I know I was at that coffee event last week, and I was turning mostly this way, which would be to my right, because the person was sitting here. And so I was like turning like this, and then there was another person next to them, so I was positioning myself this way toward the people. But it might have had more to do where they were positioned than my dominant ear.
And with me, I think it also is impacted by the fact that I'm left-handed. So what I just did kind of shows that I might be right-eared, but I'm left-handed. And for some reason, I like to kind of have the left hand towards the people I talk to, I think. Maybe not, actually. I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't noticed this myself. Wait, sorry. I wasn't talking into the microphone. I'm a bad guest. My bad. The old quality was temporarily
You're not the
a bit worse.
by far. We've had. Speaking of tiers of guests, I think we had a couple of tiers on here today.
Yeah, but I can't be it isn't enough to be top 10. It has to at least be top 5. It doesn't have to be number 1, but at least top 5.
Oh yeah, no, I'd put you in top tier. Like how many tiers do I need? What's the tier system? Is it A, S tier, then A, B, C, D, or do they have an E? Is it
I mean,
5
what I
tiers?
did in the server I was briefly setting up is just 3 tiers: barons, counts, and dukes. Just but all of them are people you want to have again. So like, of the people you would wish to have on again, then 3 tiers.
So there's people that I automatically let on. Like I see them in the back, and I'm like, oh, Dobez is here, Zat's here, and I let them in. They have like a what is it called, like carte blanche to pass the little velvet rope. And then there's some people that I don't know, and I have to vet, like we saw today, because they're new. And then there's people that show up, and I'm like, I guess I'll let them on. But I can't say I'm excited to see them. But I'm not going to turn them away. And I have my troll list, which those are the people that never get on.
Yes, they're clearly.
But you were talking more about frequency, like how often people show up,
yeah, for sure,
and which guests bring in numbers.
However, Jeff, the frequency they show up, I would say heavily correlates with your sort of appreciation of them. Because one, if you don't like them, then that they probably not going to return, because, well, if you like them or not, that's going to show. You synergize better with people you like, and people you synergize better with are likely to return more. So there will be a heavy correlation between the frequency of guests and the likability.
Because if they think I like them, they'll keep coming back.
Yes. Well, I mean, I do. I wouldn't go here if you were, just ambivalent. If you're just, oh, hey, Dolbes, hello, hey.
Oh, if I appeared ambivalent.
Yeah, I wouldn't show up again, because that's like, yeah. And of course, if you're negative, also. But,
right, yeah.
I
wouldn't. I wouldn't go back to those panels either.
The fact we actually get along is the reason that I keep returning.
But that's because those are the guests that inspire that in me. Like, they inspire me to be
But you inspire
welcoming
them
and
back. It's a synergy.
convivial. Yeah. And there's some that irritate me and probably don't get the best treatment while they're on here. And if they keep coming back, they're just masochists.
Well, I mean, everyone's got to have a space, I suppose.
They banned plastic bags here. And they charge you. You have to pay for every bag at the grocery store. They charge you a nickel.
You know,
I've been
it's
talking on
half
mute.
$1 here for plastic
Oh,
bags.
really?
Oh, sorry, Sad.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to say, this is a cool place to come because we always have good conversations and, it's just always chill.
Well, thank you.
I fully agree.
I work very hard trying to make it that way.
And I apologize, but I got to get out of here because I got to go make something to eat.
What you making tonight?
I don't know.
No.
It's either going to be a can of soup or maybe I'll whip something up with whatever's in the fridge, but I don't know what's down there.
Oh, I hope you get more than a can of soup.
No, I don't care. As long as I eat. I'm not one of those people that lives to eat. I eat to live, So.
Just get enough energy. That's all you need to.
Yeah, that's all I need. Is just something to, keep the devil away or whatever.
I, on the other hand, definitely want to enjoy my food. I take pleasure in cooking food and especially in eating food. As you know, I couldn't live on just eating
pickled herring.
Yeah, like the most economical thing would be eating bread, butter, and salami. With that, I could be super cheap, and I could, fulfill all my needs. But that would be so stale and would be torture.
Yeah, it'd be like eating the same damn thing over and over and over.
Yeah. But it could work, and that could make maybe I need to pay like $2 a day for food instead of 10 or 12 as it is now. Like I could sustain myself on that low if I'm willing to torture myself with just stale bread, bad butter, and salami over and over and over
Bad
again.
butter.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
Take care, Zed.
Okay, no, the butter isn't bad. It is good, but it's cheap, and that makes my mind automatic. Well, okay, it's not the butter's fault that the comparison is. It's about $2. The other big butter I really like is Swedish salted butter. The green version, particularly. Actually,
so
no,
you're
the red.
a butter snob.
Well, no, but I can appreciate it
No
when I have
surprise
opportunity.
there.
But by the way, that's like $5. It's unfair to compare $1 butter with $5 butter.
Is
That's
there a
just
taste
unfair.
difference? Like if
Yes.
if I was at somebody's house and they said, "Do you want some butter?" I don't think I would notice what kind of butter they were giving me.
If it's in cooking,
But I may
sure, you
never
don't
have
notice.
had good quality butter.
Yeah. Well, if it's in cooking, you don't notice. But if you on cold bread slices, like if you heat it up, then you don't notice. But on cold bread, it's like normal breakfast in Norway, that is extremely noticeable. The butter it's what makes salami good. If you just have dry
salami and butter, that sounds nasty. But just
bread, salami, and butter is delicious. It's the classic, and then you can have some slices of cheese on top of that. That's
my favorite is that Brummel and Brown, the one with the yogurt in it. It's kind of whipped and it's in a tub.
Yeah. Well, issue is I don't know any American brands. Sadly, there's none of them here in Norway.
But when I used to cook, I used even when I was a vegan, I would make an exception for butter, and it was was it Land O'Lakes maybe, like salted, just plain butter.
Oh, that's actually something some childhood trauma that my father for years on end, he bought margarine, he bought like plant-based butter because it was cheaper until in the end we all of us just had enough.
No.
We
growing up we used to have this, it was called, what is it? It was parquet or something. It was this squeeze margarine in a like ketchup, like in a plastic bottle, and you would squeeze it on things. And that's what they bought as butter. That was our butter growing up. It was so gross. It was like vegetable oil with salt and yellow dye in it.
No, oh, that's disgusting.
And
No,
so for
you,
most of my childhood, that's what we used for butter. I like real butter. I discovered as an adult, and I never went back.
yeah, no, you should import Swedish butter,
I just don't use
Värmlandsbutter.
enough butter. Okay,
No,
here's the
well,
big question I want to know.
mhm.
Do you leave your butter out or do you put it in the fridge?
Of course in the fridge. You
Me
don't
too,
leave
like
it
cuz
out.
it's no, my the, but people here leave their butter out. They leave it on the shelf or on the counter.
Then it's gonna go bad so much
No, it
faster.
does. It stays out for months and they cut off of it.
Oh, that's
I had the same.
disgusting.
Okay, good. I feel normal. I had the same
Yeah.
reaction. And they're like,
There's
"No, we've always left our butter out. We grew up leaving our butter out." They thought putting butter in the fridge was weird.
it's not weird.
It's
It's
dairy, is it? Like it could go
normal.
back. It could.
Yeah.
There's. Yeah, that's what I thought
Like,
too.
do you
Okay.
leave cheese out? Do you leave milk out?
They do here.
No.
They leave the Parmesan cheese out.
Oh, okay. Still, we
I
have
put
it
that
in
in the fridge. I don't leave
Yeah,
Parmesan cheese out.
we also put it. Well, I don't have the money for that
Oh,
because that's
see, here's what her sister leaves her butter out.
okay, but that's diabolical. But no, I don't have the money for Parmesan because that's like 30
It's
40
cheap. Wait,
dollars.
what? Kraft? You don't have all that there, huh?
Yeah, Parmesan, that's
Oh, it's
30
so
40
cheap here.
dollars.
But
So I
they
don't have
sell it on the shelf like dry. They don't. It's not in the refrigerated food. It's sold with the dry goods.
Oh, it's
So I
sold
guess it's fine
refrigerated
to
for
leave
us.
out then. And the pizza restaurants leave it out.
For us, it's refrigerated in the stores. But that, you know, doesn't matter. It's too expensive. Yeah,
It
but the
might.
ambient.
Maybe it's cold enough here ambiently to leave out, but it still gets in the wintertime it looks fine, but in the spring and summer it gets all oily, like
And even
liquidy.
like, what do you gain? What you lose basically nothing for having it in the freezer or the fridge. Not the freezer. That punishes you. But from the fridge, you lose nothing, and you gain nothing from having it outside. Like, why would you? Why?
I don't
What's the
know. I
point?
just we didn't grow up leaving
Yeah.
our butter out. That's we were
Oh,
always taught that it's dairy and it needs to be refrigerated.
good, good parents. Actually, though, Jeff, what's your typical breakfast? How American is it?
I don't do I don't like I don't do breakfast. I have lunch food for breakfast. I
Way
wake
to
up and cook a
ruin.
pizza or eat a TV dinner or something like that. Or leftovers from the night before. Like I didn't understand the
Spoiled.
point of having a specific type of food just for the morning that's different from all the other food you eat during the day.
Variety and nostalgia. Like that's actually a part of Scandinavian culture. Is cold bread for breakfast. That's like okay, you have
Cold
sliced.
bread?
Well, not cold, but it's not heated. Or if it is heated, it's roasted. Like you have bread. Oh, actually, roasted bread with butter when the butter sort of melts. Oh my god, it's. But that's an actual staple of Norwegian and probably European at large breakfast culture. You have bread with toppings, cold bread with toppings for
With
breakfast.
what?
But with toppings, so with cheese, with
Hoppies?
salamis, toppings, various
Toppings.
different
Oh,
toppings.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So,
Like bagel. We have bagels.
yeah, that
We
well,
put cream cheese and stuff on.
that's more luxurious. That's something you would do for
That's cheap
Saturdays.
here.
Well, sure, it can be cheap price-wise, but for the sort of aesthetic feel of it, you don't do baguettes and bagels on the weekdays. That's for the weekends because that's more luxurious. So, so no bagels. Well, I don't eat bagels that much. I did make homemade bagels actually a few years ago, and it was a long process because you have to make the dough, of course, you have to form them, and then you have to get the crust. And to do that, you have to sort of dip it into boiling oil so you can form the crust. but you have to be quick enough so that it doesn't cook completely, and then you have to have it in the oven. Like, it was long work, but it was delicious. But not worth it. Bagels are not my favorite. My favorite are probably horns, kind of like croissants, but not sugary, like non-dessert croissants, like horns. They look like horns. They are my favorite. My grandma always used to bake them. It's when I went over to her for weekends or something, and she would always bake them. And then for breakfast, we would have horns with various different toppings. You know, she would have multiple types of butter because she knew that usually you don't like butter. Well, you don't like margarine, but specifically for chocolate toppings, like for a chocolate whatever dip, I don't know, that you spread a chocolate spread, that is better with margarine instead of butter, according to my father. And so she had margarine specifically so my father could have it for his
I can't
chocolate
believe
spread.
there's anything that's better with margarine.
Yeah, me neither. I like the salted butter with that.
Me
but
too. There's no
says
like,
that,
and it's cheap enough. There's no reason to scrimp on butter.
yeah, exactly.
Skimp on butter.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, that's his taste. He's allowed to say that.
Oh yeah, people are allowed to eat whatever nasty food they have a taste for.
Oh,
But
it's actually
gross.
a funny conflict between my father and his siblings is the type of chocolate spread they like. So my grandma has multiple types, big or had, because she's in a old age dementia home now. But like, she used to have multiple types of chocolate and butter because they all had different combinations of what they liked, which was hilarious. And that's a sort of, you know, childhood thing because it's luxurious. You only are allowed to do chocolate spread on weekends, but you have to eat a healthy slice first. You know, that's at least the rule I also grew up with when I was young. You know, on weekends, if I wanted that chocolate spread, I would need to first have a healthy slice, and then I could have
You
one with
could just eat
chocolate.
what you want.
No,
They regulated you. Oh wow, that's
yes, because they want. Well, okay, they are athletes, or they were, and like they want us to be healthy and smart. Like they planned which bedtime stories to tell, so you know they imparted good morals and not bad ones, and they,
we
you
got
know,
good
they
morals, Steve, and still
help.
could eat what we want.
Yeah, well, you
You're talking about
can.
like good dietary habits and health morals.
Yes, and also just general morals. Like the most important thing for them was that we turn out as good people. That's more important than if we are successful in life. Most important thing, that you are good people. That was the one thing. Or they cared about a lot of stuff, of course, and they do, you know. But that's the one thing they cared about the most. That we are good people and we are proper. Not like proper as in pretentious or aristocratic, but you know, we have to be actual middle class people. You know, we are economically middle class, so be culturally middle class, be respectful, be moral, be proper, be honest, but also able to tell the white lie and care for others and have order in your life, be healthy, be fit. You know, I was forced to pick a sport as a kid, you know, because I needed to actually exercise and get some movement in, and I'm very happy they did that because, you know, I don't think I would have been a fat kid because, you know, genetics, but I would have been way less healthy if they hadn't enforced that. And I mean, it helps me now. I am a runner. That's because they forced me, and I picked the sport that's least team based. You know, when you run around in the forest with a map.
Wow, it sounded like
So,
you were raised very authoritatively.
yeah, well, that's kind of the thing. They gave you a lot of freedoms within the borders. You know, they set borders, and within that, you have as much freedom as you want. But you know, those borders hold. You have to follow them. Um, and they also, it isn't as if they, like, for example, I don't like rice. that much. I don't like rice, so they rarely made rice dinners because I didn't like it. My sister didn't like potato. That's a bit more difficult to not cook because it's sort of a staple of Norwegian food, but still, it isn't as if they force you're gonna eat what you get and you're gonna like it. No, but the important thing isn't that we become them. The important thing that we become good, proper people. Everyone needs to be smart. Everyone needs to be athletic and ish, and everyone needs to be moral. Everyone needs to be good. And I really appreciate that. That is a good inheritance, you could say, from them. That
Well, good. You feel like you turned out not evil.
yes, I'm happy with the way I turn out, and I'm happy with the way my siblings are turning out too, which they are really good people. My brother is among the best people I know. Not that he will admit it himself, but
What does he say? Like I'm not a good
he's a teen.
I'm a horrible
he's
person. Don't try to convince me otherwise.
No, but he's a teen. He's in high school. He has to have this tough, rough guy exterior. Not well. Okay, no. He has to be tough and
Norwegian
really
machismo.
kinda, but he wants to dress like. Well, a lot of kids try for that old money aesthetic. So that's sort of, but he's more
you
the
can't
young.
fake old money though. Everybody
No, of
knows
course.
who's new money and old money.
Of course, but that's sort of the aesthetic that is hip and modern, and so he has to act tough and be like that. But at its core, he's a really great person.
Choice.
I love him. He's the best brother I could have. And my sister, she's she's too young for me to really say. She's not the person she's going to be for the rest of her life, because there's a certain age that after this, you'll probably become the person that you will stay. You will always change, but when I look back at my life, there's basically age 14 and age 16 are the two big splits, because 14, that's sort of the end of my childhood self. And at 16, I would say I am the person I am now. The person I am now, I can trace it back to 16. But before that again, I sort of begin losing a sense that this isn't really who I am anymore. And, I think my brother is past that stage, but my sister's not.
So it sounds like you matured at some point. I could trace mine to like 12. So yeah. I think you might have made some stages that I didn't quite make.
Or opposite, you were just earlier than me. Who knows?
I don't know.
And to Ricardo's comment, yeah, I did have. My parents did have high standards. Or okay, no. That's phrasing it wrong. They did not have high standards. They had a higher floor. They didn't care how high you reached as long as you didn't fall below a certain level.
Because you were middle class, like
yes.
bourgeois.
Yes. Well, 60% of Norway is comfortable middle class.
Yeah, I think that shows it more in middle class culture.
Yes.
That kind of floor, because they don't want you to drop below their class level. And working class people like me didn't have that issue.
Yeah,
there was not a class they were trying to keep us from at the bottom.
No, but I think it also helps that my both my parents in their education are involved with children. My mother worked in pedagogy for children with learning difficulties, and specifically language. She got tired of that, though, of course, so now she's a librarian, which I love it. She just is tired of working with kids, and so she just switches, goes back to university and learns all the different systems and stuff of libraries and begins working there. And my father, he's a teacher for well, sports athletes. Like that's the high school he works at.
Like public
Yeah.
school?
No, private.
But
and that's
like kid level?
Yes, high school level, private school that's tailored for elite athletes. That's made so they can, go abroad and compete and whatever, and that they'll sort of fix the grades and everything. Not fix the grades, you get what I mean? Like, it's okay for them to be gone for half the year. And they get training in their sports and everything. And so he has both theoretical knowledge and 20 years of experience in sort of bringing out both academic and physical excellence in people. And I think it's no wonder that that his team is doing so well, because he's also a coach in his free time for my brother's team. Like, that's the general theme with my family. Very sporty and very involved in their sports. It's like, they are all team coaches, all have either played on the team or are playing on teams, and sitting and being board members of, like, I don't know if that's revealing too much, but
Did you have a lot of rules growing up that you had to follow?
No, because I picked up sort of the unwritten norms and rules that they imposed, so they didn't need to be that objective about the rules. They didn't need to enforce rules because I picked up on sort of the unwritten boundaries. They didn't need to say, don't do this.
How did you, if you're a kid and they're not written or verbalized, how do you pick up on? Like, is
intuition?
It just consequences?
Yes, you can deduce based on previous behavior, like what is going to be.
How do you know you're right?
Because if you're wrong, they punish you.
So okay, so you found out the rules as you broke them.
Yes, but I didn't need to break that many. I broke really few once, and that in turn allowed my parents to not have to be that strict about rules to both my siblings, because they could look at me and see the sort of borders I am moving around, so they know also the rules. And so I was sort of the trailblazer, figuring out sort of unwritten rules of the household, and my siblings followed after. And so they never had to be strict about rules at all. I think I can count less than 10 times, no, less than 5 times in memory where I was seriously punished. Like, less than 5 times my entire childhood where I was seriously punished.
What was one of them?
It depends on what you mean by serious.
I'm trying to imagine what you did that was so
punishable. My sister broke my iPad.
And you beat her ass.
No, but let's say I could have, but I didn't, but I was punished for that.
You did something.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you retaliated against your sister.
I don't know if I suppressed the memory or not, but I can't remember if I ever actually got physical. I'd imagine I maybe did, or at least threatened to do. Either way, I wasn't punished that much, and what I measure by serious punishment is not that harsh, in all honesty.
Was it spanking, or did they ground you?
No. Okay. I've never been grounded, never been spanked. Like, for me, the most serious punishment is probably, okay, you don't. What would it be?
You don't get your pancakes today.
No, either probably, okay, you're gonna just sit at this wall and do nothing. You're not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to watch anything. You're just gonna sit there for like 30 minutes.
That's horrible to do to
yeah, exactly. And it works perfectly. And or they take your phone. But the actual genius thing that they did is that the amount of time they decided you would have to sit in the corner was dependent on your age. So if I was 6,
like, they had a system for it.
They had unwritten rules. They just, okay, he's 6 years old, and the punishment. Yeah, okay, let him sit there for 6 minutes. Now he's 10. He's older. He should know better. Okay, 10 minutes. I don't, and nothing really beyond that. But you get what I mean. They would base it on age and maturity, and I think that was a really effective punishment, because no child likes to be bored at all, and
No,
there-
I think it's a horrible thing to do to a developing child, especially a bright,
yes,
gifted child.
exactly. It works perfectly as a punishment. You're not harming them physically. It's short
You're
term.
harming them mentally and psychologically,
Yes,
and
but
psychosocially and emotionally.
it's better than taking away stuff for like days. It's short term, generally low impact, but very memorable, and so they will be very impacted by it. It was genius, and
Oh
that's
my!
the
I
same
can't
punishment I'm
imagine
going to
somebody
use.
trying that on me.
Well, that's the same punishment I'm going to use for my children.
That's
For sure.
Tobas, that's child abuse. Abuse of the gifted. You're gonna stunt their minds.
No, if they want to use their minds properly and talk, then they shouldn't have done the evil deed.
Yeah, but she took your iPad. She broke your iPad.
Yeah, well, I imagine she got punished too, but I don't remember at all. Other times, like common squabbles with my brother, and then we would have
That's
the
normal.
worst part
It's
is
normal for young.
yes, I know,
kids to-
but the worst part is that punishment. They would have the same punishment. You have to sit at the wall and just boredom, but they sat us opposite of each other, so we were sitting there looking at each other, not allowed to speak. And since I was older, I had to sit for longer, even if he did something worse. It was it was something at least, and it definitely helped, because that meant we too became friends, because we got angry at our parents instead. So not only did they punish us for bad behavior, they also made us become friends again. And so double purpose, and it worked perfectly. My brothers, we always resolved our quarrels like that. We have never been like enemies or bad blood, because at least in our childhood, when there could
I
have been
guess
bad
it's
blood,
hard raising Vikings.
I suppose so. But yeah, no, I think they did and are doing a great job, and I'm very proud of my parents and very, very thankful.
Lou, I'm really not sure, because not much worked on us. I think they tried everything. Maybe if you could pull it off, like grounding, restriction, taking their phone, taking something away that they like. The thing is, you want to get your point across. You want to make sure that they understand what they did, and that there's consequences to doing it again. So whatever has that, I wouldn't spank or hit or do
Yeah.
physical discipline. I'm not a fan of
Agreed.
that.
Agreed.
But it's also like Dobes said, you want it to be memorable. Pain
Yes.
creates memory.
Yeah. And you could tailor it to each child too, but that can also breed like, unfairness. The kids get angry. Like, the family is one place where you should be equal. Generally, you don't.
Equal how? You mean consistent with your...
For example, say for Saturdays, if you get candy, you should generally give your kids the equal amount, unless one is really young.
Oh, yeah.
An 8-year-old and a 10-year-old should get the same amount. It would just be unfair.
I don't know what timeout is. That came later. We didn't have the concept of timeout. No, I meant like enforced boredom, like making him sit there and stare at the wall and without anything to stimulate his mind.
Well, yes,
Was cruel.
it's
Not
cruel.
necessarily the timeout. Is that
It's
just
cruel.
like go to your
That's the
room for
point.
half an hour? Because I know timeout as just take a break, like go sit, go cool off for a second.
Yeah. Well, I think my parents' method was much more efficient, at least with dealing with me, because I didn't mind it too much. I'll be honest. I think it was the lack of freedom. Like, I could sit there and think and get lost in my mind.
I would
There
have
was
just
lack of
got up.
freedom.
They would. There's no way they'd be able to keep me sitting for half an hour.
Yeah, well, if I
It would
didn't, they'll just
escalate.
increase the time, and until if not that, then no phone.
If
No
they could
tablets,
do it for
no
half
books.
an hour, there's increasing it was not gonna get me there for longer than half an hour. It would have been a battle.
Yeah. Well, then you may have been a more difficult friend. Not friend,
I would,
more difficult
yeah,
child.
like I said, they tried everything. Eventually, she
Yeah.
just gave up. But she also, my mom also forgot. She would try to ground us, and then she would forget. So she like, you're grounded for a week, and then 2 days later, she'd forget we were grounded, and we could do whatever we wanted. She didn't even remember we were supposed to be
Oh.
grounded.
You know what you should have had? Or maybe you do, but you should have had like my siblings benefit from that. They should have an older sibling who's listening to the rules and
I
then they
was,
emulate. That
I
was you.
was the older. The
Yeah, that's
problem
what I
child was the older sibling.
that's not good. That's sort of the reverse of what you'd want.
Yeah, I did kind of set the tone because she had trouble with all of her male children. And of course, my sister was a little angel because she knew how to
Ah,
manipulate and play the game. She learned that very early.
that
She
sounds
was probably the
familiar.
most mischievous of all of us, but she knew how to play the game. So she got away with everything.
No, that is nothing new. My sister is just the same, and my father he falls for it every time. He cannot resist. He's so weak.
Yes, she had my mom right here.
Uh,
So it's really only the boy. When I say discipline, it's really only the male children that it applied to.
no. Well, the rules and strictness applied to everyone. However, rewards were usually favored for her in the sense
Oh,
that she
that
could,
too.
yeah,
Ugh,
she
she
can
got
and could get
everything.
whatever she wanted. However, if she did something wrong, she would get punished. But
Yeah. Rules get broke, then you get in trouble, then you get right. And we didn't have a lot of rules to begin with, so there was nothing to break. Like we had no formal rules at all.
is it,
And so it
I
was
just
whatever was irritating your parent at any given time in the moment. They would just fuss and you just dealt with it and ignored it and went on with what you were doing.
I don't know if I'm normal or if you guys are normal. Because when I broke rules and I got in trouble, I didn't break them again. I just
There were
accepted
no
that.
consistent rules to break. Like,
Ah,
because I could do something and get in trouble, then my brothers could come along and do the same thing, and it was no big deal. There was
mm.
no consistency to it at all. Or she would punish this kid for one thing and completely ignore it for this. So there was no way to learn, because she was chaos. So there was no way to learn consistency.
No, that is something I think they're good at. They're consistent. Well, okay, they're not consistent sort of generationally. I am treated or was treated way differently from my brother, who again treated very differently from my sister. But like at large, very consistent in treatment.
Yeah, that you probably had more stability. That's also why I'm so good at navigating chaos because I had to figure out.
Yeah.
You just had to figure out how to get through each moment. There was no pattern you could learn that you could adapt to because it was always changing. It just went by her mood, whatever mood she was in, whatever she decided to do in the moment.
I suppose it helped me really that my mother is very conscientious and my father is quite neurotic, and so keeping things proper and in order is quite important. And one of them actually has sort of the willpower to always try to make things nice and pretty. Actually, that's one of like a really big childhood nostalgia is every Saturday, which is washing day. By the way, that's sort of the Norse name for Saturday is Laudedag, like the day you wash the house and clean yourself. Because, the Norse were very
Clean.
clean.
Well, pause. Clean yourself
Yeah,
once a week.
in Norse times, the old origin. Right
They
now,
took. Oh my God.
didn't you know when
They
the
had one
Vikings?
day like they set aside to clean themselves. Like this is the day we all take a
Yeah,
shower.
yes, it's a day
Oh
you
my.
clean the house and you wash yourself. So either way, that tradition has stayed into modern day. That the most common day to clean the house is still Saturday, and so
But you
my
take a
mother
shower every day, right? Or a
every day or
bath.
every other day depends on what I do, but often yes. Remember, it's Norway. It's not warm here. I don't sweat. I can go 2 weeks without sweating at least once in the winter. Not that I don't shower, of course, but it's not as necessary in the winter as it is in the summer. Either way, nostalgia from childhood. Every Saturday, my mother, she would, I would sleep not late, but like to 10, 10 a.m. And my mother would, around that time, begin cleaning the house. And she always plays ABBA when she cleans the house. And so you just have Dancing Queen in the background, and that's sort of that's the sign for cleaning. Because then you get in the mood too. Because you're conditioned. Every time you hear ABBA, it's cleaning time. And that's in my mind. If I hear ABBA,
That's a good song to
I
clean
get an
to,
instinct
actually.
to clean. And so if you just play that, I would like begin looking around and, oh, that's a bit dirty. I want to fix that. And so, yeah, that's also a tradition I want to continue. The cleaning day, Saturday generally, and ABBA.
Well, she had
Right?
good taste in cleaning music. I think she did you
Yes.
all a great service.
I mean, she's Swedish. Of course, she's gonna like
yeah.
ABBA. And again, conscientious
Was
lady.
it just Dancing Queen or like all the ABBA
No.
songs?
Just a playlist of ABBA music. So Waterloo. That one I actually remember. I have a vivid memory of lying in bed, and I hear Waterloo downstairs, and I know my mother is cleaning and freshening up the house, and I can begin smelling my dad cooking breakfast. And so I lay there for like half an hour. I get down. My mother has finished cleaning, like roughly cleaning the house, and like my dad has made pancakes or something. That it's. I really appreciate my childhood, and I hope I can give just as good a childhood to my potential future children.
Untrackable, hello.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having me. I see we're talking about how we were brought up, reared, corrected, and whatnot. And it's a good thing, Dobez, to have that feeling of that you appreciated what you come from so much that you want to continue it. That I can't imagine what that's like. Because so many people say, hey, I want better for my kids, but to think like if you really appreciated it and you see the good that it's brought with that consistency and your parents, the way they treated you and your siblings, to be like, no, I want to keep this going.
Yeah.
I think that's amazing.
I'm worried I might be worse because I'm very disorganized. So if I don't find a lady who can help me organize, we're just two disorganized ADHD fuckers. Like poor children. But no, it is a slight worry that I might not be able to live up to that. But yes, it is a good feeling to just want to continue and emulate my parents because they already are and did great. Did you have that, or do you have that?
Oh no, I was the last of three, and my parents split when I was about 3.
Oh,
and they were both military, and my dad was kind of it's not like he was a tough guy, but from what I hear, it's like he was rough on the kids, and that coupled with long distance military style relationship, fidelity, faithfulness came into question, and so from the time of 3, it was just my mom and 3 kids. So and she worked, and I guess you do the best you can. I found myself staying away from my siblings as much as possible, so it was a lot of solitude, riding my bike alone, looking for kids in the neighborhood. I had made plenty of friends each step along the way, but it was I didn't play sports, so it would be like I would find kids doing things and be like, hey, what are you guys doing? And then fast friends, and some of them last and some of them don't, you know what I mean?
Still,
the
though,
discipline part, I imagine it was very hard on my mother because two boys and one girl, and the girl was the oldest, but she was the one that taught us how to be, not necessarily like a class, but through witness taught us like how to break rules. But then when you be, you're a boy and you're coming into being a young man and you're breaking the rules, it's not like your mother could really handle like a fight back. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I get that.
But I am still thankful um, for every step of the way, even though as imperfect as it was.
Yeah,
It was not bad.
no,
Like a good neighborhood, good schools, um, but no structure when you go home because mom worked nights, so she's asleep while you're at school during the day. You come home, she makes sure there's dinner or that you at least have something to eat.
Mhm.
But then she leaves, and it's kind of a free for all. It's on you to stay in the house and obey. There's no cameras, no cell phones. There's rules, but if nobody finds out, did you break the rules? You know what I mean? Does a
Right.
bear
Yeah.
shit in the woods?
So it's
You
sort of
talking
the
about at your house?
Yes.
it's almost the reverse of like what usually happens, where the home is sort of the eye of the storm, the sort of one place where everything is stable. But for you, that was not the case.
Oh yeah, for sure. It
Yeah.
was not stable.
But in a good way for me. Like we
It
didn't
was
want
always there,
stable.
but the interactions were like my brother's 4 years older than me, and my sister's 3 years, so 7 years older.
Hmm.
And so we were all in different stages as we went along. Um, yeah.
Yeah, no, me, there's 3 years between each of us, and so that's like enough years for there to be a markedly difference in maturity, but it's still close enough to really get along. And I'm sure they even planned that to make sure that they stagger the kids well enough so that we could all be in close enough age groups to get along and be friends. Because it's, yeah, no, I don't know. I think there's a sort of Goldilocks zone there. I actually don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but I would assume that
Yes,
you don't want,
well, you're
not yet,
closer to
and I
one
haven't.
than any of us.
Well, no, I haven't read up on any of this,
Well,
and I only have experience with my own family system, so I don't know about you guys. So, for example, what is preferable, to have two kids really close to each other, further away? Like, what age difference is best generally for the household? Do you want to stagger it 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, maybe 4, 2, 1? Like, what is best? I don't know. I'm just
for what?
asking out
Like
of the
how?
wind.
It probably depends on the. I don't know how there'd even be a rule for that. Like
I suppose maybe I'm objectifying my own experience in that it's just a coincidence that my brothers get my brothers I get along with my brother, and that we are 3 years apart. Maybe that's just a coincidence, but I'm looking too much into it. But I don't know though. It there does feel to be something to it, because I'm old enough to be a mentor, but young enough to be a friend as well, if you get what I mean. Like, if I was 5 or 6 years older, I could only be the sort of big brother mentor figure. And if I was 1 years old, 1 year older, I could never be the mentor figure. I could just be the friend. But there's a range where you can be both, uh, and that might be preferable, because I don't know, my brother. listens to me, but can also just play with me and have fun and get along, you know? Again, maybe I'm just objectifying my own experience.
You mean
It's
like
okay because to look back and think about it,
Yeah. I don't
each
have to look
stage
back
of
that far, but
what do you mean by objectifying? Like drawing conclusions
I am
from it that
assuming
are
that,
more universal?
yeah, that some of the just mere coincidences of my family structure are causes of effects, and I'm sort of objectifying that out to the general population that, oh, yes, it will be best that ages are staggered at like 3 years, just because that's what I had. You know, maybe it's not the best. Maybe it is, you know? And so that's what I mean when I say objectifying. I'm sort of objectifying. I'm sort of imagining that my subjective personal experience might be more objective than it maybe is.
I don't know. The word objective is what's throwing me because when it comes to
Universalize.
okay,
Does that fit better?
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so I'm
I don't think
universalizing my
anything's
own.
objective when it comes to human, like
No, I
interpersonal
suppose.
psychology.
Not lost.
but I
What's a
guess
fact?
if you look at your life like just an iteration, a repeat of life itself, and that you are the experiment, if you do the diligence of taking notes of where you are now, and then you make progress in time, and then you use what you've learned in that time to go back and, like you said, objectify what you were versus where you are. You are still the experiment, but you are also the scientist as well.
Basically self-therapy in a way.
Like working out your own therapy
Yeah.
through your kids.
Uh,
Wait, did you mean
no,
that? I thought you meant just looking back at your own past as you grow older and sort
Oh,
of
I thought he meant like
using new
carrying on the
experience to analyze
experiment
the
with your
past.
family.
yeah, because we go through stages of life,
Wait,
it's
how old are
almost.
you, by the way?
I'm 42, or I'll be 42 this year. How about that? Not too far away. I'm an April baby, but to the stages of life, there's a point when you can absolutely do nothing for yourself, and then through hearing people talk and point at things and be like, okay, this is your bottle. You can learn to crave. You're gonna crave food, and you point at the bottle and you're going to say what they said. You're going to see your parents walk, and eventually you're going to grow and build to the capability of trying that first unassisted step, and everybody's going to be so proud of you. But then you work your way through like elementary school when you're learning words, right? And then let's jump a couple stages where you're not going to talk in high school, or read on that level when as you would as if you were just learning to read. Now you're studying what you are actually reading, rather than, oh, I have to circle the noun and the verb. Now you're going deeper into the meaning of what's being said, as if that literature is talking to you, and painting pictures in your head.
So what do you mean is that if we adapt that sort of analogy to analyzing your own past, whilst at some stage of life, looking back, you can only sort of see the vowels or the consonants, and then okay, maybe you can see the words, and then maybe the types of words, and then whole sentences, and then you can begin seeing the meaning of it. Like, am I correct in that assumption?
Are you talking about your own life, studying your own life?
I'm trying to connect what he just said and talked about to the sort of looking back in your own past that he talked about earlier. However,
Maybe this might help. Is as far as the stages, it's wherever you are, you should be learning.
yes.
But after you learn something, you should go do it. And then after you do it, you become capable enough to teach it. But you have to look back at how you learned it and what your individual experiences were with doing it to develop how will you teach tomorrow.
I get your point. And, well, I can't answer because it's really late. It's 1 a.m. and I'm going to
Plus,
go
you're
sleep
not
now.
at that stage either. You don't have a tomorrow to apply your experience, your insight
The
to.
only tomorrow I care about is the tomorrow that's
Your day
without
off.
school. Yes, exactly. That's the only tomorrow I care about. I'll
That's no
try
big
not
rush.
to join your stream, Jeff, because I don't want to make it a habit. I need
It's
scarcity creates value.
I
If I'm
love that
here-
this is someone's bad habit now. That's perfect.
Yeah, well, it's laziness.
Let us be your bad habit. That's gonna be my new tagline.
Yeah, but no, 1 a.m. I need to sleep. Nice talking to you, Jeff, and also
You
you,
too.
Untrackable. See ya.
Okay. Yesterday. Du, 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 du. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Like, take what you learned from your life and apply it to how you bring up your family.
Yeah, in a way, maybe not so strict because there will always be failures, but assessment of those failures, honestly, can help.
Which I think
I
that's
don't.
what a lot of people do. Like, every one of my siblings are raising their kids very differently than we were raised. I think based on what they learned from how we grew up, I could definitely see the difference in a good way.
Yeah. So it's I don't. It's so tough.
Well, how are you? What's going on with you?
Oh, I probably had a Monday of all Mondays.
Oh, was it a
Yeah.
good Monday or
Oh
a blue
no.
Monday?
It was one of those. It kind of goes along with the teaching, um, and stuff like that. I was given a person. So I work in a 2-man team, and we do it's almost like a handshake thing. One person builds, and the other person makes sure that they have supplies to build. And I've talked to this person. I have respect for this person. This person's kind of like an up and comer, but it wants to learn everything in the entire warehouse. Well, I do a little niche thing. Like I said, it's only 2 people at a time. Whereas the other jobs, you could have 10 people, you could have 20 people, and it's pretty chill. Like there's plenty of time to play on your phone or chat with other coworkers and stuff like that. For the most part in the warehouse. Over where I am, it's not like that. You have to go hard and stay focused and hustle for at least, I say, 2 hours straight. If you can go hard and stay focused for 2 hours, you can get a 15-minute break. So with what we do, on average, we get about 3 15-minute breaks by the early afternoon. And that's fine and fair to me. That's called work. But when you get somebody that's new and they make the rookie mistakes, so that slows you down, and then you just kind of see break time disappearing, and eventually their mindset is like, hey, I've been working for X amount of time and I'm not getting a break. And it's like, well, you are new over here, so you're going to have to suffer like we all suffered when we were new. You don't get a break. Nobody's saying you can't go to the bathroom. Nobody's saying you can't get some, something to drink, but you do have to continue to hustle because what we do provides the rest of the warehouse with stuff to do. They are waiting on us. And if they're waiting on us, you don't get like a prescribed break. So when things started to get long, this person's attention span started to wander. So they're driving their equipment, but they're also talking on the phone. And then they start to neglect things. And then they start to not do things. And then they start to miss placement points. Because, I mean, it's a game of inches. If you're wrong on one side or the other by too much, it has to be corrected, which takes more time. And it just puts the end of the day farther and farther away. And we were so close to the end, and we were already pushing like 2 hours over the projected finish time. And with a newbie, I've got some grace and some forgiveness and some understanding because, it's warranted. It's just going to take longer because you're new, and, these rookie mistakes will happen. But then other things that are not mistakes, playing on your phone is not a mistake. Stopping what you're doing and having a chit chat, even for 1 minute, is anti getting done. And that's a choice that you made. And so I was like, hey man, we're so close to being done. I just need you to focus and go hard for, the next 20 to 30 minutes. And he goes, I am focused. I said, well, you're not focused because, forget the rookie mistakes. You are actually playing on your phone. You're FaceTiming somebody while you're trying to drive this piece of equipment. You're not going as fast as you can. And he went around the corner and didn't come back. Next thing you know, the supervisor comes over, takes his space, and I got down off of my equipment and I approached and I was like, hey, did he leave? And he said, no, he said he needed a break. Because at this point we had gone over 8 hours without a break, aside from, go to the bathroom as quick as you can. And I was like, well, you know what? That's what happens when you play on your phone and you don't listen to because I'm trying to teach these corrections as we're going. I'm taking time knowing that I'm going slower by stopping and being like, hey, this is the distance between products. And it just kept happening. Like almost every time it was a failure. And I didn't blow up with the dude. I was just like, hey, a little bit more. Hey, go ahead and drop that off. But when you come back, this needs to be moved. I can't operate if these distances aren't correct. And this dude, like, it was almost like he was just looking at time on the clock, which is okay if you have just a be there for X amount of time type of job. But this is a production based job, and he lost his head and didn't care about production anymore. It was just time on the clock to him. And it's like, that's my incentive, extra pay type of thing that just went out the window because of his mindset. And it made me very upset.
Is he a
And
young guy?
he's younger than me. I don't know exactly how old he is.
Oh.
He's definitely an adult.
Because this generation is very different.
Yeah.
Are there labor laws about breaks? Like how much are they entitled to a certain amount of break every day?
I'm not sure about the law and entitlement to it, but I know that for what we do, it, and this could be my mentality, regardless of the law, is if you don't earn a break, you don't get one.
Oh yeah,
Like
I
I said,
think the law
I never
says they
be
get
mad
one no
at
matter what.
we, and hey, and if they want to flex on that, it's fine. But that means that, you have to evaluate what led to them not getting extra breaks. You get extra breaks if you do your job hard for 2 hours at a time.
Yeah, most standard job, it's like 15 minutes for every 4 hours or something like that.
And
So
that's fine. But if
I
you
mean, they should
hustle,
at least be able to go 4 hours. It's
yeah.
15. That's Canada, not loss. I think it's 15 minutes every four. Or you know what? I could look it up. Because I just had to go through some of the paperwork at my own job, and they were trying to teach me all that.
Yeah, but if there's major failures that cause um being behind so much, how much are you dedicated to what you do for a living to try to make it right? Like, I'll give up a break. I'll work on my day off sometimes. If
They're
that's
called rest periods now,
oh, okay.
and meal periods and rest periods. Um, it looks like it might go by. Some of it might go by state. The U.S. Department of Labor has a page on it, but it's very detailed legalese. Yeah, there's federal and state break laws, so they have to go by the federal ones and then also the ones in your state.
And
It
I'm
says
okay
rest
with
and
that.
break laws vary by state.
I'm okay with that. But if I understand what I was hired to do, and if I do it and I excel at it and I go 120 130% efficiency, nobody really gets mad at me for taking more than what the law says.
Now it says
However,
federal law doesn't require employers to give you lunch or coffee breaks, but if you do get breaks up to 20 minutes, they have to count that as part of your work hours when they're calculating overtime and stuff. So I
yeah.
guess it's at the state level that's determined. And your state may not even have a law around it. Yeah, it's at the state level. Each state has different break laws.
Well, there's something to be said there about maybe where I come from, because in the military, I was, you go to basic training and they have heat categories. So if it's what 90 degrees and above, um you're getting a break every hour.
Oh, it
But
says North Carolina Wage and Hour Act does not require mandatory rest breaks or meal breaks for 16 years or older. So it has rules for kids, but not for adults.
you take those same rules that they did use for us, as far as taking a break and drinking so much water in training. I mean, imagine going to a war zone and being like, okay,
Right,
it's
I need my
98
break.
out here, and I can only work for 15 minutes, and then I have to take a 45-minute break and drink a quart of water. It just, like, you become ineffective
It says employers have discretion over allowing breaks during work hours.
And then it becomes to me like a character question. Because are you going to ride the law and pick a job where it's inconducive to production? Because again, like I said, if you put, then you get. But if you slack off, then what are you going to do? Claim the law and go take your break while the rest of the entire business that's waiting on you
A lot of people do.
suffers?
They learn how to exploit those laws to their maximum benefit. It's like a board game.
Well, then they those are the ones that wind up questioning why the schedule looks the way it does, and they don't like it. And it's like, well, you've made yourself non-essential.
I should look up my state. Let's see. Washington State break laws. Rest break. I know Washington State's so woke. It's going to definitely have. Employees have a right to take rest breaks and meal breaks. Employees must be allowed a rest period free from duties of at least 10 minutes for every 4 hours. And they cannot be required to work more than 3 hours without a rest break. So that's the rule. Not Luz. He knows he knows what his job requires. I'm gonna go by what Untrackable says about the job more than I'm gonna go by you over there in Canada looking at it from your computer screen like everything else. I believe him when he says it requires working at a certain pace in order to have your stuff ready for the other part of the job that you need to hand it off to. And if I was working that job, if I was working for him, I would show up prepared to work at that pace and do that level of production. No, you're the one getting all huffy about the issue. He's calling you an authoritarian. Right, so why don't you respect the pace of this job? You're the one trying to control it.
Sorry, I was also thinking about that it matters about what type of job it is too, because some jobs you can literally like a truck driver. You know, would it make sense for that person to have to pull over to stop for food when they do have to stop for fuel and they can gather supplies, have a cooler, have water, and all that stuff with them that they can consume while maintaining pace. Whereas in some places where people work, I mean, I work in a warehouse, it's considered a food product, but it's not so sensitive. But we're not, because it's considered food, we're not allowed to consume while we work. But if you're a truck driver, you can eat a cheese sandwich while you're driving.
Right, yeah. Not Laws is trolling. I would just ignore him. That's what I've learned to do. Well, do you think this guy's going to last? Because it doesn't sound like he has the legal protections that he would have up here. So he has to adapt or perish. Not every workplace is the right fit for everybody. I have definitely learned that the hard way. We opened the stream today talking about norms, and I think every workplace has professional norms, if you want to call them that, or norms that are required by the nature of the job itself. And the people that are going to be most successful long term at those jobs are the ones that can adapt to those norms. And it sounds like his job requires the ability to work at a certain pace for a certain amount of time, and that there's no way to change that or lower it. He probably stepped away. But that's my thoughts on it. Okay, yeah, he stepped away. He'll be back. And then I guess I will wrap up for the day. I don't care what you think. I'm not even involved. I'm not doing anything. He's enabling bad behavior by wanting the guy to do his job. Spoken like a true wokester. Or a true, I guess, what am I trying to say? A true leftist, a true progressive, a true Canadian? You're the one enabling. You're enabling the kid to have poor work habits. And it doesn't even involve if you just don't do a job like that. That's all. Simple. Problem solved. You have that option. Some people are willing to work for 4 hours without a break. They should have that choice. It's between them and the employer. There's a lot of jobs I had where I don't even use my break. When I'm in my zone, when I get in my flow state at work, I don't even pay attention to the clock. I do my work. Sometimes 6 hours have passed, 5 hours, sometimes a whole day has passed. There have been jobs where I didn't take lunches. I just ate at my desk. I hate being forced to take a break if I don't need it. So there are people that can adapt to those conditions. There are people that actually work better in those conditions. That's their optimal like work zone. But I know how you like to get all high and mighty and moralistic about everything. So I've learned not to try to stop you. He does have responsibility. He has because he's untrackable is part of the job. He just said it was a team job. Relies on what this person does on their end of the job. So that is a responsibility. And you know you're always welcome to come up and join the discussion, not loss. Share your insights with us. Hello, bad guy. What's up? Oh, we got Ricardo back.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
I just thought, we can't let the conversation die. For fuck's sake. So, I don't really. I've got a lot of thoughts, but I've done a lot of shit, like crap jobs in my life. So,
would you work for 4 hours without a break if the job required it?
I think that's actually a legal requirement. That's about the limit that you can work without being allowed to take a break. I think that's fair enough. Any longer, and it'd just be like, fuck,
Where are these people
This
coming
just
from?
feels
Hey,
like
welcome everybody.
like
This is
this
a
feels like slavery,
It's
But
working 4 hours without a break is not slavery. Oh my God, how's where
well,
are
how
the?
long? Would
I've
you?
got. I
What
have
would you
gone.
say?
I could work
5, 6
8 hours. I could
hours?
work all day without a break if I needed to. If I had like back-to-back clients and I did not have time to
Seriously.
take a break between clients, I could make it through a whole day.
But
I've done it
let's
Well,
before.
you might. It's not
let's
just the
I
physical
ask,
break that you might need. It's the mental break as well. Don't you think your brain might need
I can
a break?
recharge my brain in a few seconds, just like a few seconds at
Mm.
my desk. I'll be fine.
Well,
Wait, are you serious? Hang
you
on,
sound like a fucking
we got
machine then,
random
Jeff. Because
people coming in from
I'm not like
YouTube.
that.
This never happens. This is a live discussion forum. It's an open panel. We have
Yeah.
you remember me from American History X. We have people like random people that come up all day and talk about whatever's on their mind. Right now we're
Untrackable.
talking about
Untrackable
job, like
stuff.
labor laws and the amount of breaks. It varies by state here in the U.S. And
Mm-hmm.
some states give you more of a break than others. Some don't have any rules
Yeah.
about breaks at all. Who's
No,
FCC?
no breaks.
I wonder if
No
this is the
rules.
but
troll brigade.
can I ask what necessarily constitutes a break? Like I said, nobody's gonna stop me from going to the bathroom if I gotta go to the bathroom. Nobody's gonna stop me from drinking my water.
Might just
Like I
need a
said,
little. Might just need a
I
little
can't.
smoke or something
Yeah, I don't think they can't
or a
legally.
drink.
Like I've never had a job where they told me I couldn't go to the bathroom.
Well, here's the thing: the smoke
Can't
break.
really smoke in the bathroom though, can you?
If it's something that is a you specific thing, that's
Yeah.
why I say earn the break. Get ahead of what is already expected from your work pace. Because almost every job has a pace. You know what I mean?
Sure. I don't know. I just think people kind of within reasonable limits. People should be kind of encouraged should be allowed to just take a break when they need one.
Okay, hang
But
on real quick. We have a
not to
couple of
overdo it.
new people in the back that want to come on. You have to flash your camera so I can see that you're not one of our trolls. I need to be able to see your face. You don't have to keep it on when you come on, but I
Come
have to
on,
be able to
real
see you
people.
backstage. Okay, I see
Real
you,
people,
and then
come on. No trolls. No trolls.
the other guy backstage. And then if you have a channel, drop it in the back. I like to kind of vet the new people, and then I'll let you on with an overlay.
I've got a pretty nice channel. Plenty of videos. Plenty of
Because I
posts.
like it, Damone, that's why. If you don't, I wouldn't waste your time here. He's
I
cool.
like it.
What?
I like giving people extra.
Aquacate.
Giving people extra. That's what I try to do.
And
Well,
we
for
have
instance,
TBS, Tommy Boy Studios. Can you show your cam real quick?
Tommy Boy, like the record company.
Maybe it looks like the movie with what's his face? Was it John Candy?
I don't know.
Well, no, I still need to see your face, even with the overlay.
They did. They're De La Soul, didn't they?
Here, I'm gonna bring on Aquacate.
Tommy Boy.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. What's up?
Good to meet you guys.
You too.
welcome.
What's going on?
How's it going?
What's up? Not bad. I'm actually a good friend of Untrackable over here.
Untrackable, do you know Aguacate?
Okay, I wouldn't say good friend,
Oh,
but we've paneled together before.
okay. Do you know him?
Fair enough.
UT?
I can say the name does not sound familiar. Maybe
It's a
the
little
voice
avocado.
does, but
Well, what's
you
on
know
your
me,
mind?
I get around.
Yeah.
I get
Yeah,
around, round,
untrackable
round,
gets
round.
around.
I get around.
I can describe untrackable for you
Well,
to prove that
most
I know
people
what he looks
can.
like.
He's
Go on,
been
man.
up.
I'm just trying to hang out, guys. Is this not a
Yeah,
friendly
what's
space?
on your mind? I'm gonna bring Tommy Boy on too.
I like the topic you guys are discussing, dude.
Hey,
I
Tommy
am a
Boy.
Hey, I'm up here now.
Yeah, you're up here. What's
All
going
right.
on?
Yo, BG, your mic is shit in the bed there, pal. Sorry, is this?
Do y'all know
you-
each other?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Is
Is he
this
cool?
any better? Can you hear me now?
Dude, you're frogging out like you've been doing for weeks, bro. It sounds terrible.
Yeah, I can hear a bit of ribbiting in the background.
He sounds fine to me.
Underwater sound.
You don't hear the talk, bad
Do
guy.
I sound better now?
When you scream, it doesn't happen.
Stop shouting.
All right. Are y'all cool? Are y'all here to chat? Like y'all not gonna porn bomb me?
I
we're
am
not gonna
here
put
to
it on.
chat.
All right.
This TBS guy, this Tommy Boy Studios guy, is a known porn bomber. Just be careful with him.
Yeah.
Shut up, bad
Thanks
guy.
for the
You
warning.
fucking Mexican.
Hey, Untrackable, what's up, buddy? I'm
Dude,
glad to see you're still smoking, dude.
We have been on panel with this guy before, dude. I think he's
Yeah,
been on Southwest
Okay.
this is the liver king if he had liver failure.
You guys
Do
know
you know
Southwest
you
Jeff?
know them untrackable? Are they cool? Should I
We're
keep
cool,
them?
bro. We're cool, bro. We're cool. We're
Well, I
cool.
got to determine that.
You know,
Is
I
it-
think anything we should be-
Personally, Jeff, I've never seen either of these guys before.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
Jeff.
I mean, we
if
welcome
anything,
new people. We just gotta.
Jeff, if anything, it's
vet
the
'em.
Give him a
limey
chance,
it's the limey that's sus up here. Can we all agree on that?
Okay, we got Batman in the back too. Can you flash your?
No, not
Limey.
Batman. No, not Batman. Don't not let that guy up here. Dude.
Not Batman. They're
No, that's
saying
not
no
racism there,
Batman.
buddy.
No.
Batman's fine, dude. Wait till you hear his voice. He's super feminine. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
Well, he
embarrassing.
can be
he's
as
a
long as he's
literal
not gonna
twink,
disrupt the
dude.
channel.
He's not. None of us.
That's
are
all
porn
he does,
bombers.
actually.
None of us are porn bombers.
Is he gonna porn bomb?
No, none of
He's
us.
not
are
gonna porn
bombers.
bomb.
He's Batman.
Tommy,
Post your
Tommy boy, are y'all from
post your
Texas?
channel in the back so I could see what you're about a little bit.
Me? No, I'm a Poshni.
You're a what?
I come
I
from
Where
dropped-
did y'all
I
come
dropped
from? There's a whole
my-
bunch of people
my-
that showed up.
I dropped my channel.
I
These
dropped
are
my
my
All right,
friends,
let me-
bro. I brought my friends with me. Is that okay?
Yeah.
No,
Cool.
I actually dropped this fucking channel
Shut
on the
the fuck! You
server.
didn't do shit, Tommy Boy. Just this is what Tommy Boy Studios does, right? He just looks over my shoulder, waits for me to do something cool, so he can take all the
And then he
credit for it.
copied you.
That's
yeah,
not
all
true.
the fucking time.
I'm
That is
looking at the-
absolutely true.
Jeff, I'm looking at the message now. I say new one at everyone in the server. Then
All
I
right,
drop
hang
the
on. Let
link.
me get
Yeah.
my. Let's bring on Batman. All right, Batman, you're on.
Batman, put your dick away, Batman.
Shut up.
Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. Dude.
Batman.
What's up?
Yeah.
Speak.
Yo, is that
Batman.
David? Who's
Is that
who's
him?
who's the
He
drunk
doesn't
guy
sound
on panel?
feminine.
We can't
They
hear
said you
him.
had a girly voice.
Batman, speak, you twink.
He hasn't spoken
Batman.
He
yet.
has a girly chuckle.
Yeah, he's an actual twink, dude.
Hello, Batman. Speak.
Batman, I would kick
Oh,
him.
there
dude.
we go.
That might
I've
not
been
even
talking this whole time, you bitches.
told
Oh
you he's
yeah,
not
you're right.
feminine.
I see what you mean.
I
Bring
told
on
you,
the
dude. I told you he's a legit twink, bro.
Jeff's like, you're
I
right.
mean-
He does sound like a
Up
fucking
here.
loser.
You know, I was just scrolling through YouTube and I found this account. All right,
John
this
Wayne?
bad guy, dude. I don't like him. All right.
That's so
I li-
funny, dude. I told you the voice was gonna get you. Gets him every time.
So who's the drunk guy up here on panel?
Oh, dude, I recognize Untrackable. Where are you from?
He's been on
Untrackable-
Southwest. He's been on.
He's been on
My
Jeff's-
drunk
Southwest
guy
Jams
too, man.
before, yeah.
I don't think he's
And he-
drunk. Are you drunk?
No, not Untrackable. Untrackable might have been on my panel before too. Look, I'll prove I've talked to you, Untrackable. You
Oh, yeah.
told me that you were a cook in the army. Am I right or no?
That's right.
Yeah, see? Yeah, we've had a
Good
conversation
memory.
before.
I
Good
remember this.
memory, bro.
Shit.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Shout out bad guy, dude.
It seems like
Yeah.
Untrackable's pissed at us though.
Are you
Why are
mad,
you
bro?
mad at us, Untrackable? Why are you mad?
What's the
Tell us what's up.
time, bro? What's the time?
Oh no, I'm not mad at all. It's just I
Okay.
do that I don't remember every name. You know what I'm saying?
To
Well,
be
we
fair,
remember you.
to be fair, this is a new name that I'm going by now. I've switched identities. I am now
Right.
Aguacate.
Is it for drama reasons? Are y'all from
He's
the
now
drama
he's now
sector?
an
Yeah, we are.
avocado.
No drama, no drama.
Yes, we're
Look at
from
that
the
big
drama
old
section.
pit.
No
We like to
drama,
have we
llama.
like to
Like
have
a
fun.
bitch. What?
Okay.
We might crack some jokes, but we like
Okay.
to have fun.
Wait, am I allowed to cuss up here? Is that cool?
We definitely gonna poke
Yeah,
fun
just
at.
I use YouTube as long as it doesn't get my channel.
Oh
So
no,
you
no,
guys,
All right.
before you guys all broke in with your various
Okay, okay.
personalities and whatnot, right? You said
Yeah.
you were going to You said you were here to contribute to the conversation that we were having. So
Sure.
how about we do that?
Yeah.
All right.
What was
Cool.
the conversation?
First of all,
It
I
was
don't like your fucking attitude. First of all,
Whoa,
Ricardo.
bad guy.
Well,
Whoa.
But
let me
Don't use
say.
I'm
Spanish.
just saying,
I brought at
kind of
least
steer us
I
back
brought
to
at
where we were.
least 10 to 15 new subscribers. All right. So what have you contributed to this channel at all?
You
I think in
didn't.
the last
Thank
2
you.
minutes I've done more than you've done.
Bro,
Bad
If
guy.
you're talking
Why?
That
to
was a
me,
flex.
I've been
Everybody, make
coming.
sure
Contribute
this.
to the
I've been coming on
Everybody,
this channel for
everybody,
fucking pretty
subscribe
much
to Jeff right now, dude.
since it started. So
Southwest Jeff, go
What
over
have
there.
you done besides being drunk on panel, dude? Right, and
I'm
complain about
fucking
you don't
loyal.
get enough breaks
I'm
at
fucking
work.
loyal to the
I
max,
heard you.
baby.
I heard you
called
talking
That
lightning
about
at
guy.
your head,
oh
Ricardo.
That
my
guy.
my job keeps fucking overworking me. I don't get enough breaks. Just shut up. You're on a
Avocado.
YouTube
You
panel.
fucking you avocado. All right. He wants us to
Yo,
contribute to
Oh,
the conversation.
aquacata. Is that what it is? Aquacata? Avocado?
aguacate,
Aguacada.
Is
pendejo.
that Spanish?
Háblame
Aguacate.
Is that
mexicano.
Spanish for avocado?
No, it's Spanish for retard.
Aguacate.
Oh, okay.
That's funny.
Excuse me. They told me in chat not to use the hard R. All right, TBS. Wow, insensitive.
Wow.
No, I'm half retarded myself. The hard R's fine.
Okay, all right.
Yo,
Cool.
can somebody
fair,
ban
dude.
How
Mike? Yeah,
constructive.
somebody get Mike out of here, dude.
No, Mike's he's a fixture here. He's
I
one
like
of
Mike.
us. We
Oh,
claim
okay.
him.
First of all, Mike,
okay.
you spelled
He's
there
just
wrong.
he's just a soft
I
hero.
love Mike.
Jeff,
Oh, no.
Jeff, can you tell
Mike's
Mike
my
that you
buddy.
spelled there wrong? It's not. You just said like,
Yeah.
Jeff, they're clowns. Like, where are their clowns? You said you're implying that they're
Yeah.
somewhere.
That's beyond.
Right.
Yeah. You mean
Check out
there,
your phone.
clown? You stupid fuck. THE.
Cat
Y
eyes. Oh, dude,
apostrophe
she's a known
RE.
racist. You don't want her in your chat.
Batman Beyond. He's got
Yo,
289
shout out
subscribers
to Cat Eyes.
That's me.
and
Yo, I thought
14
Cat Eyes was dead, dude.
All right, hey fellas, we gotta contribute to the conversation here. So
Yeah.
So
What's it
listen,
about?
listen. What sort of sense does this fucking redcoat limey have talking about the laws in the U.S., huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, facts.
Fuck the laws in the U.S. Right?
I mean, it's
Advocate.
I understand you guys might
I
drive a
can't
chock-a-block.
I can't talk about anything in the US because I've never been there, buddy. But I can talk about my experiences in
Good.
the UK
We don't want
and other
you here.
places.
We don't want you here.
He gets to
No.
stay.
All right,
He's...
stay wherever you're at.
You're in
Okay, it's
Mexico,
not your
dude.
panel, so I don't.
Oh, he mean in
care.
the country. You don't want. We don't want you in the U.S. That's what he meant.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bloomin'
But it-
heck. Bloomin'
the
heck.
conversation-
Another
British.
quid.
Me, I'm not in
Yes,
the US.
Jeff.
I'm in the UK.
Do you agree with me, Jeff?
Oh, I don't care. I don't care if people from the UK come over here.
What about people
The
from Mexico?
conversation
Yeah, what
about a
about
comparison. It was a comparison of what are the laws versus, how do you get shit actually done? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, I can contribute something from the industry I'm at. I
Go
am
for
a
it.
truck driver, and I can drive for 11 hours. But before I hit the 8-hour mark, it is mandatory. I stop and take a 30-minute break.
Like a piss break?
Like you have to physically pull over and stop the truck.
Physically put over. Yes.
Well,
And
see,
let me
he's
tell you why I
driving
hate
right now.
doing it. Like I'm at 7 hours. I'm at 7 hours driving, and I feel good. I feel fine. I'm in the zone. Now I have to stop for 30 minutes, which I do. And then when I start driving again, sometimes it makes me lazy. It takes me out of.
Yeah.
Right.
There's no way to use your own judgment. Is it monitored? Like, will they know if your truck doesn't pull over?
Probably.
Yes. Like
Wait,
it's all electric.
now,
So yeah, I know.
What
The
are
truck
you
knows when it's moving.
transporting with their bad guy?
That
Or,
doesn't fuck.
What do you mean that doesn't matter?
It could be multiple things. You fucking retard. It's a truck, right?
Whatever
I
I'm
mean,
transporting
people-
doesn't matter, dude. All right.
what I'm more concerned about is that there's not laws about truck drivers being on fucking StreamYard while they're driving an 18-wheeler.
That's what
You know, exactly. Looking at the chat and then streaming on panel at the
dude.
same time.
Exactly,
Like how the fuck
bro?
does this guy know he's behind a wheel of like
I
what?
should
like
be doing this.
Are you
during
driving
during
now?
My 30-minute.
Yeah.
This dude's over here.
I am driving now,
comments.
dude.
He's
I'm
over
driving
he's
with
over
one hand.
He's
Do
handing
you
out
do you
the
have
comments.
do you still do the honk? Do people still do the honk?
Yeah, do girls
I can
want
do
you
the
like
honk.
hot
You want me to
chicks?
do the honk?
Yeah, do the
Let's
honk.
do the honk,
I
bro.
don't know if you can hear it because my windows are up. Right here.
Come on.
Here we go.
He
No,
crashed. No, I think he crashed.
I can't believe you're.
No, you didn't hear it. Here, if I put my window down,
Well, he is crashing out.
Are you talking through your headphones or your steering wheel?
No, I
didn't
have a fucking.
Didn't hear anything. See,
I
this
have
is
an
this is
AirPod.
this is the byproduct
Shut
of
your
also
I think
having.
it's cool
mouth,
that you
Thunderbolt
that,
Studios.
This is the
Thunderbolt
byproduct
Studios
of
isn't
having
even
a
in America,
retarded,
also.
a retarded truck
No,
driver.
he is.
This is the
retarded
new
He
talk
has a spot
radio,
here in
though.
America.
This is he's
Yeah, dude.
engaging
And also,
with the media.
I've been gooning for like 3 weeks straight, so that doesn't help.
Oh.
Well,
I mean,
the girl that you're gooning to hasn't told you to go yet, so.
Shut the fuck up, Batman. Why do you always say more than is necessary, dude? Why are you putting me on blast?
picture this, fellas. Picture this.
I'm the gay one here.
A 5'4" bald Mexican with neck tattoos jumps out of an 18-wheeler and he's thumping his tires. Thumping his tires.
Okay. Okay, you tell me then. Who would you rather have driving a truck if for fucking hours on end if it's not a 5'4" Mexican with neck tattoos?
All right.
I don't know. What are the options? What are the other options?
Well, you got a
The
white
other
guy.
option, the other option is somebody that looks like untrackable.
He seems like he'd do good trucking.
Right,
I don't
exactly.
know.
Thank you. Or somebody that sounds like Batman. All right, these are your options,
Shut the
Jeff.
fuck up. All right. You know,
Batman, are
lots
you a
of
voice
like
cell?
me-
You're catching a lot of heat over your voice.
I do all the time, man.
Oh.
I do. But it's also because I'm a.
Oh,
I'm
did
a
we
voice
get? Oh,
actor.
did we get rid
I'm a
of
voice
Ricardo?
It's 'cause you
Good
what?
Shit, Jeff. Hell yeah, I'm glad
I'm a
you picked
voice
him, dude.
actor. That's why I get so much flack.
You're a what?
Yeah,
Shut
yeah.
up,
Just jealous.
Batman.
He's
Yeah,
just
Batman,
jealous.
shut the fuck up,
You're
dude.
just you talk.
Yo,
You're like,
okay, you
you're
want
like
me to
Juniper.
talk, then you
You're
don't
like
want me to
Juniper.
talk.
No,
Nobody
don't
wants you
you
to
talk
talk.
when you want. Don't listen to them. This is not their panel. You can talk on here.
Ooh, rant,
Yo,
Batman.
can we all talk about how
Even
fucking
Jeff told you to
clearly-
shut up, dude.
Clearly,
No.
fucking
Yo,
Ricardo's
thank
name
you.
is a fucking
Everybody
lark,
gets
dude.
to say here
Jeff.
as long as they're
Jeff.
not
You got wrecked.
disrupting anything.
Jeff, at which army surplus did you buy your outfit, Jeff?
At Eddie Bauer,
Makes sense.
Outlet Mall.
Okay.
Eddie Bauer.
That's my store. Yeah.
I go to Costco.
You look like you.
But
burned
I
crosses
love
after
Army
hitting the
surplus
gay club
stores too. If they
on
had one near
weekends.
me, I would shop there.
Untrackable. Where do you get your hat, dude?
It was a gift from work for Veterans Day.
Yeah, good one, Batman.
Oh,
Good
it looks
fucking
cool. I'm not making
roasted,
fun of
dude.
it.
Yeah,
Untrackable, you
good
look like you
fucking
you
scene.
were
I
the-
like this hat.
Untrackable, you look like you're the first one voted off of fucking Duck Dynasty.
Oh, dude, untrackable. I'm gonna make a joke here that you're not gonna understand because you're not gonna understand the reference. But you look like Meow Meow on steroids, dude.
In a good way.
Yeah.
Is that a YouTuber, a panel person?
No, it's
Well,
a
he
it's
was.
a guy. He used to kick it with us, but he drank himself to death, which is like which very similar to what Untrackable's doing at the moment. So
Untrackable, you look like if the fucking animal control board had an unemployment line, you would be like 80% of the guys standing in it.
all right. Jeff looks like if Andy Dick got rejected from the military.
Dude, he could use his beard as a COVID mask.
That would got me, dude.
Bro,
I used to watch him. I hate him now.
yeah, dude, you look like a dishonorable discharge, dude.
Like you did not serve your country.
Yeah, that seems fair. I probably would get dishonorably discharged if I were in it.
Yeah, and Batman would be the one discharging you if you know what I'm
I
saying.
totally would. I totally would, dude.
Yeah, you guys are
All
gay.
over me, bro.
He's super gay.
Dishonorably.
No, hey, now, hey, being super gay is totally cool with the military. Just do your fucking job.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah. Okay.
But not trans, not anymore.
Really?
I mean, I'm one of those people that says do your fucking job.
Me too.
I
If you
don't
can
care.
do the job, who cares about all the other stuff?
Okay. Just 2 minutes ago, you guys were agreeing with the Euro faggot over here about how I shouldn't be driving a truck.
I didn't say that. I said I was glad you were streaming. Like you were on, like doing it on YouTube. It's the new talk radio. I was excited that we have live trucking right here happening on stream.
What if I told you that he doesn't have a blue passport?
Okay,
Well, there's something.
His green card expired.
There's something to be said there. So, like Jeff looked up the federal law on brakes, and there's really next to nothing. And so it becomes on the states, but then the states don't really get to dictate to companies what is a brake and stuff like that, to where it really becomes down to the character of the individual that's doing the job. So if somebody's going to stop you from doing your job and punish you because you didn't take a break versus you taking at the appropriate time frame for to reset yourself and get back to work and come back ready to go, there's so much to be chopped up there, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Sure.
Fuck, for a minute there, I thought you were talking about like actual brakes, which my family is directly involved in, and that would have been a good topic for me. Brake pads, brake accessories.
Yeah, and
those
Right,
are
right.
important things to
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
J brakes.
I love. Well, can you tell us more about your business, TBS, a little bit?
Shut up, Batman.
Yeah.
All right, untrackable.
Yeah,
I got a
Batman,
question
shut
for
the
you.
fuck up, Batman.
Shut
Wow.
up, Batman. You
Now
fucking
we-
loser.
Shut
We
the
didn't hear
fuck
from
up.
the fat Mexican. I have a hard time keeping them apart. Which one's the fat
how-
Mexican? It looks like
How
TBS.
do you know? Okay, cool.
No,
Yeah,
no,
well,
I
he
was
is
about
a
to-
fat
wait,
Mexican.
no,
He's a
I'm
fat
a
Mexican
fat-
being
Yeah,
a
no, he's
bitch.
a
white
fat
guy.
Mexican.
I'm a fat white guy. I'm a fat
Who doesn't
guy.
have a
Like,
green
Oh, you're the
card,
fat white
bitch.
guy. Okay.
I hope he
I
thought it
crashes
was-
while he drives his fucking semi into a
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
family of 5 kids. You
All right,
I thought
so
it was
I gotta-
talking about me, dude, and I was gonna
I-
say, how do you know this? How do you know?
I got a question for Untrackable because he's done his service, right? It'll just be cross community. Untrackable, would you consider a guy that worked as a correctional officer in a jail, like booking people in? He was like a booking guy. He did that for maybe 14 months, maybe 15. Do you think it's okay or not okay for him to consider himself a veteran on Veterans Day?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, I would say no by definition.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to know
What
something
if he was
funny?
only a few-
TBS.
Yeah.
He's been asked this question before.
Has
Yeah,
he?
he was on
Yeah.
Jeff's panel.
Yeah, and on Jeff's panel, he was asked the question.
Jeff, so
And I didn't hear the. I tuned out. Honestly, I didn't hear the. I didn't pay attention. What was the question?
Wow,
Jeff,
dude,
we
we
got-
come up here to make this boring.
Well,
panel
whoever said you have to
entertaining,
be
and you tune
interesting
us out.
enough to anchor the question. Something about it.
I-
What kind of veteran? On Veterans
I
Day,
could-
the cap. Are they still harassing you
I-
over your cap? I think they're jealous.
No, I could be
No,
wrong.
I like his cap.
But I think the definition of a veteran, I think there's two definitions. A veteran is somebody that has spent plenty of time in a field to be able to teach it, as for one definition that I seem to understand. But another is like if you're talking about like a military service veteran, something that is, at least in some countries, something to behold. It's like 90 days of good active service.
What is
Okay.
that? Sounds sexy. What does that mean?
What if this person then has connections to the FBI and he always has cops sitting next to him on panel? What would
Who
you say then?
evaluates the service?
Yeah, like
Well, it's
Like, how do they know?
evaluated by did you do what was expected of you
Oh, like
type of stuff.
benchmarks and stuff.
Because some people do get hurt in training, but
Okay,
sometimes training takes
Oh, I
longer
didn't
than
see. Wait,
90.
we have Damone in the back. Do
Oh
people know
fuck!
Damone?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Don't let that
Jesus
bitch up
fucking
here.
Damone,
Christ.
I wasn't
He's
paying
even
Yeah, let him
attention.
gayer
up.
than
Flash it.
me.
Okay.
Let him up. Damone is cool.
Fuck
Damone is
you,
cool.
Damone.
Let him up.
Fuck you,
Okay.
Damone, they're telling me to let you up.
Okay, Jeff, I came up here because
Oh,
I have a
it's
question,
this.
man.
Oh no.
I
Okay.
got a
No.
question, man. Why do you
Yo,
have a
say hi, dude.
satanic?
Have some fucking etiquette, dude.
Yeah,
What's up?
Damone.
What's
Yeah,
up?
say hello,
Fucking piece
All
of
Damone.
right,
shit.
Fucking
God,
piece
you
of
fucking.
shit,
No,
dude.
it's
You're
fine. I
fucking
think he's
rude as
asking about
fuck,
my
dude.
Baphomet.
God
It was
Loser,
damn.
like,
dude.
Dude, y'all
Say
like a
hi to
bunch
Jeff
of
at least.
fucking. Y'all are a bunch of fucking Marys. Hello, everyone. So I want to ask
Better.
Jeff.
Thank you.
Better.
Hi.
Okay, all right, bro, shut the fuck up. I want to ask Jeff something.
All right,
okay.
what are
Why
you
do
gonna
you?
ask? What are you
Why
gonna
do
ask
you
him?
have? Why do you have that
What are you
fucking
gonna ask?
satanic
What?
symbol on
What do
your
you?
shirt, bro? That devil symbol. What the
This
fuck is that?
because I'm a Satanist. This is my.
No, you're
Is that
not.
true?
Nobody's a
No,
Yeah,
you're not.
Satanist in
we're Satanists,
2025,
dude.
bro.
Yeah,
Don't
there's a
lie.
lot. There's a
Bro,
lot more
bro,
Satanists in 2025 than
yeah.
before.
Can you
Hail
prove
Fuck you,
it?
Satan,
Like,
Damone.
you
how do you
stupid
prove?
fuck.
How
Hey,
do you
Damone.
prove it?
I
Wait,
have.
What are you
no,
gonna?
he actually has a. He has a. I saw
Yeah.
the statue. He has the
What the
statue.
hell
Get
is that
wrecked,
thing?
Damone.
It's
Get
a
Let's
wrecked.
fucking.
This is
It's
go.
the
Oh,
Baphomet.
dude,
devil,
let's
Damone.
talk
dude.
about
It's the
Satan.
devil. It's
You got
Satan.
fucking wrecked, Damone.
Did you
Dude,
just
Damone
piss?
bodied.
Damone.
Oh my
Damone
god,
bodied
dude.
in 4K, dude. You take
Yo,
your little lightning
yo,
bolt and shove it up your ass, faggot.
Bro.
yeah,
Hold
bro.
on, I'm curious,
You can't
bro.
even be a white supremacist correctly, Damone. Get the fuck out of here,
Yeah,
bro.
Let me
fuck you,
ask, like,
You're in
Damone.
a
are you
you're
No,
for
no,
real?
you're in
You're
an
a devil
interracial
No,
worshiper?
yeah, I'm for
relationship.
real.
You
Yeah.
fucking
It says
Why, dude?
2019. I joined Satanic
Why?
Temple and then I went independent.
no,
Is
you
that
didn't.
let's
Are
different
you
fucking
than
lying?
go,
fucking
dude.
Wait, are you
than
being
fucking
serious, Jeff?
LaVey Satanism? So
Yeah,
you
it's
worship the
different, but
devil?
I'm closer to LaVey, but I'm not a member of either one.
What if I
Wait,
told
Why?
you
hang
Can I
on,
about
ask you
hang on.
why,
Gen
dude?
A?
Why
What if
you
I
did
told
that?
you about Gen A?
Because the devil fucking rocks, dude.
Let me ask
Yeah,
this
because
guy a
it's
question.
cool.
I really want to know
Cause,
why did you choose to do that?
because it spoke to me. I watched the Hell Satan documentary on YouTube on Hulu.
Yes.
And I said, those are
I've
my
never
people.
seen
I
it.
got to find them and join that.
Link
And then
that up. You
COVID
Yeah,
gotta
hit, so
link
I
that.
didn't get to actually meet any Satanists.
dude, you and
Oh, I
Jeff should
see.
do a panel together.
Yeah,
You and
dude.
Gen A
Damone,
should
have
do
you
a
ever
panel
listened to
together.
AC/DC, Damone? Get the fuck out of here, dude.
I
Yeah.
actually can I just have a
Is
couple more questions and
Hey,
then I'm gonna
Damone,
go so
have
you
you ever
boys
read a
can do
book?
your
Have
thing.
you ever read a book, Damone?
Yeah,
Damone,
Hey
piece of
TBS,
shit.
stay up here,
why
man.
don't you
What?
You're fucking
Fucking
uncultured as
Let him
shit,
hog
dude.
the
yeah,
mic
dude.
for a couple of more
two
questions.
All right,
questions, bro? Two easy questions. Two easy
go for
questions.
it.
Is
Go
this
for it.
the most viewers that you've ever had?
No, I've had way more than this.
Yeah,
I've
fuck you,
gotten up to like
Damone.
80
Yeah, what
Fuck
kind of
you,
views.
80?
coming
Damone.
in
That's
here
solid, bro.
questioning this
That's
man?
solid. And I guess my last question is this Mike guy down here. He seems to be a giant fucking pussy. What's that about, dude? You know him?
Mike
Yeah,
Mike
what's
is
up with
a
Mike? I agree.
he's
Mike
a
is a
very
huge
I don't.
pussy, dude.
Yeah, pull up, Mike. Pull
Come on,
up.
Yeah,
Mike, get up
Mike,
here.
you fucking
Get your
pussy. You
ass up
won't,
here.
yeah, he
faggot.
probably won't come on.
Bet you
Hey,
sound gayer
Yeah,
than
he
me.
won't.
has he
Yeah,
ever
he's
Mike
just a
is a very
fucking keyboard
complex
warrior.
person. He has a range of
If by complex you mean gay, I
I
Dude,
agree.
by
bet you listen to
complex,
ABBA.
do you mean
uh,
autistic?
he has like
Yeah, by
no,
complex,
I
do
mean,
you
no, he
mean
might
like
be. He has a
do you
range. He
mean
gets a range of reactions from people. Some people like him. Some
so
people
he's like
can't stand him.
he's like our cult of
yeah,
personality.
I'm at the
Does he have a
can't stand
platinum
them
credit card?
camp.
Does he have a platinum credit card? Does Mike have a?
Y'all are just bombarding this gentleman's panel, dude. You don't even.
Bro,
I mean,
Excuse
it's
we're
me.
crazy, dude.
I can
we're
handle
making
it. I like being
friends. We're
bombarded.
making friends, Damone.
Are you gay, Jeff?
Undistractable.
Are
I
you gay,
like
bro?
this man.
I am gay.
I fucking
Bad,
I
knew
am
good.
it.
There he
satanic.
is.
I am autistic. I'm
Who
all
the
of those
fuck is
things.
Joe
Hey,
Cool,
Wow,
listen.
bro?
that's a
Who the
crazy
fuck is
combo.
this guy, dude?
Look
Dude,
at
Is
This
that
is
this.
Joe
Mike, bro?
Cool. Y'all haven't met Joe Cool?
Holy
He's
No.
cool.
shit.
He's
I don't know
Joe
who
and
he
he
What up,
is
is, but
Joe?
I
cool.
fuck with him
And he's
already,
probably
dude.
high as a
This
kite
nigga
right
got the
now.
Yo,
I
good
like
holy
this
fuck.
guy.
vibes as
I
fuck,
like
dude.
this
Yo,
guy. I like his
how
energy.
did a homeless man get 5G?
He's single. I'm
Yo,
looking. He's
What's up,
single.
Joe?
Yo,
what's up, Joe?
yo,
Look
they,
at the nose on
yo,
you, bro. You got a
yo, they
fucking nose, my guy.
they have that hoodie 3 sizes smaller, bro. What are you doing?
If you guys are done, I like entertaining you. But dude was making some progress on Jeff and the Satan shit I've never been able to.
Thank you.
I wanted to know, Jeff, what attracted you to the LaVey Church or whatever church it was you
it
saw
was the
Daddy coming?
Satanic Temple,
Yeah,
that
dude.
the documentary on YouTube.
I didn't see
Are
it.
you?
What
that
about?
out.
And you say you saw those of your people. What were the things that you thought that you guys had in common?
Right. Now I'm curious.
Their
Me too.
aesthetic,
Why?
their ethic, their ethos. They were. It
Oh,
was very much
Yeah.
about. I've been a Satanist my whole life because of rock music. because of the BDSM, because of all the goth shit,
Yo,
Bro,
for
you're
being
talking
an
to me right now,
atheist,
dude. You're
secular
talking to me.
humanism, all of that was in there.
I'm
I didn't
fucking
understand
Buddhist.
I
any of
didn't
that,
realize it was
man.
an actual religion, and I found out that it's an official religion. It's IRS. It's an IRS religion. It's like an official recognized by the government. And so
That's
when I found
fun.
that out, I'm like, oh, I can do all the stuff I've been doing my whole life, but have
makes
it
sense.
under a religion that actually
If
has
you'll
state
be
recognition.
patient
That
with me,
makes sense
Jeff,
why the
I
IRS
didn't
takes our
understand
money now.
any of that stuff you said. It all sounded like woo-woo. Can you put it in a very basic language for me, like egocentrism? Give me something
Yeah,
I've
dude. Can you
done
speak?
basic.
I've done so many
Can you
streams on
speak
this. So you
retard, bro,
understand
for this guy?
rock music, like that's always been the devil's.
Yeah, like
yeah, like
Stairway to
Van
Heaven.
Halen and
Rock,
shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
you like
And then
Yeah,
that,
I don't know
okay.
what your sex life is like, but BDSM, like kinky,
This guy
Okay,
looks
sadomasochism,
then,
gay to
okay,
me, bro.
all
part
right.
This
of
Joe
it.
guy
no,
gay.
no, bro. He
Hold
ain't
on.
into none of that, dude.
Jeff, let me ask you a question. Is there goth girls in this group?
Um,
Look at this guy, dude.
And he
Nah,
did
Joe's
I don't
say
thinking
have a
about
there's
group.
sex,
sex.
bro.
I'm an independent. I'm what's called outsider Satanism. I don't have a
Joe's a
group.
virgin, bro. Joe's a fucking virgin. It's obvious. He don't know shit
Yeah,
about
Joe,
facts,
sex.
Joe, are
dude.
you a virgin, bro?
Yo, you guys are
Absolutely,
fucking.
yes.
You
I'm a
guys are
No,
virgin.
he's
sickos.
not.
Wait,
I knew.
hang on.
You're a
I'm fucking
sicko,
I got a
CBS.
legit question for Jeff, dude. All right, it might sound a little off the wall, but it's a serious question.
Yo, was that a
Okay,
light bulb, Joe?
because sometimes, because I'm confused about my own
Oh, my bad.
sexuality, so
Okay.
sometimes I like to experiment,
Okay.
and then I always feel real
The fuck?
guilty because I know that the Bible is like that shit talks about how like God hates fags and all this and that, and I'm like, well,
Yeah.
that's not
So
cool.
you guys
You're supposed to
accept
love all
them.
of it, right? Yeah, but like but Satanism, like it's probably cool with that, right? Do you guys?
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah,
Hey guys.
absolutely.
Hell
So
yeah, dude.
I'm gay. Is that okay?
We
Sure,
know,
dude.
Batman.
Fine.
You didn't have to fucking announce it, Batman. We know.
Dude, Batman
Well,
is the only gay guy that can't get laid. Fucking, it's
Is
crazy.
this? We don't get a lot of
I'm
gay.
still
We
a
Batman,
don't get a
virgin
lot
too,
of
what's
gay
Joe.
dudes
You're
here.
not
Are you
alone,
really
what's
bro.
the
gay?
point of being gay, Batman, if you're not
This is
even
a
gonna
gay bar
get
for straight
laid, bro?
men.
Yeah, if
I
I'm a
know.
gay
I know.
dude, because you get to bang everybody if you're gay,
You know
right?
what
And
I'm
you're a
saying,
dude.
fam?
It just
100%.
You
looks
don't even
loose
get
as
shit,
fuck,
dude.
100%.
yeah.
Yeah, dude. So Batman's
Joe, let's hook
gay
up.
without the sex, dude. That's the best
Yes.
part of being gay, you idiot. Dude's just gay
Joe,
so he can put foam on
Joe,
his coffee,
you
dude. Get the
down?
fuck out of here,
Where are
Batman.
you? What
Yep.
state?
I
Yeah.
can't.
What
That's
state you in,
toxic, bro.
Batman? So he can
Toxic as
suck your
fuck.
dick.
I'm in
Yeah,
Michigan, bro.
Batman, what state you in,
Michigan.
dude?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm on my way,
All
dude.
right.
Oh, Michigan got a gays, dude.
Did I answer your question? You said something about
You
you want to
did. You said
experiment, but you feel
aesthetics, the
guilty
goth,
because
the
Bible
BDSM.
programming.
Yeah, but here's
Oh,
the thing, Jeff. You
Yeah, I
said
appreciate
that
that, Jeff.
goth girls,
I
I'm
was
in.
curious.
Jeff, you said it was because the government now recognizes it, but like the
No,
government
that was
also.
just one of the. I realized I've been a Satanist my whole life. I just didn't know there was a thing called Satanism or a name for it. And then once I
mean,
realized that, I'm like, this is the natural
yeah, I mean,
next step to
demonic.
do
Well,
because I was
honestly,
an
dude, it's just
atheist my whole life.
But
I
I
didn't
mean,
have any religion at all, and now that I have a religion, I can't go back to just being an atheist.
well, I mean,
well. I mean,
Damone hates his
Okay,
life. Is there a
okay.
religion for that?
well.
Yeah.
Listen, being a Satanist is basically what you're the master of your own domain, right? Well, a Satanist anyway. Isn't that the gist of it?
Yeah, you can
And
put
then
it
so
that
that's
way.
true. That's true of everyone.
Yeah, it's
You
about
know?
being yourself.
Yeah,
What?
I no problem with that. Yeah,
Damone,
So
you
would
know a
you
lot
get on
about
a?
Satanism for fucking hating it so much.
Yeah,
I don't hate
honestly,
it.
this
Dude.
We should
I
bring
this
don't hate it.
Jenna in
Christianity
here.
thing isn't working for me, dog. Honestly, how can I go about fucking transitioning over, like
What I mean,
fucking to
you're
the
an
dark side?
adult. You can choose whatever beliefs you want.
Do you
Is that
think God
true?
will be
Don't
mad
your
at me?
beliefs have to align with
'Cause,
nature,
So
right?
what if this one
People change religions all the time, and
what
they
if this
try
one
out
We,
different
person in our
religions.
community died
Jeff, do
and
you
she got
believe your
rejected from heaven and came back to life? Like,
Is the
I just
twink
want
talking?
Mike to pull up, bro. Where's Mike at, dude? This
yeah,
little fucking
Mike, pull
faggot. Dude's a
Yo,
bitch, bro.
Jeff,
We're right up
has
here, man.
Mike
Mike,
ever
the
shown up
trolls
on?
are out tonight. You
Mike,
feel like
come
coming
on,
up and
Mike.
Mike.
trolling?
I
Please,
swear to
please.
Satan, I will fuck you up, Mike.
No,
Yeah,
you're
come up
not going to
You
do
see?
anything to Mike on this
in
panel.
Minecraft.
I like
Besides,
Mike.
I'm not
Come
worried
on.
In
about Mike. He can hold his
Minecraft,
own.
Come on, Mike.
in Minecraft,
Mike,
Minecraft.
come up here and let us split you open
We're
like a
all
crack.
Untrackable,
accepting.
what's up?
yeah,
These
bro.
guys actually
Let us
say gay
gangbang you,
people.
Mike.
All
Come
right.
here.
Come up here
Come,
so you
sit
can
up.
get
Hang on,
gangbang
hang
you.
on.
Yes,
Untrackable
Batman
gets the
and
mic.
Damone don't like gay people, but
Shut up,
but these guys
Batman.
accept me.
Shut up, Batman.
Hey,
The man
shut
is
up,
talking.
bro. Let's just do talk.
There we go. See, interracial. I'm being oppressed right
Kick him.
now.
Kick
See?
this fucking twink.
What untrackable?
Yeah,
just
kick
take it.
Batman,
What you
dude.
got to say?
I would like to say, and this goes back to the conversation we were having about work and rules and how you want to conduct yourself. It's one thing to study many different religions until you find where you feel like you fit in. As is jobs. Hey, try all the jobs until you feel like you fit there.
What do
But
y'all
the
think about that?
difference,
That's interesting.
but the difference is which one is yours is the one that you devote yourself to.
That is
Well, I'll tell
interesting as
you what,
fuck.
dude.
I've
Mike,
never
Mike
heard it
tried being
put
a
like that.
faggot on day one, and it was successful. One and done, Mike. You were a fag on day one. You're still a fag. Come on
Mike's
up
not
here,
even
bro.
up
Facts,
here.
dude.
I'm talking. He knows I'm talking
There's
to him,
plenty
bro.
of
Mike the
faggots
fag.
already up here. You could address that too.
I want one more, Jeff. One
Good
more.
point. Good point.
One more. I want Mike, bro. Come on up here, bro. You little
Well,
fucking
he's
momo.
he's he's a grown adult. He can decide whether he wants to click the link or not.
Fair enough,
Yeah,
Jeff.
I swear to God, dude. Mike lived in his mother's basement.
Yeah. Probably fucking jerks off to her too, man. Isn't that wild?
Stop jerking off to your mother, Mike. You weirdo. Holy shit, Mike.
Oh my God,
Damn.
Mike, this is getting
So
out of
Joe,
hand.
I
Yeah.
was
Damn,
trying
Mike.
to answer your
Dude.
questions. Did I help at
Yeah,
all?
no, yeah, you did great, and you said believe what you want, but doesn't that mean it must be in line with nature, with the harm no other man book stuff? Almost, you know.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, you said that yeah, you pick your own rules, believe what you want, and I was asking, as long as it's in line with nature, and I hope you know what I mean by that. And when I say in line with
Like your own
nature,
nature, like being
I
true
mean
to
you
who
can't
you are.
can't hurt other people, and
Are you
you
talking
don't.
about
Well, I
being
mean, I think
homeless?
that's part of nature too. Humans are violent. They hurt people all. They hurt each other all the time.
Yeah.
This is true.
So it's
I think
Like I
if
okay.
would,
if
like
it's
I would
gonna have
hurt Mike if he was
if
up
you're
here.
gonna stay with it long term, it has to be true to your nature, or you're not gonna stick with it.
Okay, but okay.
It
So
has to bring
is it
out
true?
what's already naturally part of you.
Is it true? Like, see, when I think Satanism, I'm like, all right, I want to join, but like, I don't want to do the whole like cut the palm of my hand and fucking.
No, I don't do. I don't do all
You
of
know what
that.
I mean?
So
Yeah,
what does
no,
it
None of
I've
mean when
that.
never
you
had to do
die?
that.
That's my question.
Yeah, I gotta drink adrenochrome.
Yeah, no, I didn't do. I didn't have to do
You don't have to
anything with
drink the
blood or
Kool-Aid.
any even
Yeah,
any
dude.
rituals. Like I said, I didn't get to
Yeah,
meet
like
any actual Satanists,
I
so
don't. I don't want
I
to
got
like
to
cut
make
a
it all
chicken's
up.
head off and fucking chew it, dude. I like. Can we skip that part?
Yeah, that's why he.
Well, I
That's
mean,
why he
have you
left
ever
Mexico.
interviewed a professional athlete before and then actually look into what they have to do to
Yeah.
become the elite of physicality?
Oh, you're
The
talking
Oh,
about the
shit that Rock
Illuminati.
eats in a day,
favorite
Dwayne.
football wants to take the hits to the head.
The
Well,
shit
Tim
Dwayne
Tebow.
Rock Johnson got to eat in a day. You know, you could never even, you wouldn't even consider doing that shit. He got to do that shit every fucking day, like
Who?
6 massive meals to keep that type of
Who?
weight on.
Who are
What
you talking
Rock? The
about?
Dwayne the
Rock,
Rock.
Bro,
Dwayne Johnson.
Dude,
bro.
Mike crashing out down
You
there, bro.
you ain't never seen me eat, bro. You can ask anybody in
Yeah.
chat right now. I can have
Yeah. Hey, listen.
6 meals, bro.
I've seen this dude
Listen.
eat, man.
Well, no, I can vouch for
You seen
BG.
Mike
On
eat?
stream, or do you
Mike?
know each other in person?
No, BG knows. He knows
I know him.
athletes, man. He
Okay.
dated this girl, fucking Daisy Doom, and she was the throat goat of our community.
Throat
Right.
goat, bro. I
Bro.
dated the girl that everybody dated before me. You know what I'm saying?
I almost got with her, but didn't happen.
As long as
Damn,
you didn't
whoever this
latch
evil one
on.
is, whoever this evil one is down in chat,
Yeah,
he is fucking outing
I was
Mike's
proud of
shit
it
right
too,
now,
dude.
bro.
Mike's kind of hard to out. I don't think there's
Mike is
anything
getting
people
fucking
don't
Yo,
already
wrecked,
know about
bro.
him.
Mike getting fucked up, dude. Yo, chat
Why
is
are
full
y'all
of our
so
people right now.
fascinated with
This is our
Mike and
people.
obsessed with
Hey,
him?
you
Yo,
come in talking
yo,
shit,
He's
bro.
coming
You
chat.
at
can't be
us.
doing that.
Yeah.
Everybody fuck up Mike right now. Yo,
Are
chat.
y'all that
Everybody
easy to
attack Mike,
provoke?
dude.
Oh,
One.
look, we have another Satanist. Hey, Ziggy.
There we go.
Who is it?
Ziggy, my bro.
What's
What's up,
up?
dude?
Hey, welcome.
Don't y'all got a special greeting or something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
say
Mike,
hello.
there's
Hi,
a
Happy
can we
Lisa.
do
Wednesday,
what's
that?
dude.
up, bro?
Yo, I want to be in,
That's
dude.
the
Same
satanic
greeting you use
greeting.
with your
No,
people.
Sup?
we have
Sup,
these
bud?
words. We
Hail
no, we
Satan.
actually
Sup,
have
bud,
these
Naga?
words. No,
Right.
it's not like
Hell,
that. No, we
Satan,
go.
sup?
Yo, okay, real quick. Is Elon Musk a
Mm-mm.
Satanist, dude?
He'd almost have
Probably
to be.
not. He's a Spurg more than anything
Wait,
else.
No.
Jeff,
Oh,
Jeff, Mike is from Vegas Valley. That's where he comes from.
I think
That's
there's a
true.
lot of people that found their way here from Vegas Valley.
Oh,
Oh my
Jesus
what is
gosh,
Christ.
Vegas
There,
man.
Valley?
there's
Holy
several drama
fuck, dude.
communities, and they're kind of all interconnected.
Oh
Vegas
god,
Valley
dude.
is
Elon
one of
Musk
them.
is
Wait,
another
Mike,
goddamn
is
shit.
Mike from the Vegas Valley, dude?
Oh,
The
Mike,
Vegas shooting
dude.
community? Is that the
Mike,
one?
no,
Mike,
not
what the fuck is
Batman.
wrong
Shut
with
the
you, Mike?
fuck up, Batman. It's not the God. You're dumber
Man,
than
Mike,
Nunya,
you have
dude.
some kind of power over these
Holy
people.
fuck. So he was like a Joey. He was a Joey simp. So Mikey was a Joey simp.
I don't know. I don't know that was way before my time.
That's wild, dude. That's wild to be like sucking off a 50-year-old bald guy on the internet.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
that wild.
Mike. Yo, Mike is down bad, dude.
Mike is
First
just
you're jerking off
completely
to your
fucking.
mother, dude, and now you're
Oh,
sucking on 50-year-old ball sacks. Mike, what the hell's wrong with you,
why
dude?
don't you get a fucking job, Mike? You little mo.
Yeah, actually, yeah,
Fucking
Mike.
married.
Good job, you little
Just,
hell. I like
bro,
that.
go
Get a
stand
job,
in
you little
traffic,
hell.
Mike.
Yeah, for real. You should definitely just blow your brains out, Mike. Can you do that?
Facts, dude. Just fucking slit your
So,
wrist, dude.
Yeah.
Mikey, what are you doing now that Joey's locked up in feds with the feds? How long?
Mike's
how long
not
is-
even on the panel, so just
How
keep
long
it
is-
focused
That was
on us.
fucking
Yo,
hilarious.
before I
Y'all
go,
can stay in the
fuck
chat
you,
and do
PBS.
that.
Fuck you, Damone. Fuck you, that guy. You guys are all
Yo,
pieces of
he
shit.
You're
said
I
taking
that.
hate
That
every
valuable
was
single
panel
one of
real
you.
estate.
We'll see
I
you,
hope you
Batman.
guys fucking
Get out of
die.
here.
I hope you die and kill
I love it.
yourselves. You
No,
All right,
cool,
buddy.
yeah,
no,
cool story,
I
Batman.
no.
fucking
Yeah,
hate you.
cool.
What's
I
up,
hope you
Jeff?
Cool
fucking
story, dude.
What are you
die.
doing, dude?
Say, yeah,
Good
dude.
shit,
Come back
man.
when your balls drop, nigga.
Yeah,
All
holy
right,
shit.
let's keep talking to Mike.
Oh, are you
Mike,
picking on him? What the hell? Come on, man.
Yo,
What the fuck
Mike.
are you
So
doing?
Mike, when's Joey get out of the?
Mike
when's
is
Joey
not on the panel.
Chill out,
know.
Get off
PBS.
of
He ain't even
Mike.
up here, bitch.
yeah, dude.
We got
Yeah,
we
they
got
picking
Joe
on
Cool
you or
up
something.
here.
What the
He's
fuck?
more of a celebrity than Mike is.
Yeah, I
Who
saw
We
is
got
Joe.
Mike?
Uncrackable.
Yeah, I
Who
saw
is
Joe.
Mike?
Yeah,
I'm trying to see him.
I agree. I saw Joe Cool
I
earlier. He was trying to fucking watch my
Marilyn
windshield at the
Manson
interstate.
motherfucker right above me,
Wow,
dude. I think
Mike.
that's
Yeah,
cool. I like
dude.
that.
Do it, man.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike. It's a good suggestion, bro. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
still talking to
Mike
Mike,
is
man. My
trash.
bad. Yeah, Mike is fucking down bad. We'll just leave
Yo,
him
Joe.
alone.
So Joe, what's your story, bro?
I don't understand that question at all. My story, well, I'm editing, and I'll give you the short version. I'm editing a video. I took a few minutes
What
because
you
I
have
got a
to?
break to hop on a panel with somebody.
Oh, yo, by any chance, are you editing this guy Jeff Southwest's new podcast? Is that you? Are you the editor he talked about?
No. I'm editing a
Oh,
cop
okay.
watch video.
My bad, my bad.
No.
For your channel,
James.
Joe, or what?
Yeah, for my channel, me and James
Here, I'll drop his
Freeman.
channel.
What is his name? Tuck Police Suck. We went to court, and I'm putting a
again?
video together of it.
Tuck what?
Tuck Police Suck. Tucson Police Suck.
Yo, why was my homegirl NTF
Oh, okay.
banned, dude?
What you do, man?
Wow.
You're in
Is
court
this
and
not
shit?
a free speech place?
No, this is not a free speech zone. This is
Yeah.
a dictatorship. I'm
Yeah,
a
fuck
tyrant. This is
NTF,
a
dude.
tyranny.
What did she say?
She's fucking with Mike.
You say something
She
about
said
tyranny.
that she's
bro.
fucking with Mike.
That's crazy.
Wow, Mike.
No, it's
Wow,
not.
Mike got wrecked by a female, Mike. She weighs 110 pounds, Mike, and you had to ban her? Wow, Mike's a little bitch, dude.
She's a legend.
That's
She's a
just
legend.
fucking
Though.
hilarious,
Certain
dude.
platforms. Yo,
It's
Mike,
like,
if you
no,
want to get
not.
to
It's a
NTF,
fucking
just send her the eye emojis.
And evil one's about to follow her out.
Oh, what's up with that, man? He was
Evil
speaking
one?
the truth, bro.
Yeah, Evil won the goat, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just came in here, just wrecked him right from the jump.
Okay. Is Mike
I
is
don't
Mike
know.
your significant other or something? Are we interrupting? Is he like your partner? What do you call?
No, I don't let
man,
people come here
don't
and harass
act
other
like
people
that.
like that.
Don't act like that. I don't
Oh
know.
well, okay, my bad. I'm just
I
asking.
wouldn't
I'm new here.
let him come and do it to you either.
Yeah, I don't even know what's
Oh,
going on,
he's
man.
free to come up and do it to us, bro. We welcome that. We welcome that kind
Yeah,
of shit.
Well,
We love it.
yeah, Mike. Mike.
Drop your channel for Mike.
Where you from?
Yeah, drop the link, dude.
Drop BG's link for Mike, man.
No, it's not the
Good.
same Mike,
Facts,
dude.
dude.
I wish that, dude.
Oh, you know
Dude, wait,
BG
hold
is.
on. That's not. Hold on, Jeff. That's not Mike
That's not
Cerrone.
BG.
Yeah, that's
BG's
Mike
my
Cerrone.
dude.
What? No,
Oh
Cerrone,
my
get up here.
god, dude.
You're a
Who the fuck is
legend.
Mike Cerrone, dude?
Mike,
The
get
legend
your-
himself.
Mike, get your fucking
Yo.
carpet cleaning ass
Yo.
up here, you little.
How do you
Yo,
know
first
about
of
this
all,
shit,
that's
TBS?
a
Bag?
dox, dude. TBS
Yo.
stop doxing people. TBS,
Yo.
what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Mikey.
Dominic,
hold
my
on.
prediction is they're not going to last long.
Mikey.
This is why we can't
I'm
have
giving
nice
them the
things, dude.
rope.
Mikey,
It'll be
get
okay.
your ass
Rope,
up here.
man.
Turn off the carpet
You're
cleaner.
the,
Get
Jeff,
up
you're
here.
the fucking channel owner.
Yo, chill out, bro. Don't fucking do all that. gay
TBS,
shit. Like, chill
has
out.
Mike always been this sensitive?
Who is Mike? Who is this Mike guy,
Dude,
TBS?
Mike's
Tell us
around.
about
So
him.
okay, I'll give you.
I
the
don't know.
short
I have
clip.
no idea.
I'll give you the short clip. So Mike. Oh my god.
No,
so Mike,
we're not. Get off of Mike. I'm serious. He's
why?
not even up
Bro,
here.
what,
If he
you got a
wants to
crush
come
on him
up,
or
y'all
some
can
shit?
have it out. But if he's gonna just sit in the comments,
Well, he's just gonna tell us we don't know who the guy is. I mean,
Well, he
I
can
was
tell
just-
you off stream.
Oh my god.
well, I don't
Okay,
want to talk to
okay.
this guy off stream. That's
I
weird.
don't want Mike to be the topic of
This
the
is the
stream
first-
that he's
Can
not
we
even.
This is the first
can we give NTF another chance, dude? She's good people.
Yeah, she is good people, bro. She was just got excited is all.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't
Yeah.
believe that's.
She has to leave Mike alone.
Yo, Jeff,
Okay,
will you drop?
leave Mike
chill out on
alone,
Mike, bro.
NTF. Yeah, chill out on Mike, dude.
Okay, we got somebody named Gaping Ours.
Asshole?
That's
Yeah.
not ours. That's not
That's-
ours.
that's my friend,
yeah.
No, it's
No,
not.
I don't know who that is. I don't
We
know who that is.
Well, first of all, you have to show your camera, whoever you are.
Yeah.
Show your gaper.
Show your camera. Why'd you make me show my nutsack, dude? And you make all these guys just fucking show their face?
Yo, BG, are you actually going live tomorrow, like you said?
Tomorrow, yeah, maybe. See,
Now, I need to see your face so I can see you're not one of our
No,
trolls.
I hate when you guys hold me to something.
No, that's
But
because
yes.
I want to give one of our links to Mike
Right.
so that he'll come over to our channel.
Yeah,
I
give him
can-
my link. Is it okay if
I can drop a I can drop
Yeah,
a
Jeff,
link. What
can
do
you drop-
whose channel you want me to drop?
I think he
Mine.
put it in private chat when he first came up.
Well, I
or
just
after
typed out the handle. It's just at meth skinny.
Oh, okay. I think I have you already. Let's see.
We should wreck his ass like we did that EFD fucking guy.
dude.
Yeah, dude.
EFC. Oh my god, I knew, dude. I've been there. Dude, that dude's
All right, this
just-
is Aguacate's channel, the bad guy.
All right.
Yeah,
Mike,
shout out to
hold
Aguacate,
up.
dude.
Will you drop mine too, Jeff? Just so Mike
No,
come over and
don't-
see
no,
me,
no.
dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been looking for Mike for
Tommy
so
Boy?
long, dude.
Dude, the
Sorry.
worlds are fucking coming together, man. It's fucking crazy.
We'll just do Mike. We'll just do a one-on-one panel, just you and me. That would be dope. dude.
Mano a mano.
Shut up. No one understands you.
Bro,
All right,
you see that
here's
fucking
TBS.
Nobody.
Did you see that fucking Trump brought Mexico and Canada heel in like 24 hours? Just
Did
fucking
Canada
just
cave too? I saw Mexico.
They did. They did. Yes, they did. 24 hours
What do
talking
you mean?
tough. What do you mean? What do you mean? They said they're going
No,
to you talking about what happened in the news, Ziggy?
Yeah,
the last thing,
great
the
topic,
last thing I saw was that they were fucking like, no, we're going to comply.
No,
Yeah,
man, they
yeah,
had a phone call. They had a
Let's
phone
get
call
off
of
of
similar
fucking
outcome.
Satanism to talk about the news.
Hey, dude, shut
Good
the fuck
job,
up,
Damon.
bro. So they
Great fucking
same
job,
thing that
Damon.
happened with Mexico is what happened with Canada. They got together and said, you know what? Maybe we ain't so fucking tough. That's what happened.
Oh,
So that's two. So yeah, they cucked to him. They cucked to Trump
Hey, yo,
immediately, bro.
Legit, Damone ruined this fucking panel.
Yeah,
Jeff,
for real, dude.
Jeff,
We were
thank you
having
for
a
having
good
me
time,
up.
dude.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
No,
for
no,
having
no.
me up.
I'll leave. I gotta go
I'm
anyways.
leaving. No, I'm leaving.
No, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave first. I'm gonna leave first.
Fuck you, Damone, you piece of
We're not
shit.
talking
Damone.
about
here every day.
Fuck you.
Hold on, hold on,
Appreciate
hold
it.
on. I have a point to
over here,
make.
dude.
Hey, chill out. I swear to God, I'm gonna leave. I have.
Okay, I'm gonna make one more.
No, I'm
point,
gonna make
right?
one more point,
Okay,
and then I'm gonna
Damone-
leave. Here we go.
Damone is
Yeah,
a retarded
Damone, your
faggot.
wife is gonna be home from work in 5 minutes, Damone. You better start making dinner,
Okay.
you fucking faggot.
Hey, my wife is coming home right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, dude. I'm gonna make my point, and I'm gonna go. Okay. I appreciate you
Go.
letting this run, Jeff. Good on you. That was fun.
Jeff's awesome.
Yeah, not too bad at all. All right, hold on. Just a minute. I'm sorry, man. I've been sick lately. I got something in my throat.
Don't
Kill yourself,
All
Damone.
Don't.
Bitches, niggers,
What?
fag.
What? What'd they say? Kill yourself?
Anybody else
Hey,
have a
did
point they
they,
want to
they
make
say
before
that?
they go?
Wow, we were having a good time, dude. I don't know
Yeah,
why
you
he.
know that's what trolls do. They gotta try to ruin it for everybody. Yeah, you too, TB,
I'm not trying
Yeah,
to.
TBS.
I'm
we were
not trying
actually
to
having a
troll,
good
man.
time,
Fuck.
and Damone just had to go and ruin. I tried to warn you.
Yeah, you did. You did. So
Yeah.
now I know. I learned the hard way. That happens a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on my roll too. This actually was a lot of fun. Untrackable, good seeing you again, Jeff. You're a great sport, dude. Thanks for letting us hang
Hey,
out.
well, you too. Agakade, safe travels.
Ladies, guys.
Okay, take care.
Take care, man.
Right.
What's up, Jeff? What the fuck are you doing, Dad?
I don't know. I don't know where they came from.
They probably
Came from
came
the
from
cracks of hell.
my sector. Probably.
It's
Well, they
it's one
mentioned
thing.
BG, right? Like, I'm a BG for sure.
It's one thing to make a closing statement that may involve some incendiary, language. However, to just blurt out word after word after word with no actual statement, like that makes no sense at all. Like, let's
Well,
just say
yeah.
all the bad words.
If they want to come up here and show who they are, I'm not gonna stop them. Now the world knows.
It's all right, man. Oh, it's not a big deal, dude. Fucking people troll. It's not a big deal.
Right.
It's not a
And now I know who
big
the
deal
trolls
at
are.
all.
I know who to let on again and not let on. So if that was worth it to him, then
Right. There you go. Yeah. And
And
BG, no, like if he mentioned BG, like he's a good person, man. He's a really good dude.
who
For real.
BG?
Yeah,
You talking about
BG
bad
is.
guy?
Yeah, he's a cool dude. No, he's not a bad guy at all. No,
No.
no, fuck no. He was probably just, wandering around the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Well, Mike, if you want to come up now, they're gone.
well, there's something to be said there too, Jeff. I think I said it before about having more people. Um, More people is more brains, more experiences, more opinions. I don't know what the quote was,
Oh yeah, I remember
but
that. I wrote it down because it was so good. Yeah, it was. Hang on, it was something like
so but it makes sense that even when party people show up to a context involved conversation, um, it can still be fun. It's just you know like a sidetrack. You know what I mean? Like, have
yeah.
you ever been in a party and talked to somebody and gotten deep with them, and then the next thing you know, somebody else comes up and they have no clue what you're talking about, but they're trying to bring you back to the party and get you out of your deepness.
Yeah, and this channel draws all types. There's space for many. There's space for a lot of it here, not just one type of content. And I think for the most part, they were here in good faith. They did try to warn me that that one guy was the troll, and I took a chance, and that's what happens. So, but thank you for coming up. I always enjoy your
Hey, oh,
conversations.
it's something where, like, if I have something to say or I can read the room, I'm cool with it, because I've been in some crazy places myself. I've said some crazy things, in the light of the moment. But if somebody asks a question, they deserve an answer. If you're going to participate in a question and answer type of, or a truth telling, hey, I'm gonna tell about myself today. If everybody else is, telling their stories, read the room and you know.
What is this reading the room stuff? How does that work? I don't know what people are doing there. What are they reading? Is it vibes?
Well, you're hearing the words that they are using to tell. For instance, if it's like we were talking about being raised, and again, it goes back to the stages of life that you're in. To describe how I was raised, I'm using everything that I learned up until the stage that I'm in. I can't go beyond because I haven't been there yet, but I can use everything to help the words formulate to be like, hey, this is how I think about being raised back then. Some people in the immediate exit, they could be bitter. They could be violent about their past. There's so many different ways in the immediate, because those were the lessons that were learned in your first, let's say, 18 years. But when you've moved on and separated yourself from being raised and gone into survival mode, where you will do things and experience the real world outside of the house, now you can look back at the house and use different words. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do actually. That's a lot. That's a lot of what I do, like personally and with helping other people.
And it works kind of synonymously with this online world, this panel verse. The way you put yourself out there, you will get reactions, but it's on you to receive the reactions, and then if that's what you want, keep doing what you did. But if that's not what you want, then you got to try something else. Well, how do you try something else? Do you do what somebody else did, or do you go back into your past and be like, well, I'll try this method, versus, because if you come out aggressive, which so many people do, especially when they're not being threatened with, violence and stuff like that. Even if they're just, words of violence, there's no hands shaking in front of your face. You know what I mean? And then you try something different based off of what you can and are willing to do, and it shapes each step of the way.
And I think knowing yourself and know who you are makes that easier. It's easier to decide what to do with each person's reaction, how much credibility to give each. Like it helps incorporating, like knowing what feedback to incorporate or not. A lot easier. Knowing what your goals are, knowing where you came from, who you are as a person, what applies to you, what doesn't. Mike,
what's up?
What's up? So that was what is it you call a brigade, a pounce group?
Yeah. So basically, what it is that Intractable, salute, and Jeff, hello, salute. It's like a pounce group, or like a little posse. See, people are trolls. They can troll you one-on-one. They can come up and they can argue with you. They can fight with you. But these are like these little cliques, these little groups. Yeah. That's why they all come up. You ever notice they were talking over each other? They couldn't even get their own sentences
the numbers came. They shot up all at once, and a bunch of new people showed up at the same time.
Sure.
And so they found it somewhere. They said it was YouTube algorithm, but who knows?
But it's just like I was just.
And then they all started coming on stage at the same time. So I knew it was some kind of little sector from somewhere, some little cluster.
It's I guess from what I was told from other people, because I don't have a Discord. I don't want to be on Discord, but I guess like Discord has this thing where like they're like little groups and they like alert each other where people are. They like come running like little packs of hyenas. And like I said, you know me, Jeff. You know me for a while. I'm not afraid of anybody, but I'm not going to give them what they're asking for. Right, they're asking. I'm not going to give it to them. Now, if you said to me, Mike, I want you up here, I'll come up. But like, I'm not going to do what they say. They're bidding, and then they're making fun of me.
I left it up to you because that's
they're making fun of me and talking about my mom, and then they're saying, "But you can come to my channel for a one-on-one." Yeah, I'm going to run right over to your channel. No, But these are people that they want a piece. And Jeff, they're so mad that they can't confront me. They get pissed. They get crazy. So, but yeah, it's all good. It's your panel. You had some new people up, but they showed their self. They show what what it is.
And I don't.
That's
I like most of. Like I think they, for the
yeah.
most part, were.
Yeah, Bart's
kinda
right.
cool.
And but they, the whole Mary and the F-bomb and all this other stuff. And it's like, it's like they're like a bunch of like junior high schoolers,
Well, they got very excited, like
Yeah.
about you for some reason. So.
Jeff, what is the obsession? You should write a thesis.
I
Like,
don't
what
know.
is it? Like,
Scientists need to study it. I know.
where does
I
it
agree.
come from? It's wild. And I think it's just like some people have like a certain
Because before they even
personality.
found out who you are, they were all
Yeah.
like exercised by you. And
No,
when they
no,
found out,
they
that
knew.
just confirmed it. But even before that,
No.
there was something about you that.
They knew because that's just typing. They knew ahead of time. They already
Oh,
knew.
you think they
who was
did?
there.
Because
Yes, I
that's
know.
a different group than normally shows up.
Yeah. That's a bait group. They try to bait you to come on panel, and they come on, and they what do they call that? What is that term? Where they all come at you at once. What is that term,
Brigading?
Jeff? Not brigading. Not
Gang
jumping. Trackable. What is that term that people use? Like when a bunch of people
Is it like
attack you.
Mobbing?
Is it a barrage?
Yeah, but there's a certain term that they use, like where a bunch of people just jump on top of you. Not compiling, not God, I can't remember the term what it is. But yeah, apparently I'm 60.
Dogpiling.
Yeah, apparently I'm obese and it's just, they all they do is make stuff up. They just make stuff up and make stuff up.
But they were
Dog
fascinated
pile.
by you. Just the
Jeff,
name
dog
Mike.
pile.
Like you were hardly typing in the chat, and they were
No,
fascinated.
they know exactly who I am. They were told
Oh,
who I
okay.
am. People know that I come to your channel. I come to your channel pretty much exclusively, and people get pissed. They
So it
get
was
really
like
pissed.
a Bigfoot sighting.
Right? Yeah.
The legendary Mike Cerrone.
Cerrone foot. No, I caused so much waves. I was such an effective troll for about a year and a half that people cannot forget about it 2 years later. They're still talking about it.
Apparently.
So, I mean, I'm sorry, but I've changed. I troll, and you have to admit, Jeff, when I troll funny. Like I joke, like
I was
joke on.
hoping you would come up, but they deserved a good trolling. They were working hard for it.
Yeah, I was going to, because I'll take them in a circle. I'll get them frustrated. You ever see me? I take people in circles and they get mad. They get more and more mad. But I didn't want to cause a bunch of problems for your channel. I didn't want to deal with that because then they start trying to copyright it and start trying to strike the channel and stuff like that. So I didn't want to create any kind of problems for you. But no,
I feel you on that. Being a troll on like not somebody that's gonna do harm, but that's somebody that's gonna pop out from the bridge every once in a while and scare you. So like I understand that because I've gone to at least one channel where on another channel I have admitted that I agree with this channel and I don't like this dude and I don't like what he's doing and yada yada yada. But he does have some sort of a formidable channel. It's something to be looked at. It begs participation, and he does it pretty cleanly most of the time. And so when I show up, it's almost as soon as I open my mouth as a participant, even though he knows that my mentality is I don't like you. I don't even really get to speak. I get shut down and I've been put down and kicked off and all that stuff because he knows that I don't like him. It doesn't matter about the words that I say. So I'm considered a troll to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're right. So in Trackwell, you're right. Certain channels, like Jeff is not that way. I'm not trying to heighten anything, but Jeff's not that way. Jeff will take opposition and he'll take people that like him and people that dislike him. But as long as someone's being fair and constructive, Jeff's like, he'll hear them out. But you're right on Trackwell. There's other channels where if you don't agree with the channel owner 100%, they flip out. They flip out and they get all pissy with you. Well, you know, a debate is a debate. You don't always agree. If you agreed on everything someone else said, there'd be nothing to talk about. It'd be like two identical twins. You know, but people do, they get real butthurt when you don't agree with them. I like discourse. I like someone not agreeing with me and constructively saying, listen, well, I think this, or I think that, and talk like two human beings. But I do think
I
there's a
don't have
lot.
anybody that I 100% agree with. Even my closest friends, we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
100% agree on everything.
Mhm.
So that's just not
But
realistic to expect.
but people run their channels really differently. Like you run your channel one way. I've seen other channels. I don't want to knock anybody, but there's another channel that we make fun of once in a while that, you know, we've both been on, and this person is a person of God, but if you disagree with one thing they say, he flips out on you. So I mean that's not a way to have an actual discourse
I'm
and have an
trying to
actual
think who it is.
debate.
Type it in the back. I'm trying to think who it is.
You know what I'm talking about.
It's the God thing that threw me off. Like, what God
Yeah.
channels do I go on?
But you know who I'm talking. Let me see.
Not really.
I'll
I don't
put it.
go on a
But
lot of panels at all anymore.
yeah, it's just like if you disagree, it's like, you know, you get put
Oh, I
backstage.
think I do. No.
Yeah, or you know, he'll get all pissy with you, and it's like,
Oh,
whoa.
no. Didn't even cross my mind. Did
Yeah,
not even cross my mind.
yeah.
I've
He
never
gets
had a issue with that person.
like if somebody
Does it make
disagrees,
sense?
he gets. Say it
It
again.
makes sense as well. Like to be taken offense. Like my job has independently contracted chaplain service. And so this person will come out through our place and say hey to you. I'm the chaplain, introduce himself, you know, and stuff like that. So I always just see this man in passing. I got his card. I've never called him. I always just talk about the weather when we get a minute and yada yada yada. Well, he caught me on an extended break and he asked me the question, just like we talk and people ask questions. And what are you gonna do? You gonna lie to them? You gonna appease them? No, I talked to this man about faith and all this stuff, existence, for roughly about an hour and a half, which means my hey, I was taking a 15-minute smoke break. This man interrupted my 15-minute smoke break, and then it went past 30 minutes, so I smoked another one, and then it got to the point where we were talking so much, but he did his chaplain thing. And even though I am the way that I am, I told him the truth. But he still came back with basically Christianity principles. He didn't come at me with arguments from all the prescribed religions, right? But he didn't tell me that I was wrong ever. It was a conversation. And he was coming from where he came from, but he wanted to know about me. So I answered, and we had this conversation. And ultimately, he, you know, gave me some Christian paperwork, but it wasn't you're wrong or don't do that or something like that. You know what I mean? I felt like he did a good job based off of his job, but at the same time, it still was the pushing the Jesus stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, he was pushing it just in a stealth way.
That's his background and his faith. But I think if he now, as far as me being not of his faith, not accepting Jesus, he did accept my answers. It was a conversation. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah. It's healthy discourse.
It's
And that's
not
the
a
thing, you know.
debate. It was a man talking to a man, and I think at the same time that he comes from where he came from, he wanted me to feel comfortable if I needed something to talk about, but he's going to use the basis of Christianity to help me out. Not talking about like maybe faith-based, but like, you know, you have a child, you get married, some people get divorced, some people have deaths in the family that they have a hard time dealing with. Some people have questions about their future and they don't know where to go. And I would rather talk to that man than talk to HR.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. You know, I think that's the biggest thing about religion is I think the biggest mistake that someone that actually is from a religious background is that they try to preach or indoctrinate other people, right? In other words, if you want to talk about your experiences and what you feel to be true, that's one thing. But I think a big mistake is when people try to push it on other people. You know, it's that, you know, well, you should believe what I believe. And then it turns people off, you know. I think it should be open. I think you should be able to want to believe what you want to believe. Jeff has a different belief than I do. I still care about him. I still think he's a friend of mine on YouTube. You know, I don't dispute what he believes. He doesn't dispute what I believe. We don't even talk about that. You know, but I think the thing with religion, it's a hot topic. It's been since the beginning of time. You know, you gotta think what I think. You gotta believe what I believe, or you're less of a person. No, you could be the same good person just with a different outlook on religion or beliefs. You know, but I think we're too quick to judge. If you guys agree, I think we judge each other too quickly. We're rushed to judgment without getting to know somebody. Because
I don't even know what someone else believes unless they tell me, and I assume that everybody believes something different. So I don't judge people by their beliefs. I judge them by their actions.
But other people do. You know, people try to shame you for not believing what they believe. You know, and that's not even just about religion. It could be relationships. It could be it could be
politics.
Yeah, politics. Could be sexuality. It could be so many different things. You have to be exactly like me, or you're wrong, or you're less of a person. No,
I guess I've gotten so much of that growing up my whole life that I don't do it to other people.
Mm-hmm.
I watch what people do and how they treat other people. That's what I use to decide who I want in my life or not.
I think that's where something that I've experienced when it comes to like church. There are if it's metaphorically church, if there's channels on this YouTube, whether it's the static views or the live views or this panelverse views, if you go someplace all the time, it's almost like this is the place where I get to be me, yada yada yada. But if you go to not you, but anybody goes to a place and they get seen by somebody, the moment you go into another place, that's when these trolls are be like, hey, I saw you over there. You hang out with this person. That means everything that I think about this channel applies to you, and now you're over here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Trackle, you're right. I mean, there are people that say that I'm gay because I'm friends with Jeff. That has nothing, but it's just like that has nothing to do. You could be friends with someone that's different. I mean, tonight.
Those are just stupid people.
You heard him tonight, Jeff. Tonight, is he your man? Is he your significant other? Is that your husband? Like, what are you talking about?
That's the kind of stuff that junior high kids say. I don't know any adults that even think that way.
Because they're running from their own insecurities. Maybe they got something hidden in their closet. Who knows? I'm open. You're open. Attrackable's a married man, I believe. I mean, we're not hiding anything, you know. And it's just like, it's you know, it's funny because I enjoy talking to you. Me and Untrackable have never had a disagreement. We've always been like, hey, what's up, man? You know, on different panels. But it's like people come up just to irritate and aggravate people. And I can't imagine people that get joy out of hurting people. And like,
you can't
torture.
That's like half the human race.
I can't see it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm very
selective. It's power testing. It's like insecurity, like smallness inside, inadequacy.
I pulled back. It's funny because people will say, well, Mike can't go anywhere. He's not welcome. I can go to any channel anywhere. They're like, come on up. You know, like, but I'm not going to go up there just to be berated and be made fun of and negativity and me having to fight 6 people because they love to dogpile me. You know, no one ever fights me one-on-one, Jeff. Nobody, because I'll rip them. It's always like 6
I've
people
seen
yelling at
people
you at once.
try. Like a lot of
Yeah,
them, I just stopped letting them up. But there's a lot of
yeah,
people that want to come up here and fight you. That's
but
one reason we had drama court.
it's exhausting. It's like, all right, I'm here to have a good time and laugh and talk about topics and have fun. I'm not here to talk about, you know, stuff from 2.5 years ago or just conjecture. It's like, oh, you know.
Well,
So
there's something to be said there. There's very much to be said there, and that is like what Jeff was accepting of. Do you not enjoy some sort of pain? Almost like you bump your knee in the night and you get a bruise, and then you wake up the next morning and all day at work you're like pressing the bruise. You're
sure.
pressing the bruise because the sensation. And then you have moments where hey, in sexuality some people it's not brutal enough the Mormon way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I want to be fucked. You know what I'm saying?
What's the
But
wait?
then there's
No, I'm
No,
totally
no, no,
lost.
no. No,
I
you're right.
think
No,
you
what
lost me
he's
at the Mormon way,
no,
and then you
what
went
he's
on to
trying to
wanting to
say
be
is that
fucked.
no,
Jackal,
but
tell me
then
if I'm wrong.
there's the verbal way where it's like, hey, if I've gone places that you're going to clown me from and told as much of the truth about myself that I'm willing to tell, and then I go someplace else and you're like, no, come up here, and you just want to pick off and brutalize and do the I look at it like roast comedy. Like, yeah, if I pull up here and this is what you guys want to do, go ahead and do it. I may not do it back to you. Maybe my joy is being like, hey, go ahead and say what you're going to say about me because I get the joy in knowing that you know so much.
Yeah. And then another thing, Jeff asked me one time, I think, Jeff, if you remember this, you may not remember this. You asked me one time, you asked me one time, this was a while ago, why do you let them come after you like that? Why do you allow that? And I think it was you. I'm pretty sure it was you. And I said to you, because I like to expose how they really are. Because
Yeah.
a lot of these people go around to different panels acting like they are holier than thou. And they will put you down for something you said or did. And usually it's a while ago. But they never talk about the 150 things they did wrong. And when you bring it up, what are you talking about? Oh, what are you talking about? You know, they run from it. So what I'm trying to say is that the biggest thing I've ever seen in these communities is hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is wild. You know, it's okay for me, but not for thee. And
I
I've
noticed
never
that
seen.
like the first couple of days they started hanging out
Yeah,
here.
unbelievable. It's out of control. You know, and I admit that I was a jerk in the past. I've tried to be better. I troll, but I try to do it in a different way. But the one thing, Jeff, is when I come on your panel, I'll troll others like jokingly, lightheartedly, but I'm not looking to hurt anybody, dude. I'm not talking about anybody's kids or relatives. I'm not doing any of that stuff on your panel. I'm not. But even tonight, they're talking about my mom. They're talking about my family. It's like, it's disgusting. It's just
Because they know that they try to go after what hurts you.
It just
like your
shows
tender
me.
spots.
It just shows me how disgusting of human beings they are.
Yeah, it does.
You know,
I
and it's
agree.
all right. It's all
It
right. You
shows
know?
how
It's all
low
good.
people are willing to go.
How low can you go?
But
But
they
it's
get.
all
I think
right.
they get clout from that with certain
They
with the troll group,
try.
or they think they do.
Yeah. They hate
But I
bond.
think
They
they
hate
pay
bond.
price for it in other areas.
Little by little, other people are seeing that these are people they don't want to be around. It takes
Yeah.
time. Like there's been a lot of people that didn't like me in the past that now start to like talk to me. Hey, what's up, man? No, not like, hey, let's go hang out and go hunting together. But I mean, it's just like, hey, what's up, bro? Hey, good morning. You
Hunting
know.
with Mike Cerrone.
But you know, but people before, the same people wouldn't even talk to me or give me. So I think little by little, certain people kind of have an epiphany and they see, hey, this person's really not that bad. They're just reacting to the crap that they get. Does that make sense, guys?
Well, look at it like this too. Jerry Springer got clicks and views because whether it was doctored or not, there was craziness. People were pouring their hearts out. And it got wilder and wilder and wilder till it was the most viewed show in the entire nation.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't find one person that would do that without being paid to go that and to be part of such a production. You might find people that will tell their truths, but ultimately they do not want the pushback and the lol cow eternity of the internet to be them. So some of these, if that's what this just was, they basically did a floating Jerry Springer show here to see what they could get that would be clippable.
It's very much. I'll give you guys a great analogy. I'm sorry to cut you off on track. I'll give you a great analogy. The way I look at it is this. Now, just like when you're dating somebody, right? When you're dating somebody and it starts to go sour, you guys kind of get used to each other. Everything gets complacent, right? The only way to win that person back is to pull yourself away from them, and then they turn around and start chasing you. Does that make sense? Kind of like a relationship analogy. In other words, you have to make them fall in love with you again. You have to remove yourself from the situation, and then they will miss you being there, and they'll come running after you. They'll seek you out, and it's almost like YouTube drama. It's like you give them what they want for a while, and to punish them, you remove yourself, and they go crazy.
Oh, you have them conditioned?
But yes, because Jeff, think about it. Once you turn it off, it's called drying it up. Once you turn it off and you stop going there, they flip out. Oh, he thinks he's too good. I guarantee he's too scared to come here. He's terrified. No, I'm just punishing you. I'm not giving you any more content.
And they go for you.
No more content. No soup for you. Remember that from Seinfeld? No soup for you. But I'm telling you, Jeff, if you get somebody you're their regular, you're their content, and you take it away from them, it's like taking a kid's ball at the playground. They flip out. And it's like stages of grief, their own YouTube grief. They they go from, oh man, he's scared, to F him, to, you know what, let's start back over again. Come back, we'll work it out. Let's make a truce. And then once you go back, it's the same crap again. It's perpetual nonsense. But I'm telling you, the greatest feeling is to walk away from a negative situation, and not look back.
That's what I do. I don't even worry about there.
And then, Jeff,
that's all happening on a layer way beyond where my head stays. So I don't even pay attention to it.
There's these channels that they're all best friends. They meet in real life. They talk behind the scenes. And then once they run out of people to attack, they start attacking each other. I've never seen anything like it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. But it's
I guess
true.
I'm used to being around dysfunctional people. And so I just know that that's what they do.
It is wild. I'm not used to that. I'm used to your friend is your friend forever. And if you fall out with your friend, you don't have to shake their hand. You just say, look, you go your way, I go my way. And that's it. And you drop it. And you don't talk about them. They don't talk about you. And your life goes on. But these people are relentless. Jeff, for years, over YouTube words, they're talking about, and then remember the time he said this and this, and it was 2 years ago? But it's like, that's what you have to talk about?
Like this, you got to think about what kind of life they have or don't have for that to be the stuff that is most memorable to them.
I know. It's wild. But, I'm very conscious now. I don't say people's names. I say this person or that person or this channel, because I don't want to give them any kind of clout. I don't want to say, well, this person on this channel said this. I'm not going to give him any light. I'm just going to, what was that old term? Treat them like mushrooms, feed them shit, and keep them in the dark. Just don't even give him any light. Just let them die on the vine. That's it.
That's what I keep
yeah,
saying. Like, don't even feed them.
yeah, yeah.
Don't
And
just
it's
But if
also
you
take away
if you
their
this.
put
There's
oxygen.
there's also the being in the now,
yeah
and if you're worried about where, if your now is worried about where somebody else was yesterday,
yeah
good luck with that, because you're gonna catch this person in the now,
hmm
but your only conversation with them was about yesterday. That's
yeah
why old men talk about the weather. You know what I'm saying?
yeah no doubt. No, you're right. But I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot about life. I've learned a lot about life from YouTube. Good and bad. Stuff about myself, about other people. And it's like I guess I was a babe in the woods. So Jeff, you're used to like, I guess where I grew up, it's a lot of loyalty. It's like your friends are like your family, and like I said, you don't turn on each other once a week. You lose friends, of course. You lose friends and loved ones, but
I
you don't.
also lived in Vegas for 8 years, and that's very
Mm,
much the social
yeah,
dynamic in Vegas. Your
very
best
catty,
friend is
right?
is your worst enemy waiting to happen, and you always have to watch your back. And people can turn like
Mm,
that for anything. So I'm used to being around that kind of people.
yeah,
You
I'm not. But I like coming up. I like talking to you. And like I said, I would have came up earlier, but I would have came up to a bombardment of a bunch of morons yelling racial slurs and yelling, homophobic slurs. I'm like, I'm surprised you put up with that. Like they were
well, I
dropping the
did.
F.
I cut that one guy
Yeah,
off at the end when he
yeah,
took
but
it
they were dropping
when
the
he.
F bomb left and right. I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
it's like, but it is what it is. But I don't
Hey,
take
Mike,
offense to it.
Hey, Dino.
if, if I could, I don't know you like that, but sometimes when people come up and they make it about them,
Yeah,
it might be a criticism that they can carry on. And I'm not
sure.
saying that you make everything about you, but dot dot dot. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right. No, right. I need to tone it down. Like I said, I do come up and I do kind of take over sometimes, but I also like to sit back and listen to. And that's why I'll ask leading questions. I'll say, "Well, Trackable, what do you think?" Or Jeff, what do you think? But I'm more like a narrator. I like to keep talking, keep it going. But no, I can be quiet too. It's funny, Jeff and Trackable. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's times where I'll come on panel, and then I'll just be quiet. And then, what's wrong, Mike? Is there a problem? No, there's no problem. I'm just listening.
Yeah,
Because
there's
people
been
are just
plenty of
used.
times where you've been on a
Yeah,
panel and not said anything.
just listen. Just listen
Yeah.
to But you remember Trackable, and Jeff knows this. The panel's an even flow, so someone has to continually talk and kind of keep the flow going. When people stop and there's silence, is when everybody kind of gets off their game, and forgets what they were saying or forgets the direction of what they were saying. So,
But
yeah,
also just the same way, like there's a monologue that can go on forever.
hmm
But if there's others that are equal participants,
sure.
eventually somebody is either going to interject or they
hmm
are going to be asked a question. So when you
hmm
say my name and you end with, you know, a question mark, that's a trigger to engage other participants. But if a monologue can go on and on, my friends, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I do. You're being very eloquent to say let other people's talk more.
Mike's
I
by
think
far
that's
not the worst though, as far as
yeah,
monologues. And that's really on me. That's on the panel host, or on the panelists to just grab the mic when they want it and fight it out. Which is that's what I prefer. If someone's talking too long and you have something to say, just say it. Just cut them off and say it. But really,
It,
that's
well,
on me to.
seems like it seems like both are fair. You see how I just interjected? It both are fair, but you know when when there is no conversation, and there's seems to be no end in it. That's why I even on camera raised my hand, because of what was going on, and
Well,
I
that
felt
was
like
chaos. Everybody was talking over everybody.
but at the same time, that I could have put my mic in the middle of that static was, my camera's on. I can do this. And you acknowledged me, and I appreciate that as a dictator.
Thank you. Well, I'm much your voice and your opinion carry way more weight than a bunch of random strangers all try to overtalk each other.
And I
So
also
I was
think
very glad to help you get the mic in that situation.
I was going to come up and back you up and track a little. I didn't want to get into that hornet's nest. I wasn't in the mood to get in the middle of that craziness.
I mean,
But
they all
Untrackables
knew each other and wouldn't even let each other talk. Like
they were over talking each other.
even within their own little group, they couldn't get a word in.
One thing I noticed is that on your channel, people like when I first would come on, like people like Joe or people like Dolbez wouldn't talk that much, and now they're way more vocal. And I think that that's a learning curve to where they were more not submissive. Submissive is a bad word. They're more passive, and now they'll take over and they'll jump in and they'll start talking, and that's great. So I think a lot of people will learn from other more aggressive talkers.
And I
So it's
love to
good to see.
listen. So if someone has something interesting to say, I will let them talk for hours because I get a lot of pleasure out of taking in information. And so I
My
won't
biggest shock
always
was
cut off a monologue. So I rely on other people if they have something to say
yeah,
to just jump in.
yeah. My biggest shock was Dolbez. He was more like timid and more quiet. Now he'll jump in and he'll carry the conversation. So, I'm proud of him. It's awesome. Keep going. It's good. So we need people to jump in.
But if anybody wants, like, they can always raise their hand. Or I know Zoom has a little hand raise feature that people used to use. But if somebody needs me to step in, just raise your hand and I'll get you a vote. But usually people can sort it out for themselves. So I just let the conversation do what it does.
That
And I try to keep
that
it in the guardrails, what little there are.
that kind of comes into what is it? Reading the room, like I said. And if let's just say you pose a question as the title of your channel, and that's what the conversation is, and then you get a wave, like what was seen, and nobody was talking about the question. People are talking over each other. It's clown show, whatever you want to call it. But then somebody wants to interject, but maybe their personality isn't to try to be heard over the mic. There's nonverbal communications as well. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I'm probably not gonna. If somebody's sitting there and they want to say something, I have no way of knowing that from just looking at a screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah,
And
it's like I said, like
most people here are pretty good at speaking up. That's the crowd I tend to draw. So if it's somebody more on the quiet side that is just sitting back, I guess the best thing to do if they're not going to raise their hand is to just message me privately if they have my email or their own Discord or something. Otherwise, I'm not gonna. If people are sitting there quietly, I always assume it's because they have nothing to say. That's how I read that. So I don't know how to read it as, oh, this person wants to talk, but they're just holding back because other people. I would never interpret that from somebody just sitting there.
But you would agree as well that you recognize my nonverbal signal.
Yeah.
And said that this, and I will say that those 3 or 4 people, they acknowledged the respect of you saying, hey, Untrackable has something to say. And it really did shut down the static, regardless of what I said. It doesn't really matter. They went right back to doing their thing, but they did shut up and let me say it. You know what I mean?
Well, and I know what a hand raise means. That's why if that's a useful signal to use. But if people are just sitting there wanting to speak, I'm not going to know unless they give us like a really obvious signal.
Well, the one thing I could say that I do respect, Jeff, is when you said earlier, you know, when they were trying to even come after me or even Untrackable, but they didn't really come after him too much, a little bit. But you're like, no, you know, Mike's a regular, Untrackable's a regular. Like, you know, there are people that come on your panel that do have, not saying special treatment, but you're not going to cancel them just because some person says to do that. That's not how it works. You know, the only
No, I don't
person
let
that can
anybody come over here and tell me.
yeah, but they're
My,
like,
my panel
hey,
daddy was on the other day
yeah,
and tried to
yeah,
like
yeah.
get me to remove somebody that wasn't cammed up, and I told him no.
But these guys are like first time on here talking about, hey, block this guy, block him. Like,
No,
who
I
the
don't.
hell are
If I'm
you,
not going to
dude?
do
Like,
it for
yeah,
someone like a panel daddy or someone that's a regular here, I'm sure not going to do it for a
yeah.
stranger.
I know, it's crazy. The only thing I asked is not to have a sock account with my picture. That's the only thing I asked. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not.
reasonable. I think that's
Yeah,
probably even
yeah,
in the community guidelines.
yeah. That's all. But other than that, no, I don't ask anything. I don't ask anything from anybody, you know. But I appreciate it. But yeah, but I think it's a learning curve, and I think we have a good vibe, and you know, I probably, in retrospect, probably should have came up towards the tail end, but I'm not in the mood for like fighting and chaos. Like some nights I don't mind, you know,
I
getting in
don't
there.
blame you for not wanting to
Yeah,
step into that.
yeah. If it would have been one or two people, I probably would have. But like, I don't want to battle five people. I don't want. I just don't feel like it. You
What
know,
I
I'm
don't
having a
like is
chill.
people that come up on the panel
Yeah,
and then talk about somebody in the chat that's not even on panel the whole time. Like,
yeah,
don't make that if you're on panel, have a topic
sure.
focused on something on the panel.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, you believe what you want to believe, and I'm not saying that you're not right. But when they come in a pack, there's a reason why. What that
Oh yeah,
reason is, there's a reason why they come in a pack. And it took them all of what 2 or 3 minutes. Is, oh, Mike, come on up here, you p word. Oh yeah. They knew exactly who I am.
that was weird because they
Yeah,
latched onto you and you weren't really saying anything out of the ordinary,
nothing,
and they latched
because
Hey,
they
onto you
but
pretty
know.
early. And all you are is a name, Mike, with a little gray pit. You're not even anything that would draw attention.
I'm not going to drop
but
names because I don't want to put. I'm sorry, I'm trying. I don't want to put any light on it, but there's a couple people that send them over here, and I'll talk to you about
Ah,
that
okay.
maybe backstage sometime. Go ahead, Trackle. I don't mean to cut you off, brother. Go ahead.
Well, I got some numbers out of
it,
it, so thank you, whoever it was. Go ahead.
yes, exactly. I think that was the point that I was about to make as well. And it's like, hey, if we come over and do our tomfoolery, our shenanigans, our bullshit, our drama, um, it's not necessarily a bad thing because it again, like you say, you welcome everybody. If this can be handled here, even if though it's not the norm, and it might be some disruptiveness, as long as it's just a group of people that are going to come over in the chat, and I can't say why, because I don't know. Mike would be the topic because I've never had a bad interaction with that dude, but he's admitted to some things. And at the same time, people are coming here, and when they do their flood, they come, watch hours, it's content, and it's likes and subscribes, and that way, you know, Mike, if you have a following, you have a following. Those people said they knew me too. They didn't come at me the same way that they came at you. In fact, they tried to use me as some sort of lever to get in here.
Yeah.
And I do not know. But what I would say is, um, it's not necessarily a bad wave because I find myself, I don't know how you guys do, but I don't manage my subscribes and stuff like that. If I go someplace and there's potential, I subscribe. It is very few and far between that I go and unsubscribe. Now, if I'm a concurrent, it measures the metrics differently. You know what I'm saying? So take it like that. If they keep coming back, maybe somebody in that group actually would participate in groups like this. You
I
understand?
mean, they're welcome, except for that one. They're welcome back. I think, like I said, I think most of them were here in good faith, and I love meeting new people, and I love adding new people to the community. And they didn't even have to use you. All they had to say was, "Hey, we're a group of friends. We like to go to different panels and try them out. We want to try out yours today. Is it okay if we hang out here for a while?" I'd be fine with that.
But they say they want me to come up. They want me to come up because they all know who I
Right.
am.
It's when
All
they
of them.
turn
I
to
know.
you because it hijacked the content that was happening before that, which was
I
centered
know
on
who
people
all they
actually
are.
on the panel. They were
Yeah,
talking to Joe
and
Cool, they were talking to Trackable, they were asking me questions, and then all of a sudden it's about this one
yeah,
random person in the chat room.
that's it. That's it. Because they knew who it was. They knew who it was. The one person, I can't remember what stock account it was. It's one of your favorite people that's no longer here. It's a lady. It's a girl. You can read between the lines. Who demanded you to pick her or me? But it's just they travel in packs. You know, it's like little packs of sniveling,
Well,
jackals.
they can travel here because I could use the numbers,
Yeah,
but they
that's
still
cool.
they have to follow the same rules
Yeah,
everybody else does.
I'll toy with them next time. I'll come up and I'll toy with them. I'll just take them in circles and I'll drop and then come back up and drop and I'll just keep messing with them. But yeah, I wasn't in the mood tonight for a bunch of drama. I'm having a great night. I hope you guys are having a great night. The
Oh
weather
yeah.
is beautiful. It's like 60 something degrees. It's beautiful out.
Oh god, it's
And
snowing here. It was
yeah,
snowing earlier, like actual flakes falling out
really
of the sky. Yeah.
had a good dinner. Untrackable. I never asked you where you live. You don't have to tell me, but is it like warm weather or is it cold weather where you live? Warm or cold weather?
So Punxsutawney Phil saw a shadow, and my
Oh,
wife told me that and said that she's gonna stay in the bed until April. But
hey,
it was in the 60s today, and it's supposed
yeah,
to be 70 tomorrow. I'm in
yeah,
North
me
Carolina.
too. No, well, I'm in Virginia. We're close by. We're only a state away. We're only a state away. Yeah, my I got family in Carolina, and that's where we go hunting. We go hunting in Carolina. Carolina's beautiful. I love North Carolina.
Me too. It's one
It's
of
an
my
awesome
favorite
place.
states.
It really is. Virginia's beautiful too. You go outside the city, you go up into like the Appalachian Mountains.
Hmm.
That's
It's
where
the mountains that
that's where
yeah.
Kane is. Kane's up in Appalachia. He's up in the mountain area.
Oh
And
wow.
man, it's a whole different world up there, man.
I
You
love
go up into the
Appalachia.
mountains. They start playing
Hey,
banjos. Going, "Meow, meow, meow, meow."
uh,
No, it's beautiful up there. It really is.
for the first few years of my daughter's life, we went to Myrtle Beach, and
Mm.
the first year we got a hotel, and we were on like the 8th floor, and so we had to bring the cooler and the chair and the stroller
Mm.
and all the supplies down the elevator, and it sucked so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, got the family involved, so a bit more money, but we got a house, and it was like a football field to walk from the
Mm.
house to the beach, and it was amazing. It's still a public beach, and pardon me, but I'll say this: I hate Myrtle Beach
Oh.
because of all the shit, like all the shenanigans, all the blah blah blah. Like the space fills up very quickly. So if you don't plot your land early in the morning, you will be in the hot sand at the back of the beach. But someplace that we've been going the past 2 years is Smith Mountain Lake.
Mm.
And it is a huge lake. It's a dam. It has a dam lake. So there's a whole history and story behind the area of that part of Virginia, and that is a
Mm-hmm.
huge lake. And we get a house, and we just jump off the dock and have no problems.
Is it in the
We're
mountains?
in one. It's Smith Mountain Lake.
It's a beautiful place. I've never been there personally, but I've had friends of mine that have been there. You ever heard of Lake Gaston up in Roanoke, up in Virginia? Lake Gaston.
No.
Oh, beautiful, big lake. You got cabins out there, and you got Roanoke Rapids, not too far. Basically, you can kayak down the rapids. Virginia's got some pretty awesome stuff. When you get up into the mountainous areas, like the mountain areas, it's like Tennessee. My ex-wife's family's from Tennessee. They're up there by Maryville, by Knoxville, and you got the Smoky Mountains right there. And it's beautiful, man. You go up into the mountains, man. It's like I said, it's a whole different world when you go into the wilderness. A lot of people never experience nature. Go up into the mountains or go up in the middle of the woods and go camping. People never experience this stuff. They never even know what it's like to go out in the middle of nowhere. People have to see nature before it's gone.
I can't imagine what that's like. I grew up in it.
Yeah. And I grew up the opposite, Jeff.
So many people don't know what it's like to like have gear and know what it was designed for. So, it doesn't matter if you're going to a summer vacation or a winter excursion. When you set out into the wilderness, depending on the environment, did you buy one? You bought one piece of gear and thought that everything else was just going to take care of itself.
Yeah.
So,
it's an adventure, going hiking. My son's, and Jeff, you said hiking, and I think I told you about this, Jeff, maybe like when we first started talking. My son's really into hiking. Like he's into that. Him and his friends go hiking.
Oh, cool.
And they go up into the Appalachians. They go up into the mountains, and and it's awesome. They camp. They go camping. Everything. They bring all the like Trackable saying. They bring supplies like you wouldn't believe. You don't go up there with a sleeping bag and 2 changes of clothes. If you're going to be out in the woods for 4 or 5 days, you need a lot of stuff, a lot of gear to take with you. There's no farm fresh down the street. There's no convenience store. You got to bring everything you need, while you're there. And even if you hunt, you have to be able to basically quarter it and cook it. It's not, fishing's one thing, but I mean, if you catch an animal, you have to be able to, prepare it and stuff. It's not easy out in the woods. But they usually bring a whole bunch of food with them. A lot of canned food, a lot of dried food and stuff like that. But my son takes pictures, and there's pictures of him like, on top of the mountain, and it looks like they're in a faraway land, but it's just Virginia. They're just up in the mountains. But yeah, it's beautiful, man. Everybody listening should get out and camp and hunt and fish and do all these things while you still can, while you're still young, and you can do
We
these
had
things.
talked about doing a panel camping trip at one point.
Mm-hmm.
That idea
awesome.
was tossed around.
And the New Orleans trip. We have to do a New Orleans trip.
Yeah, I'd be up for that.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Hey guys, I just want to say it's almost 10 o'clock, and I may have some more surfing to do, but I want to say thank you to Jeff for everybody that we got to meet tonight, especially Dobez with the conversation about how we grew up, and thank you to Mike always. Regardless of who's coming after you, you're a solid dude, and you've never treated me wrong. So thank you, and I'm gonna be out.
Appreciate it, man.
It's a pleasure as always, and thank you.
Have a good night, brother. Right on. Right on.
Yes, I enjoy. I appreciate the conversation and all the wisdom that you have to share.
Yeah. He's a solid guy. He's a solid dude.
I've always liked him.
Yeah, he never varies. He's always very straightforward. He's very even keeled. He's a good guy. I've been on multiple panels with him, and it's always been good. Always, never an issue.
Even when are you trying to get blocked? People
Yeah.
whine and cry every time they get banned, but they they don't just randomly get banned for no reason.
We hate Mike. Cancel him.
Well, I
Cancel
think
Mike.
I'm gonna wind up here too. You
Me
said
too. I'm gonna
you've been
jump
sitting
down.
on that. Oh, you said it's not cold there right now.
No, it's not. Dude, it's like 62 degrees. It feels great out here. It's beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully
man.
we have an early spring, regardless of what the groundhog did.
I'll have to stream from inside next time to prove that I'm not homeless. I just
You've
like sitting
already.
outside.
I've seen you.
Yeah.
I've seen you go from the
Yeah.
bushes to indoors.
I do this on purpose. I do this to piss people off.
I think it looks cool. I love the
I could
bushes.
I could easily stream from the kitchen or the back room of my computer room, but I like doing this just to cause a problem for other people. See,
So
I told you.
you are a
I told
troll.
you this. Yeah, he's homeless. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Bart's a good dude. I wish Bart would come up on panel. He's always a good dude.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff. Well, listen, man, do your thing. Another wild and wacky stream, Jeff. It was a little wacky at times, but
We needed some. It's been a while. We needed some wackiness.
it was good though. It was good. Dolbez is always fun, and I think Ricardo's a good dude as well.
Yeah,
He's a cool dude.
Ricardo's. He's
Been
a
I wanted
regular
to kind
for
of
a
talk.
while.
Yeah, no doubt.
I
Him
like
and
our
his
little
girl
group.
used to always come on. Yeah, him and his girl would come on all the time. I remember that. You were on panel a bunch of times. But yeah, man, I think it is what it is. Did you eat something tonight so far? Did you get some dinner?
No, I'm headed there now.
All right. Get some dinner, get some food in you. I know it's not McDonald's fries, Jeff, but do what you
No,
got to
it's
do.
probably going to be good old frozen Italian pizza.
Jeff, you need a chef, dude. I'm telling you, when you make it big and you start making money, get a personal chef, dude. Get some meat on those bones. All right, man. Well, have a great night. Are you going live tomorrow?
Yep, I'll be here tomorrow, same time, the usual
So
time.
no more crazy dark game, right? So the game is over with now. It's done with. No more.
Done. I found out I was a fascist who hates women.
Jeff,
It's over.
on the real, that game freaked me out, dude. It was like these weird French people and like prostitutes and like dirty ships with like
Well, it
rats
was
on them. I
made
don't know.
by some kind of Eastern European commie, so it was very Eurocentric.
That was a strange game, but whatever floats your boat, Jeff.
It was
But that was
strange.
that
was
game was
not
on.
Laz. That floated not Laz's boat. That's where I got it from. He convinced me to play it.
Oh my goodness. All right, Jeff. Well, hey, listen, if you're around tomorrow, I'll catch you tomorrow, man. Have a good night, man.
Okay, you too, Mike. I'll see
Thanks
you
for
later.
everything, brother. I'll talk to you later. Salute.
All right. Take care. Okay, that was fun, honestly. I don't know what else to say. Have a good rest of your night, and I'll be out tomorrow. And you know what? I've been just doing open panels and whatever topics show up in my social media feed or trying to just think of random topics that I think are interesting. But if you have specific topics that you want on a stream, I would just email me or hit me up on Discord. I'm always open to topic suggestions. So I'll do some kind of something tomorrow unless I hear from anybody else. I started working through that Toastmasters thing, and I have to do these very specific projects and stuff. So I might workshop some of them on the stream. I think there's a way to apply what I'm learning from Toastmasters to the stream. That's my original goal anyway. That's why I'm joining Toastmasters in the first place, is because my hopes it can help me improve what I do here on the stream. So there's going to be potential, I think, to bring in some Toastmasters topics as well. So have a good rest of your night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And with that, I guess I'm out.